Chapter 1. London, England. Bang, bang, bang. Miss Cressida Albee tried to figure out the source of the pounding that had roused her from sleep. The world rocked and pitched and bounced under her, and she attempted to open her eyes. It took several attempts to lift her seemingly weighted lashes. When she did, she was greeted by a shroud of darkness and biting chill. Considering Cressida lived in a hovel that served as her home in Ratcliffe, some of the most dangerous streets in England, it wasn't an unfamiliar way to find herself. This pitiless chill, however, proved even more unforgiving than what she'd become accustomed to over the years. That, combined with the jolting oscillation, put her somewhere else. Cressida blinked slowly. At some point, she'd fallen asleep in the corner of her brother's once grand chariot. Adorned in gilded paint, panels and upholstery, its chipped paint had long since faded to a sickly shade of yellow. Why was she? Her gaze collided with a vaguely familiar lady. Between the woman's classical Grecian-inspired coiffure, diaphanous gown, and graceful but voluptuous figure, a beauty such as her would only find someone like Cressida wanting. Why, with the lady's creamy white complexion and her features, she may as well have been the divine lady herself, Emma, Lady Hamilton resurrected. The stranger Cressida attempted to recall the exquisitely beautiful woman's name, yelled and simultaneously pounded on the ceiling. Bang bang da da da. Would you hurry, you stupid dolt? Where was Cressida going? And why was this nasty stranger accompanying her? Something nagged at Cressida. Her sluggish mind struggled to recall her heated exchange with her brother Stanley Albee, Baron Newhart. He'd often struck her in the head, and her brain would become clouded afterwards. This fog felt very much like that. At one point, he'd lifted his hand to strike Cressida, but Stanley's recently wedded wife, Lady Marianne, had intervened and saved Cressida. What had her sister-in-law said? Cressida grappled with the memory. If you mark her, you'll cost both of. She was close. So close to making out the details around that angry spat between the new husband and wife. There came the crisp snap of a whip. Yah! As if she felt Cressida staring. The satin-cloaked lady's gaze flickered Cressida's way. Then, like a hideous and oppressive nightmare, the memories came, but in drips and drabs. Cressida recalled being roughly yanked from a sound sleep by her brother's man, Fellows. The pock-marked, broken-nosed bastard, who served the Baron in every role from footman to valet, to guard to a grain bag for his employer to beat on, had dragged her through the cold, dark halls. At nearly a foot taller than Cressida's brother, Fellows had a scrawny frame compared to Stanley's bulk. But each man taught Cressida that, regardless of size, all men could pack a punch. She'd not put up a fight when he'd manhandled her, or when she was deposited before her brother in their single-furnished parlor. She'd been forced to join Stanley and his wife, Lady Marianne. At that point, Cressida discovered the latest evil her brother had been up to this night. Why couldn't she remember? Why? Something about the ancient Duke of Harrowden. Concentrating, however, proved a strain to Cressida. She felt like she was floating, hovering outside of and above her body, staring down at the strange, nasty woman shrilly issuing orders while Cressida sat mute. Bang, bang, don't die. Hurry, you bloody dolt! Flecks of gilded paint chips sprinkled down like specks of shining dust before her eyes, which had never felt heavier than they did in this moment. What a rude thing. Everything about the lady marked her as high-born. Only after the passing of a distant relative a few years earlier had Cressida's family been elevated to the peerage. But she'd been inhabiting the noble world long enough to have ascertained that actual politeness, when it referred to polite society, was nothing more than an empty word. Then, she recalled the woman's identity, Lady Marianne, Stanley's new wife and Cressida's new sister-in-law. Oh. At last, you're awake. The Baroness peered down the length of her slightly turned-up nose at Cressida. That guy. The Lord had certainly known the appendage to affix upon this lofty peeress's face. Cressida's tongue felt as heavy as her limbs, and she couldn't move her lips. No doubt the herbs I added to your tea was the first time you've ever had them. That accounted for Cressida's state. She'd been drugged. Blast and damn! The heavily painted face of her companion twisted with more of her earlier annoyance. Fellows! She shot up fingers encased in gold satin, formed them into a fist, and thumped even harder. If I am late, I swear I'll cut off your reigning hand. Stanley's carriage lurched with a force that sent Cressida's languid body flying forward. Her hard-hearted companion caught Cressida by the shoulders and guided her none too gently back into the tattered folds of her upholstered bench. The speed with which the team of four took flight sent a paint piece, some 2 inches long, falling onto Cressida's lap. The Baroness stared at that remnant of Stanley's declining chariot. The gilded seal had long since been chipped off by Cressida's brother when he'd been particularly pinched for funds. If possible, the woman's tipped-up nose tilted up even farther. "How pathetic these gentlemen are," she muttered. "It is an absolute travesty that imprudent, insentient fools should be the ones to rule the world, while we're left trying to find a way to survive." No. Zio. It appeared Cressida could agree with the horrid lady on something after all. "Fortunately, thanks to me, you and your brother won't be in such straits for long," the Baroness declared. At that pronouncement, the floodgates broke open, and the memories came pouring through. Stanley had found a husband for Cressida. "Harrowden will pay a hefty price for you." This time, with reality's intrusion, Cressida curled onto her side and made herself as small as possible to hide from the truth that, with every turn of the carriage wheels and clip-clop of the horse's steady trot, grew increasingly closer. Answer to all our problems. Their problems? What problems had Cressida herself created for them? It had been Stanley who'd arrived in London and promptly wagered away, drank away, and lectured his way out of funds. Contrarily, in the years they'd been in the capital, Cressida barely received funds for a wardrobe, and then only just enough so she could be trussed up in the hopes of securing a husband. As if it had ever been a possibility that a country girl from Somerset could find a good, honorable, proper nobleman to marry her of all people. It seemed in the end, Stanley had secured one. Cressida's stomach lurched, and she closed her eyes. Or maybe the jolt of the chariot accounted for the lurching sensation. She peeled back the moth-eaten, fraying curtain and took in the quadrangular arrangement outside. A bright glow of lampposts illuminated a grand central courtyard comprised of blue-gray cobblestones, brightly lit by the glow of candles. Between the symmetry of the paving and the artful design, the Roman Rota Fortuna crafted within the stones, Cressida could almost convince herself she'd been brought to Wellington's grand residence in Hyde Park Corner, and not one of the dens of sin her brother frequented. Want some other fellow to spare him the tedium of deflowering you, at last. The Baroness gave a happy clap of her hands. "We've arrived, and are early." Cressida's tongue felt like a brick in her mouth, but she got a single bitter word out. "Splendid." The Baroness's painted lips formed the first real smile Cressida would have believed the shrew capable of. "That is the spirit, my dear." Her pencil-thin eyebrows dipped in the middle. "You have absolutely no idea how fortunate you are, Cressida. What I wouldn't give to go back to when I was a young naive virgin, unwise in the ways of carnality." The vile woman's gaze grew cloudy and far off. "To learn it all again." She rubbed a gloved hand over her ample breasts and moaned. Oh God! Dread pitted in Cressida's belly. This is what they'd planned for her. She'd be given to some stranger. No, not given. With the debt her brother had built up, and the constancy with which he found items of even a small value within their household to sell, she herself had been sold. Repulsed, Cressida eyed the opposite carriage door, though her head proved too heavy to move, and contemplated escape. Among her accomplishments of darning tattered socks, stretching coin, and baking bread, Cressida could also count deftness on her feet. With all the time Stanley had raised a hand to strike her over the years, first when they'd been small children, and he'd been a foul brute of a brother, and then when their father passed, and he'd become Cressida's protector, she'd become quite quick. But to do so meant she'd forfeit Trudy's life, for Stanley would make Trudy pay if Cressida escaped. Trudy who, after the passing of Cressida's father, had been the only family she'd truly known. There was no escape. Lady Marianne had apparently grown tired of whatever perverse thoughts she'd been entertaining in her head, for she gave Cressida a long, deep appraisal. "Your blasted brother," she spat. "I should have loaned you one of my gowns, and not this." The noblewoman slashed a palm in Cressida's direction. "Burlap sack you've donned." She cast a familiarly disdainful glance over Cressida's person. "Dap. Though my exquisitely crafted articles would likely fall off your frail, scrawny figure, which would prove helpful in its own right." Catching her chin in her left hand, the Baroness proceeded to tap her forefinger against the side of her lips. Heh. Suddenly, she stopped. Her brown eyes glowed. Why, yes. I should have thought of that. It will add to the story crafted for you, and will inflame them. You are a destitute virgin from the country, with a dissolute scapegrace of a brother, who has sold you against your will to cover his gaming debts and to fund his lavish lifestyle. A story? Inflame who, exactly? Them, as in plural. The Baroness moved to the edge of her seat so quick, Cressida didn't even have time to curl deeper into herself. This time, the lewd noblewoman did not roughly grab Cressida. Instead, her brother's wife shoved her own cloak off to reveal a nearly translucent, diaphanous gown with a plunging neckline that had thin strings along the front. She gave them a yank and her bodice immediately fell open, revealing her pendulous, pale white breasts. Revolted by the shameless way she exposed herself, Cressida closed her eyes. I continue to forget you are a virgin. Her sister-in-law sighed. You have no idea how lucky you are. Cressida struggled to speak. Disagree. As usual, her objections didn't matter. Let us change quickly as we're able, the Baroness said. As it is. Knock, knock, knock. Keep your hair on, fellows. The peeress's shrill tones echoed about the chariot. It ain't fellows. Dynevor asked if the lady is participating or not. Panic descended over the wanton woman's suddenly wan features. We've arrived early, the Baroness called. For the first time since Cressida met the woman a week earlier, Lady Marianne's voice was shaky. Dynevor and Latimer set the terms here. They say when you'll meet. And if they ask you to come earlier than you're there, there's plenty of others to take your place. If possible, the noblewoman's cheeks went an even paler shade of white. It'll be but one more moment, if you please, she called, this time with less confidence and far more obsequiousness. Dynevor and Latimer? Keeping the books for her brother, they were two names Cressida recognized, even in her cups as she was. The proprietors of the Devil's Den. Why? Of all the injustices. Cursing under her breath, the horrid shrew hurriedly refastened her gown. Cressida was to be granted a reprieve from at least one indignity this night. How dare those buffoons speak to me so? I shall speak to Dynevor myself. And yet, given the way in which the peeress whispered her outrage at that treatment, Cressida would be willing to place the first wager of her 25 years that Lady Marianne would do no such thing. Her gown drawn into place, Stanley's new wife turned all her attention back on Cressida. This will not do, she said to herself. In short order, she'd plucked the paste pins from Cressida's hair and sent her blonde curls falling about her face. Lady Marianne went on to school Cressida. You'll determine quickly what he wants. Given he's expecting a virgin, he'll tolerate your chasteness, but he will expect more from you. More? New? More than the only thing of value she possessed, her virtue. Let him break you in well for the Duke. Tears pricked her lashes. The spirits were beginning to wear off, which was good. The minute she was handed over to Dynevor or Latimer, she could explain there'd been a mistake. That she was given to him to them against her will. Yes, yes. Lady Marianne praised. He'll like that very much. Perhaps fight him even. Men love that. Cressida's teeth began to chatter. Her sister-in-law's eyebrows dipped. You're genuinely upset. Would most virgin spinsters sold to a stranger twice, if one considered Cressida's eventual and wizened bridegroom, respond differently? Knock, knock, knock. Knock. A moment more, if you please, the Baroness called out with a honeyed husk to her voice. I'm seeing to the final touches. This time, the other woman's sultry tones appeared to have the intended effect, as the impatient servant granted that request without complaint. Lady Marianne reached inside a small reticule. The fine pearl-encrusted satin bag danced in some kind of suspended time, until Cressida went cross-eyed and the purse blurred. Your brother is a disgusting, pathetic reprobate, but he does have his uses. Does he? Cressida managed to ask, truly curious, because she really did need to know. The Baroness looked up from the contents of her bag, stared at Cressida a moment, and then tossed back her golden curls, and laughed like Cressida was none other than London's notorious clown, Joseph Grimaldi. No better rhetorical question was ever asserted than that. Lady Marianne muttered after her amusement died down, and she'd returned her focus to her bag. This being one of his uses. Here, here. The peeress wagged something in front of Cressida's face. This helped me my first time too. Cressida attempted to bring the present into focus. Here, Daintriol. Lady Marianne pressed something cool, smooth and metallic into Cressida's fingers. Drink. 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 More drink. Polite ladies didn't drink. Wait, Cressida's friend, Annalay Baroness Darlington did. Or she had. She didn't anymore. Cressida's mind moved like her feet did when she slogged through the mud and filth on Fleet Street. Her sister-in-law pressed the silver flask against her lips. Open up, my dear. As her inhibitions dulled, Cressida, from some far recess of her mind, knew rebuffing the offer was vital, but she found herself hovering above her body once more, watching on as she drank. When she'd consumed some all of the contents, Stanley's wife plucked the flask from her fingers and returned the item to her reticule. That same welcome, warm sensation she'd felt back at her abode on Ratcliffe found its way inside her body. The blood moved warmly through her veins and quieted the voices in her head. An unfamiliar tingling started low in Cressida's belly, and then alarmingly, shockingly, the sensation traveled to that most intimate place between her legs. Biting at her lower lip, Cressida squirmed on the bench to alleviate the distressingly keen throbbing. Her efforts proved in vain. Some poor, pitiable animal released a forlorn moan. Poor thing. Me. Cressida felt deeply for the creature's struggle. Oh, my poor, poor dear, Lady Marianne whispered, her voice ragged and breathless. Or wait. Ah. Was that Cressida's moan? How I would dearly love to be the first to help you. As it is, you are late for your grand debut. Cressida's debut. Had one? Oui. It had been a nightmare. Invisibility would have been worse than the humiliating on dit about her the morning after her debut, at Almack's. Her new sister-in-law's garish laugh filtered around them. Oh, not like this. With that cryptic declaration, the Baroness tapped the door. The panel was immediately opened. A bearded, muscle-hewn stranger, in all black, glanced back and forth between Cressida and Lady Marianne, before settling his grim countenance on the latter. Dynevor and Latimer, have space for one. The peeress spoke for the both of them. Yes, yes, she sighed. I fear that was the reason for their delay. We were hopeful there'd be space for both of us, but were deciding which of us would be granted the right. And to my great frustration, my dear cousin won the Navia aut caput. Is there any way you might make and accept a tall figure came upon them? The cryptic stranger glanced back and forth between the Baroness and Cressida, before he leveled a flat, assessing stare on Cressida. There was something familiar about the dark, coldly beautiful, and well-dressed man, but between the fog of dread and haze of drugs, for the life of her, Cressida could not place him. Lady Marianne, on the other hand, did recognize the young gentleman. Lord Dynevor. Like a cat, she purred his name. The gentleman, Lord Dynevor, ignored Lady Marianne. What's the problem here? He put that question to a heavily armed, scarred bear of a man who was either a killer or security guard. Most likely, the fellow was both. A giggle emerged breathlessly from her lips. The sound, faint and husky, managed to earn Cressida a rebuke-filled look from the Baroness and much briefer, dismissive looks from the pair of men. This one, the bear growled as bears did, and notched a thumb in the Baroness's direction. Looking to join the fun. Tell your men to allow the both of us, Lady Marianne said throatily. As she'd done in the carriage, the Baroness unfastened the ties of her indecent gown and put her bare breasts on display. Imagine the money you'd earn selling two sisters to one gentleman. Lord Dynevor gave her a once-over. Madam, if you truly believe anyone's going to believe you are anything other than an old, sagging mother of this one, then your brains are failing you as badly as your looks. Fury and embarrassment lent round circles of crimson color to the depraved Baroness's plump cheeks. If you spent one night in my bed, Lord Dynevor, you would rethink your rejection. Doubtful. Escort her out, he ordered, his focus already squarely on Cressida. The single, fortress-sized guard slipped from the shadows and whisked the Baroness off and out before Cressida's brain could register what had happened. Lord Dynevor removed his gloves. Lady Orham. Lady Orham. She furrowed her brow, trying to think where she'd heard that name, and why this man referred to her so. My name is before Cressida gave herself away. He stopped her. The women who choose to be here all do so with the assurance of anonymity. As such, masks are worn by those ladies who do not wish to be linked to the devil's den, and identities are concealed, regardless. Lady Orem. Cressida. All analogues of gold that coveted mineral. Lord Dynevor flashed a hard smile. Must allow the knobs of London to keep up the illusion that the women they call wives are proper. Must maintain the illusion that only proper gents get to enjoy earthly pleasures. The young Earl vacillated between the king's proper English and rough Cockney. That's why she'd heard of the gentleman. The notorious, debauched gaming hell had begun to rise to prominence, knowledge only a lady who found herself saddled with a degenerate brother would be in possession of. Suddenly, the throbbing between her legs grew keener, until it pulled a moan from her. Cressida shifted in a bid to alleviate some of that searing ache, but her efforts proved futile as the sensation grew and grew. Cressida bit down hard on her lower lip. It's showtime, Love.tie. A knowing grin iced the Earl of Dynevor's hard lips. Even with you in your current state, madam, I am still required to confirm for myself, as I do with all the women who partake in this particular entertainment, that you're here of your own volition. Was she here of her own volition? Funny a question that should be straightforward should prove debatable, and with multiple answers. Did she want to surrender her virtue to a stranger? She'd trade her soul to Satan if she were spared from doing so. But to fail in this would mean Stanley made sure Cressida's nursemaid disappeared. And as useless as the older woman was in her advanced years, the fact he'd sell his own sister left her in no doubt that he'd just as easily kill Trudy. Only technically was this in any way Cressida's choice. Lord Dynever flicked a gaze over Cressida's modest pink and white gown. One of the last 4 garments she'd retained from her first season. It had begun showing signs of its age some 5 years ago. Now, the Earl examined her in a way that indicated he'd spotted poverty upon her person. Lady Orem, if you're here because you need a portion of coins that'll come from the paying customers, Cressida arched on the balls of her feet. Is that an option some ladies have? She asked, breathless with hope. The suspicion in his eyes deepened. That along with an offer of employment if you're in need. Employment? Was that really much of a choice? Being sold by her brother, where she'd have just one man she'd be bound to bed, or taking on the work of a Cyprian, where she'd have dozens and dozens of lovers. Either way, only one of the options afforded her a way to get Trudy out from under Stanley's cruel thumb. The Earl's mouth tightened. I don't let women who are anything but certain be part of my club, Lady Orem. Lord Dynever looked over her shoulder. I want to be here, my lord. This time, the half-truth flew from her lips, and it came easily. I am here of my own choice. Even with that assurance given, the Earl went on to study Cressida for an interminable amount of time. She estimated him to be a year or two younger, but at least older than 20. The gelid glint in his dark eyes gave him the appearance of a man 2 to 3 decades his senior. Sweat prickled at her nape, and fear sapped the moisture from her mouth. I'm just nervous as I've never visited a club such as yours, or took part in such wicked activities. Desperate, she gripped him by his lapels. But I want to be here, she repeated, a fresh wave of want washing through her, and turning her breathless exhalation into another sultry moan. It also lent Cressida a sincerity that divested Dynever of any reservations he might have had, ensuring her ability to save Trudy. Lord Dynever glanced down at where her fingers still held him. If it weren't my own club, I'd be of a mind to bid on ye myself. Embarrassed, Cressida snatched her hand back. A cold, cynical but sagacious grin graced his lips. Your phrase to cease is Venus forbids. Following the auction, you will be escorted to private chambers. Behind the French screen painted with Jupiter and Juno, you will find a doorway. If you wish to bow out, you are free to leave through that door. You will face no consequences. There are numerous ladies who've asked for the opportunity to join this auction, and there are others standing by to take your place. Again, Cressida would be freed from whatever deal Stanley and Lady Marianne struck, but at the ultimate cost, one that Cressida wouldn't pay, but Trudy would. A guard will be waiting at the bottom of the stairs, the Earl was saying. Cressida struggled to attend him. All the most forbidden parts of her body tingled. Her blood and every nerve in her body was tangled up with a desire she'd learned about from books and discussions at the Mismatch Society meetings. She'd only truly felt the like that one time during her bath. She wanted to claw the clothes off her body. The only words you must speak to the guard is a call for a conveyance and your destination, Lady Orem. You will be brought by way of one my carriages to whichever destination you desire. Your presence here will not be spoken of. It will be as if you never stepped through the doors of the Devil's Den. The Devil's Den. What an apt name for an unholy hedonistic club such as Lord Dynaver's. Do you have all that? He asked, peering closely at her face. She managed to nod. At the very least, she'd heard enough to know the decision whether to proceed this night rested with her, and she had a way out of this hell. Thank you, my lord, Cressida murmured, unsure how her voice should emerge so strong when she felt so very small. What are the words if you wish to stop, Lady Orem? Venus forbids, she said, hardly recognizing the sultry voice as her own. There was absolutely no doubt that he allowed ladies who truly wanted to be part of the perverted games he spoke of to leave. How many others consented like Cressida, but did so without any real choice? If she weren't fighting the urge to moan like an animal with the aching need that now consumed her, she'd have cried at the numerous attempts he gave Cressida to escape her situation. As it stood, everything within Cressida now tunneled on the desperate ache at her core. His inky black lashes dipped, and his gaze lingered long on her mouth. He is going to kiss me. Even as her heated body moved of its own volition and strained towards him. She wanted to cry. Her mind screamed out a reminder that this isn't what she'd wanted of her first embrace. She'd wanted to be loved, to have one gentleman who was true to her, who loved her, listened to her, and fought for her, and against anyone who'd dare hurt her. As I said, a pity I won't have the chance to bid. I have a feeling I'd enjoy playing the game with you. Lord Dynaverse spoke with an emotional flatness that put into strong doubt the possibility he actually enjoyed anything in life. Playing the game? As in, being the one to divest Cressida of her virginity and good name? But then, he didn't necessarily know. Only Cressida, and whichever gentleman bought her this night, would be aware there'd be an actual virgin in their wicked auction. Then, as quick as the desire appeared in the Earl's eyes, it was gone. Lady Orem is ready, he stated. Lord Dynaver raised several fingers in the air, signaling for something. Confused as to why the Earl was speaking her fake name in third person, she did a slow search about, and gasped. The something he'd signaled for happened to be someone two of them. That the Titan-like pair with broad of muscles and towering height should move so silently was either a testament to their stealth, or whatever it was she'd drank that had disheveled her senses. A moment later, 4 women appeared on either side of her. Like outrageously scandalous uniforms befitting a footman, each woman wore scandalously tight breeches, a short fitted lawn shirt with the sleeves cut off, and high black leather boots. One of the Titian-haired beauties held a large rectangular box. With moves so practiced as to be a minuet, the guards presented their backs and formed a wall on either side of Cressida. Then the women opened the box and withdrew various articles of clothing. If those translucent, filmy scraps that left nothing to the imagination could be described as such. Her senses were overwhelmed with a hungering so deep, Cressida felt like a voyeur looking in, even as she was divested of her gown, stays, and petticoats. The quartet of maids acted with precision, their deft fingers gliding over her naked flesh. Their fleeting touches roused her body to such agony. She was mortified and shamed by her need. When they'd finished attiring her for the upcoming auction, a different maid, pixie-like in height and features, stepped forward. With the same ease exercised by her 4 counterparts, the young woman smoothed Cressida's curls. Her small but capable hands quickly freed Cressida's hair of the remaining pins until all the heavy tresses fell about her shoulders. As Cressida was guided into a chair, and seated so the attendant might better reach Cressida's tresses, it occurred to Cressida that the young woman intently contemplating her was just a girl. Why, she couldn't be any more than 10 or 11, or somewhere around there. Not much older than Cressida had been, when the death of her mother had set in motion what would become the slow descent of her life. "What ye thinking?" one of the previously silent maids asked the tiny creature intently contemplating Cressida. Letting out a dark curse Cressida didn't know the meaning of, the girl glared at the one who'd spoken. "Shut your mouth. No, ye know I'm working." Honoring the blunt, rude request, the group of the girl's elders fell respectfully quiet. The spirited child took Cressida's face between her hands. "When do ye feel most beautiful?" "Never." She shook her head. Gore, Missy. It's a question so simple that one of the owners there at Forbidden Pleasures or Lucifer's Lair could answer. Her impatient maid rolled big violet-hued eyes. When do you? An impatient growl cut through the rest of the girl's question. We're on a schedule, Snap. They looked to the scowling bear, who, with his scarred face and menacing look, would have roused terror in the devil himself. Uncowed, the child he'd called Snap turned an even blacker scowl on the huge guard. Shut your bloody mouth, Roy Dewey. Adults are working here. Cressida caught the ghost of a smile that twitched the guard's thin lips before he looked away. What is your name? She asked quietly, when the girl returned her focus to Cressida. They call me Snap. She lamented her own fate, but Cressida was humbled by the reminder that, for all the ways in which she herself had suffered, she hadn't been working in a brothel or gaming hell, or whatever the hell debauched place the Earl ran at 10 years of age. Yes, I gathered. But I also trust you must have an actual name. Snap sneered. Why you want to know, Orem? It'd be easy for Cressida to convince herself she was merely stalling, delaying her inevitable fate. But deep inside, she knew the truth. In the presence of the spirited child, Cressida forgot all. Her fate, her future, her fear. She'd even been distracted from the unbearable longing to touch herself or be touched. Here in this moment, she craved, more than anything, more than her own physical yearnings, a true, meaningful connection with another person. Cressida stared into the girl's eyes. My name is Cressida, she whispered faintly. Another overwhelming wave of desire went through Cressida, reminding her all over again that she was not a person. She was a vessel, here at the bidding of one man to bring pleasure to another. The young but life-hardened maid peered at Cressida a long moment. Used to be called Adian. She shrugged. But Dynevor named me Snap. Adian gave a shy smile. You don't need to tell me what you want. I'll make you even more beautiful. Even more beautiful. For the first time in years, Cressida managed a wistful smile. As if Adian were either embarrassed by their brief personal connection, or worried that it could be construed as displeasure with the head of the club, her face fired red. Without speaking another word, her fingers flew wildly in front of Cressida's face, until Cressida went cross-eyed. When Adian finished, she stepped away to assess the results. Gore, ye look beautiful, ye do, miss, the girl whispered. 'Tis a shame we have to cover your gorgeous face. While another maid came over, covered Cressida's face with a mask, and began to tie it, she managed her first smile on this hellish night. That would be a first, she said. There came a murmur of dissent from the gathered maids who'd attended her. And as they guided Cressida down a corridor that emptied out onto a long stage concealed by crimson draperies, she could almost believe them that she was, in fact, a proper lady being praised for her appearance before she arrived at a ball. Any such illusion ended when her fictional name was called, and the long velvet curtains were drawn back, leaving Cressida on display. Thick, overwhelming silence met her. Cressida, blinded by the flash of bright lights from the crystal chandeliers overhead, squinted through the haze of cheroot smoke hanging in the air. She had to blink several times, and promptly wished she'd left herself without an ability to see. A small section, 3 rows of 12 gilded golden upholstered hall chairs, had been cordoned off from the rest of the crimson-carpeted gaming hell. Every last of the 36 seats were occupied by various gentlemen. Some she recognized. Most she did not. They were of varying ages, from what must be lads in university to decrepit fellows with but 1 foot from the grave. Behind the red ropes, there were a handful of tables for what she'd venture were the club's most distinguished guests. One of these gentlemen would be her first lover. This man, still a stranger to her, but only for a short while more, would, for the rest of her life, be the man she'd freely give herself to. Ironically, he'd also be the one who'd bought Cressida as the whore her brother made of her this night. Oh, God! It was too much. Tears blurred her vision. Unable to let the dissipated spectators witness her misery, she closed her eyes tightly. Alas, even Cressida's own tears failed her, and began to fall for the leering crowd to see. A loud buzzing went up around the devil's den. Sharply drawn breaths, and incoherent murmurings of the approving gentlemen who sat enjoying the show. A horrifying realization hit her squarely in the chest. The patrons here at the devil's den were aroused by the sight of her suffering. Why? These men wanted her to be a pitiable, weeping, lost creature. Whether they believed hers to be an act or real mattered not. That they'd gone lust-crazed at the idea of her weakness marked them as monsters. On the heel of that sickening truth, whatever drug she'd been given sent a wave of lust so powerful, sweeping over Cressida, she couldn't stop herself from running her palms down over her stomach. She bit her lower lip. Her wanting was so great, she was past the point of shame at touching herself. Having another touch her? That continued to horrify her, and yet she desperately craved surcease from this debilitating need. Cressida moaned. "Ah, as you see." A deep voice coming from somewhere on the stage boomed throughout the Devil's Den. "Lady Orem comes to us as a virgin. She feels shame in being here." Both of those were true. The patrons' breaths caught on a collective gasp. A memory slipped in of one of the meetings she'd attended of the Mismatch Society, where they discussed the readings of Diderot. Women are not weak. They are made so by men who fear their strength. Yes, society's strictures and the laws which bound them dictated that Cressida's decisions and life didn't belong to her, but rather to the men who ruled her life, her brother, and her eventual husband. To hell with them all. She would not allow a man or any woman who wanted her for those twisted reasons to be the one to take her virginity. Wresting back the last shred of control she had over her life, Cressida tossed her head back, tipped her chin up and glared. This time, a new round of approved murmurings went up, and from different spaces and corners of the club. Although she'd lose her virtue to a gentleman who bid on her, at least he'd be one who appreciated a woman who was strong and did not cower before him. Cressida's triumph proved short-lived. Her body had been turned into a weapon to be used against her. Her need for some relief proved greater than her pride. Cressida, no longer able to care that a crowded room of the town's most powerful watched on, rolled her hips at the empty air. It didn't help. As you can see, gentlemen, the lady's longing to have a cock buried deep inside her tight, untried cunny proves greater. It is what brings this innocent, virtuous lady to the most depraved club, her need to have an itch she doesn't understand scratched. To have a lover, make her come for the very first time. The auctioneer's deep voice, as much as the words he spoke, set her afire and raised the temperature in the room to scorching levels. They were words she'd heard before, at least in various ways and forms at the Mismatch Club. The older, experienced women with knowledge of carnal acts explained the difference between tupping and lovemaking, two areas about which polite society preferred young and old women alike to remain ignorant. The words the auctioneer spoke painted a mesmerizing image of that act, and she could see herself being fulfilled in the ways her friends had spoken of. She'd become a woman possessed. Cressida pressed a hand against her breast. "For the love of God," a spectator cried out. "She's bloody hot for it." "We all are. Would you start the bloody thing already?" The auctioneer looked to one of the private tables at the center. Panting softly, Cressida, equal parts hungry for some sort of relief from the sensations ratcheting inside her, and desperate for the show to stop, looked to the gentleman whose approval he sought. The Earl of Dinur sat watching the stage, watching Cressida with a hard, merciless expression. Any hint of softness she'd thought she'd seen in him must have been imagined. Unable to look at the man who ruled this vile, debauched empire, she slid her gaze away, and it collided with that of another. Cressida froze. They were eyes she knew. She'd remembered them after their first meeting. She thought of them during the day, and dreamed of them at night. Her breath caught, but this time, for reasons different than the incessant ache at her center. Maybe whatever drug she'd ingested that left her desperate to be touched, and pleasured also affected her mind. Benedict Adamson, the Earl of Wakefield, the one man she'd secretly adored and loved, was here at the Devil's Den. His stare locked on her. For the first time that night, Cressida's throat filled with some emotion other than fear. Hope. Let the auction begin. Chapter 2. Having been born to a faithless father, the previous Earl of Wakefield who'd been wrought with money, loose with his affections, and possessed a muddied name Benedict Adamson, the current Earl of Wakefield, vowed to never become like his father. And he hadn't. With the former Earl's failings, he'd left such a shameful legacy. Wakefield had been determined to restore the Adamson name, connections, and fortune. He'd managed to set aside societal expectations and do actual work. When he'd first begun growing his fortunes through finance, manufacturing, and resource extractions, he'd been met with whispers and top stories written in the gossip pages. It had flown in the face of what polite society deemed respectable. Yet that was what he'd spent most of his hours on. Until the ton began to take note, and as his fortunes shifted, he'd conducted himself in an upstanding way, at least by the standards of the peerage. Eventually, the disdainful words spoken about him shifted. Lords and ladies, particularly those without fortunes and with daughters of marriageable age, began to take note and make exceptions for working Wakefield, as he'd been mocked and dubbed at university and in the papers. Wakefield not only built back the fortune and then some that his late father squandered, he'd also carried himself in a way that was beyond reproach. He didn't gamble. He only drank a respectable amount of the finest spirits, and never to the point of overindulgence. No. He prided himself on his self-restraint, his good name and reputation being more precious to him than all the gold he had to his name. Wakefield never set foot in the wicked gaming establishments his friends frequented. Or, in the case of his recently married former best friend, previously frequented. Somewhere along the way, Wakefield proved himself in such a way that it no longer became a matter of the ton making exceptions for Wakefield. Rather, the nobility, from those with the oldest, most venerated titles to the fellows who'd made his life hell at Eton and Oxford, curried his favor and desired his presence at all their most exclusive affairs and respectable club. Alas, it had been strictly business that brought Wakefield here this night, to the Devil's Den. Not unlike the ton's scandalous establishments, like Forbidden Pleasures and Lucifer's Lair, membership to the notorious club had recently been extended to select ladies of the ton. But, whereas at the other rival establishments, gleeful participants were masked ladies and their identities kept secret, here, at the Devil's Den, the eager, lusty ladies and widows, if they so wished, flaunted their presence. They played the bored wife oft-times, with their generous husbands in the audience, watching on. Or they played the lusty virgin, yearning to be taken by a big, powerful gentleman. Or one who'd been caught cuckolding her husband, and sought to be punished, badly and painfully. Wakefield's latest investment flew in the face of all the respectable businesses he'd otherwise taken on, until now. Through the marriage of his half-sister, Livian Latimer, to an owner of the establishment, Wakefield found himself joining in a partnership to restore the once great hell to its former glory. All things known about Wakefield's commitment to respectability should have made his presence at the notorious gaming hell, the Devil's Den, a thing for the others to note. But not a single pathetically weak, dissolute fellow among the nearly 125 patrons in attendance, most 3 sheets to the wind, paid him a sprig of attention. Not with the depraved and very mesmerizing show taking place on the stage of London's Wicked Club. Tonight, however, had proven exceedingly helpful in showing Wakefield that the patrons who attended these hells weren't watching him, and for obvious reasons. Seated in the green leather armchair next to Wakefield, the Earl of Dynevor, proprietor and Wakefield's recent partner, poured 2 brandies. He slid one across the smooth surface of the newly installed, gleaming mahogany table. "What are your thoughts on your latest investment, Wakefield?" Dynevor asked as casually as he might 2 gentlemen discussing dull, respectable business transactions, and not the sordid scene of virgin auction on display at the front stage. Wakefield considered the other man's question. What were his thoughts? "I believe we'll make a fortune because most men are weak, and men like you and I are strong because we aren't ruled by our cocks." The younger gentleman lifted his snifter in Wakefield's direction. "Aye to that," he said. They clinked glasses. While Wakefield cradled his snifter between his hands, he and Dynevor continued assessing the salacious affair in companionable silence, while the bidding grew increasingly heated. "Do I hear £100? £100. Yes, there was a fortune to be had in sin, and if the display unfolding wasn't testament to that, Wakefield didn't know what was. Craving carnality like the drug it was, the ladies enjoyed putting themselves on display for a room of hungry men, and all the exquisite participants played at some role. The tall, slim-hipped, narrow-waisted beauty, clad in a filmy white negligee, commanding the room's attention was no different. With her enormous doe eyes, a man could easily believe the role she carried out with the finesse of a damsel in distress. That was if it were not for the heavy, long-lashed, desire-filled gaze she passed over the room. Those same eyes which continued to find their way back to him. The first time she'd sought his gaze, he'd believed it nothing more than a seductress's trick she employed with various gentlemen around the establishment. But the more he'd contemplated the skilled actress on the stage, the more he noted her hungry stare sliding back his way. "Hello," she mouthed, her lips moving distinctly, her gaze adoring. He started at the sense of shared connection she managed to create from even across the length of the hall. The minx's lips moved again, mouthing those same words. Wakefield stiffened. She hadn't been saying hello. She'd been asking the crowd for help. No, she'd been asking him specifically. Or that's how it seemed. God, she was masterful. Lovely, isn't she? Wakefield, unnerved at Dynevor catching his absorption with the lady, tossed the remainder of his drink back. Passably so. Determined to wrestle his self-control back, he shifted his attention from the wicked wanton. Dynevor allowed. "I'll give you she isn't a grand beauty." "No, she certainly wasn't, but there is a certain je ne sais quoi to her," the proprietor murmured, more to himself. "Something a gent can't put his finger on. I sensed it the moment I met her." Wakefield's attention went flying to the other man. "Do you meet all the ladies before they take part in the act?" There was a snappish quality to Wakefield's voice he neither understood nor liked. Dynevor snorted. "I've got women playing at Virgins who volunteer to be sold and bought by my patrons. Do you truly believe I don't ascertain for myself that this is a choice they want to make?" He gave Wakefield a weird look. Wakefield cursed the heat that suffused his cheeks. Disquieted by both his own out-of-character show of temper and the Earl's puzzlement, Wakefield was grateful when, a moment later, the auctioneer continued the action. His relief proved short-lived. "Lady Orham is aptly named. Gentlemen." The auctioneer strung along those impatient bidders of a sale that had already gotten underway. "This innocent has dark wheat gold curls upon her head, but have a look at her eyebrows, and you shall realize she's all golden between her legs too." Laughs filled the Devil's Den. Under the glow of the lights, the actress's nearly translucent peignoir did nothing to hide the red blush that spread across her body, her entire body. Despite himself, lust filled Wakefield. His gaze went hungrily to the shadow of curls at the V between her long, fit thighs. Those golden curls, the auctioneer tempted the crowd with. The young proprietor smirked. "Though this isn't, I trust, your usual pleasures, you must admit you see the draw in it." Wakefield made a non-committal grunt. It was widely known Wakefield, as a rule, was a one-mistress-at-a-time man who didn't partake in public spectacles with his lovers. He'd sooner chop his own fingers off than admit to that or any weakness, on the account of not having any. An unfooled Dynevor chuckled and took another drink. Wakefield's preoccupation this night had little to do with the game of pretend, and even more to do with the enigmatic participant. Refusing to acknowledge the Earl's wry knowingness, Wakefield shifted his attention back to his new business partner. "I'm here to discuss numbers. The women participating in this particular act aren't paid prostitutes at the club." Dynevor's jaded mirth vanished under a scowl. That's right. All of them here not only want to be here, they fight for the privilege." "Privilege?" Wakefield grasped on the other man's particular word choice. "That's how you and Latimer sold the idea to me. And yet I received an update this week which indicates you've now resorted to offering some form of payment to the female patrons. Doesn't that make them prostitutes?" Color to rival the Virgin's blush slapped at the younger gentleman's cheeks. In a rare crack in his armor, Dynevor dropped his elbows on the edge of the table, leaned towards Wakefield, and glared. "Oi don't resort to anything. Everything oi do, every idea oi put forward, is fucking deliberate and with purpose." That further dissolution of the Earl's proper king's speech into Cockney revealed a fiery temper that wouldn't serve Dynevor or Wakefield's new business well. "And yet, here we are," he said, spreading his palms out. "With you, paying customers." Dynevor's crooked nose flared. "You got a lot of bloody nerve questioning me." The auctioneer's errant calls punctuated their discussion. £200. Fury and frustration blazed in the younger man's fiery eyes. That raw rage on display, that Dynevor couldn't control, recalled everything Wakefield read about the lad's past. The future Marquess of Maddock being kidnapped by the bloodiest, most ruthless gang leader and turned into a common thief, and worse. The research Wakefield himself had done following the offer of partnership from his brother-in-law revealed a spotted past where Dynevor was linked to arsons. He and Dynevor remained with their focus on each other, sizing one another up. Wakefield knew firsthand that one's past left one scarred, and the other Earl's rage had more to do with the dark deeds he'd done, and far less to do with his actual age. Either way, this was business, and the sooner they came to an understanding of what Wakefield's role would be, the better it was for their arrangement and pockets. "You forget you invited me to be a partner, Dynevor," Wakefield quietly reminded. By the way, a vein at the other man's temple throbbed. He was regretting it more by the minute. Wakefield leaned in the remaining way across the table. "Did you actually believe, Dynevor, you were bringing in a gentleman who'd be content to throw money at your club, but remain a silent partner, without any voice in the actual investment?" "Hoped," the Earl muttered under his breath. Wakefield chuckled. "The hell you were. You'd no sooner do business with a fucking lackwit with a big purse than I'd give a fortune to someone, and remain a silent partner." Cursing, Dynevor grabbed his glass and took a long swallow. "Could have fooled me, with you asking to have your ownership stake remain unknown." £225. This time, Wakefield chuckled outright. "You know, being publicly connected to a business and being an actual partner in the ways that matter are—" A tingling sensation formed in his neck and ran along his spine. Frowning, he started to look about for the source of that response, but found his gaze drifting to the stage, more specifically, the woman upon it. "In terms of the payment paid to the patrons, the idea belonged to my sister," she pointed out. "There are married women amongst the ton, with no way to make their own money and without power. Here, they could come, and not only have the ultimate choice but receive compensation too." Somewhere within that suitable explanation, Wakefield stopped hearing the proprietor. The delectable woman on display commanded all his attention. Wakefield sharpened his gaze on the young woman. She certainly wasn't a beauty to rival the likes of Athena and Helen of Troy. Neither would she, by society's standard, be more than pretty. What was it about her? At 3 or 4 inches past 5 feet, she'd neither be considered tall nor short. Her hair, neither honey-colored nor spun gold, but a sloppy blend of light and dark shades of blonde and light browns. Her breasts weren't ample and overflowing her plunging neckline as all men preferred, nor were the globes non-existent. The swells were curved just enough to emphasize a stomach so flat as to be nearly unreal, and impossibly narrow hips. No, by ways of Wakefield's preference in women, this unknown stranger would have never been one he'd steal a second, or, even for that matter, so much as a first look at. And yet, fixed in his study, Wakefield poured himself another drink, and with his glass in hand, he leaned closer to the action. Her staring eyes called to him. The shades of them he could not make out. All he could make out was her wide-eyed gaze fixed on him and him alone. "She's a new one," Dynevor said, accurately deciphering Wakefield's interest. "This is her first night." "Is it new?" he asked noncommittally. "I had the pleasure of interviewing her before she entered the auction." Wakefield's muscles coiled tight. Interview. He wasn't quite sure the Earl's choice of word was the appropriate one. "Do you make it a habit of auditioning all the participants, Dynevor?" he asked, icily. The Earl chuckled. "I don't audition any of them. Many come here looking for a place in my bed. The ones that tempt me enough, I'll happily oblige." £375. The young Earl had betted the mysterious creature. Wakefield's gaze drifted back to the center stage. Sure enough, Lady Orm's hungry gaze remained fixed on his and Dynevor's table. The reason for the Virgin's singular attention on Wakefield's table now made sense. His lips curled with distaste. "I take it, Lady Orm was one of those whom you happily betted." £400. "No." Wakefield whipped his head in the other man's direction. Lord Dynevor contemplated the trim, fit lady in question. "No? No." He couldn't stop himself from asking the Earl. "As appealing as she is, the lady isn't the manner of woman I consort with," the proprietor explained, with a vagueness that answered nothing. Grabbing his drink, Dynevor took a long sip of brandy and moved his focus back to Wakefield. "What about you?" £425. Wakefield's brows came together. "What about me? Would you like her?" The Earl splayed his palms at the stage. He presented the beauty to him the same way he had the bottle of fine French spirits he'd summoned earlier. Would he like her? Curiously, Wakefield eyed the woman whose gaze kept coming back to his table. Usually, his sexual appetites weren't compelled by the deviant game at play. His lashes dipped. With a dramatically over-the-top regretfulness, The auctioneer slowed the bidding and worked his audience up even further. Her story is a sad one, gentlemen. A full chorus of answering awe of false commiseration surrounded the hall. Lady Orham, as she was called, looked at Wakefield as if he were the only gent in the club, and they were the only two people left in the world. Something about this particular woman and her masterful act commanded all of Wakefield and his lust. Or perhaps that was the lady's skill. Perhaps the unknown woman's ability to make each man present believe she looked adoringly at each of them was why, even now, the bidding continued to climb to ridiculous heights. It occurs to me, the speaker tempted the crowd. You are bidding, and most generously, but know so little about the damsel before you. It is a tale as old as time. The auctioneer scat, and the quiet was so thick that the clicking of the fellow's tongue reached all the way to the very back of the action where Wakefield and Dynevor sat. Unlike his weaker sire, Wakefield had never been a slave to his lust, which was what made his whole body absorption in this particular moment so out of the ordinary. The way in which he knew his strengths and weaknesses was the same way in which he knew his physical desires. Where the last Earl had been ruled by his emotions, Wakefield had learned logic and prided himself on restraint. That forbearance extended to all areas of his life, including desires of the flesh. As for Wakefield, he craved control and sorting out complicated messes like his family, his finances, and other people's even messier lives, which probably explained his unwavering fascination with the woman on display for all at the Devil's Den. "Get on with it already, Sully," an impatient Lord Stenson shouted. The club's guards immediately converged on the graying, married Marquis, who was somewhere in his 40s. Wakefield's brother-in-law, Latimer, broad and big enough to rouse terror in the hearts of the most jaded fighter, put an end to the interruption with an utterance and a warning look. "Lady Orham's brother," Sully went on, like there'd never been a break in the action, "is a horrid, abusive lech." He raised his voice for dramatic effect. A mere squire in the country, the newly titled Lord frittered away all his funds. Resounding boos swelled. The patrons present seemed as eager participants as the woman who'd asked to be sold off. The auctioneer paused again to build the theater of it all. "Which means each of you present, as respected, venerable lords, must open your purses most generously to save her from the fate of having an old decrepit libertine husband being the first man to bed her." Lady Orham shut her eyes so tightly, the muscles of her diamond-shaped face scrunched up. Cries went up. Patrons stomped their feet, and the thumping rolled around the club. "Who amongst you will be the one to save her?" Sully thundered to be heard over the crowd's swell. Lord Whitby jumped to his feet. £450, he called, louder than the rest. Sully pointed in the gentleman's direction, but continued his address of the room. "Who will take her maidenhead, so the foul ancient lord is denied that satisfaction?" "475, came the answering shout. The auctioneer kept speaking over the bidding. "Who will be the first to teach Lady Orham about desire? Which one of you will patiently teach her how to make love?" Sully, a master performer whom Dynevor poached from Mrs. T. Gertrude Killeran's theater, did a little jig about the stage. Sully painted another visual for the crowd. "And then, after the lucky winner tonight breaks the lady in, you can teach her what it is to fuck and be fucked." Laughs filled the hall. The lady squirmed, shifting her hips like she was any modest virgin, embarrassed by her body's response. In a clear sign of her hunger, she bit at her lower lip, but her gaze was terrified and hungry all at the same time. Her eyes found his. Wakefield inhaled a breath and slowly through his nose. Bloody hell. The actress could have made a fortune on the London stage. He had eyes only for the woman behind this great furor. It turned out, Wakefield wasn't the only one. £500. That quiet, smoothly authoritative voice silenced the room. All gazes from the 3 rows went back. Wakefield found himself looking with the rest of the patrons to the Duke of Rothesby. Standing behind the ropes, the Duke casually took a sip of his whiskey. Wakefield frowned. Bloody Rothesby. Notorious rogue. Ungodly wealthy. In possession of one of the oldest dukedoms that went back to William the Conqueror. With the nobleman's wealth, power, and connections in polite society, he and Wakefield were not vastly different, but for one exception, Rothesby's title and name had never been sullied like Wakefield's, and he despised him mightily for it. Now, Rothesby would have the lady acting her soul out at the front of the room. There came a flurry of murmurs as the bidding action quieted down, indicating the auction for Lady Orham was nearing its conclusion. Sully surveyed the room, clearly unprepared to bring this sale to a close. His Grace has put forth a most generous bid, and why should he not? Now, ask yourselves, will it be you or Rothesby who shows the maiden how to take a cock in her mouth and teaches her how to use it the way all men love? Wakefield's fingers curled more forcefully around his snifter. Bloody hell. The damned thought of Rothesby, or one of the other chaps in the room, being the one to do all the wicked things Sully dangled forth, made him want to wager a goddamn fortune to possess her. The auctioneer barked the latest bid. Do I hear 525, gentlemen? It took all the restraint Wakefield prided himself on to keep from shooting his blasted hand up and making that bid. As it turned out, Lord Templeton made it instead. 525? He shouted. Yes, he wanted her, and badly. And no, it wasn't purely the male urge to dominate the competition and win the entrancing woman for his own. Though hardly lovely by society's standards, she possessed interesting features, too sharp to be classically beautiful, but that made a man linger for a second look. Another gentleman called out, £600. The crowd rabidly fighting for the pleasure of the lady's company that night indicated the room at large agreed. Wakefield ignored the frantic battle taking place among men that were now his patrons. He should be relishing the fortune the enigmatic woman was raking in for him and his partners, but he remained utterly transfixed by Lady Orham. His pulse grew thick as the blood moving in his veins. Lust sent his nostrils into a full flare. The delicate, diamond-encrusted mask adorning her face revealed, around pearl-trimmed eye-slits, the hot, hungry gaze of a lusty woman who hungered for Wakefield with a like passion. No, Wakefield hadn't been imagining that the mysterious creature had eyes only for him. His cock strained painfully in his breeches, and he shifted to alleviate the heavy ache. You are certain you don't want her, Wakefield? Dynevor offered up like the devil he was. On the contrary, Wakefield was beyond certain he did. £2,000. Rothesby's voice emerged calmer, and in greater control than all the increasingly desperate patrons. The Duke's exorbitant sum shut all the bidders down and silenced the hall. There came a roll of regretful murmurs as the other gentlemen reluctantly ceded yet another win for the powerful Duke. The auctioneer, however, demonstrated a level of greed that marked the Devil's Den as perhaps Wakefield's greatest if wickedest investment. Do I perhaps hear £20,50? £3,000. That offer came as casually as if the gentleman proffered the time. Wakefield, along with the rest of the crowd, looked to the bid-happy Duke of Rothesby. Rothesby's latest put-up, this time against himself, had ushered in an even greater furor from the crowd. Resentment rolled like a slow wave through Wakefield, and in the flash of a second, he imagined the beguiling creature parting her legs for the charmer, Rothesby. Last chance, Wakefield, Dynevor said. What'll it be? In his head, Wakefield saw the siren's hot gaze previously reserved for Wakefield, now filled with hungering for the Duke. Wakefield flared his nostrils. Gentlemen, the auctioneer called for one last bid. It appears we have a winner, and Wakefield gave a tight nod. I'll have her. Dynevor lifted a hand, signaling a close to the action. Chapter 3. Cressida had wanted to cry any number of times this night. One time, she had. Ironically, as she found herself bustled off the stage before the auction concluded, to a bevy of boos and hisses at the abrupt end to bidding. Cressida wanted to toss her head back and sob at her failure. The sandy-haired guard, Molly, ushered Cressida down a brightly lit corridor, onward toward the back entrance she'd arrived through a lifetime ago. She'd been spared the horridness of being sold off to a debauched lord. A true lady would no doubt feel relief at the sudden change in her circumstances. But Cressida hadn't been born a proper lady. Her brother inherited a fancy title, but Cressida was still just the same poor country squire's daughter she'd always been. She didn't have a good name. She had no respectable familial relations. All she had was Truddy, and if she allowed the guard to toss her out of the Devil's Den, Cressida wouldn't even have that. They walked silently, and Cressida stared blankly at her escort's broad, black uniformed back. When she'd been first presented before the audience of crude, vulgar, leering gentlemen, she'd caught the Earl of Wakefield's gaze. His had locked with hers, too. For a ceaseless moment, The horror around her vanished into silence, and she and Lord Wakefield existed as the only two people present. He recognized her. She'd spotted the flash of shock, confusion, and concern. And she might not know him personally, per se, but she'd witnessed his interactions with her friend, whom he'd courted, and she'd listened to Anwen describe the manner of gentleman he was. She'd seen him across crowded rooms, being unfailingly polite and kind, even to ladies who weren't the sought-after diamonds. He'd even danced with Cressida once. She'd read the papers, all of which never had anything nice to write about anyone, making an exception on the Earl's account. And when Cressida's brother took the little their family had and pissed it all away, it had been the tales of how Lord Wakefield saved his family from the dire straits his sire left them in, and built a better, bigger future that had made her fall head over heels in love with him. He was going to save her. She'd been so sure of it. Even with him being engaged in an intense conversation with the Earl of Dynevor, Lord Wakefield's eyes stayed on Cressida. In her mind, he would have put forward a bid to put an immediate end to the auction, stormed the stage, draped his jacket about her shoulders, and swept her away. That dream had lived but a moment in her mind, because the only way in which Lord Wakefield could save her was by falling madly in love with her, marrying her, and, in so doing, providing a home, security, and safety to both she and Trudy. Alas, she wasn't a dreamer. She had no reason to be. In the end, whether he'd intervened or not hadn't mattered. Her circumstances remained the same either way. Cressida and the guard, Molly, began to near the end of the hall she'd arrived at earlier in the night. The exit. Desperate to put a stop to her departure and make the guard return her to the bidding action, Cressida grabbed his arm. "Stop," she ordered, her voice shamefully husky. The guard's muscles, firm and broad, jumped under her touch. Her feverish body, aware in a way it had never been before, betrayed her, and she gripped him more tightly. His eyes grew heated. Disgusted with and ashamed by her body's response, she yanked her fingers back. Molly's demeanor abruptly changed. He examined her more closely. "Would you like me to call the carriage?" She opened her mouth to immediately reject that offer, and then stopped. His hadn't been a statement, but rather a question, which meant she wasn't being shown out, which also meant she'd been bought by someone after all. Funny that for all her panic of moments ago, she didn't feel so much as a hint of relief. Although, why should she? She didn't want to let some stranger put his hands on her and his manhood inside her. The prospect her friends had once described and declared magnificent, Cressida had already decided sounded horrific. Lady Orham? She jolted and returned her gaze to a narrow-eyed Molly. Confused, she stared at him. What had he been saying? "As you know, Dynevor gives you the freedom to leave, my lady. You'll receive a small stipend for your trouble, no?" she exclaimed, this time in full-throated defense. "I want to be here. Had to, anyway." Why was the auction stopped? "It isn't my place to know." He shrugged. "The devil doesn't answer to anyone, miss. But he's found you someone," the guard promised, leading Cressida onward. That fickle emotion called hope flared to life. Wakefield's figure flickered in her mind, and she couldn't stop the thoughts from rushing in of the Earl holding her close, cradling her tenderly in his arms, and taking her lips in a gentle meeting that would be her first kiss. The image proved too great, too real. Cressida moaned. She shot a hand out and grabbed the guard's forearm. "Who is the gentleman that secured me this night?" she asked breathlessly. This time, the man's ginger brows shot up and his nostrils flared as he took her response to be a product of the hunger buffeting her body, and not for the hope it was. "I can't say." Guilty color flooded the man's thick neck. "I'd love to be of assistance, my lady." The big man's hooded eyes failed to conceal his desire and regret. "But Dynevor said no one's to put a hand on you." Realizing she still touched him, and the way he misconstrued her response, Cressida swiftly released him. No, she exclaimed, her humiliation growing by the second. I didn't mean to imply." Cressida trailed off. What was the point in defending her virtue? Clearly appeased this time, the handsome guard turned, and, without waiting to see if Cressida followed, led them eastward down the opposite hall. Cressida made herself quicken her steps, and followed along after him. All too quickly, they arrived at a set of stairs. He paused and gestured for Cressida to precede him. She looked up the length of the marble steps and then began her ascent. With Molly at her back now, and her fate getting closer with every step, it felt as though the walls were closing in. Her panic began to spiral. Everything was happening so fast. The horrific reality facing her became embedded as an immediate nightmare, and no longer as an abstract event that would eventually befall her. They reached the main landing. Surprisingly well lit and with gilded sconces, crystal chandeliers, and giallo sienna marble floors, this space of sin was elegant enough to be any respectable peer's residence. Maybe that's the reason for the effort and coin the Earl had put into these suites. With the luxury to match the lifestyle of his lofty clients, it presented an illusion that they were still good, honorable noblemen. She despised them all. "Dynevor wants you escorted to the Juno-Jupiter room," Molly explained. "He's waiting for you." Her stomach fell. "Dynevor?" she echoed hollowly. "Aye." The devil, as in Dynevor, wanted her for himself. Life was fast proving all men, in their own way, were all devils, just different sorts. Tears filled her eyes. The time had come, and something about knowing the identity of the man who'd take her virtue made what would happen in but a few minutes real. In her head, she'd processed what was to come. She'd known she'd lay with a stranger and give herself in the most intimate way. But knowing it, and being on the cusp of living that experience were altogether different. And yet, even as revulsion filled her, the ache between her legs had become excruciating. All she wanted to do was stretch and squirm to escape it, and God help her, she feared her body would betray her morality this night. Molly brought them to a stop. "Here we are, my lady." Then, with nothing more than that brief pronouncement and a short bow, the guard left. Shaking, Cressida ran her damp palms along her diaphanous gown. Her own touch set off a different tremble within. She stared at the painted doorway. The naughty painted tableau depicted Jove, king of sky and thunder, with his consort, Juno. The severe beauty knelt in supplication, her palms resting upon her philandering husband's thick thighs and her mouth inches from his man-root. She bit at her lower lip. As a virtuous lady, the scene should horrify Cressida. Instead, the salacious tableau sent a fresh wave of longing through her. Face flaming, she wrenched her panicky gaze skyward, only to face a mural with a different and even more shameful tableau. A horned Lucifer with one beauty on her knees, his manhood in her mouth, while another woman offered him her breast like it was the temptation that had gone and ruined mankind for the rest of them. Good God! Is this what Dynevor expected of her? She wanted to rip her hair out, scrape her jagged nails over her face, and wail. Imagining doing these things and having them done to her were entirely different. "Lady Orem, we meet again." Gasping, she wheeled to face the young man, more of a boy in age, really. His eyes marked him decades older than his tender years. Embarrassment, coupled with the even more humiliating yearning between her legs, made it hard to look at him. "El Lord Dynevor," she greeted. Cressida tried to say something more but came up empty. She had nothing. She couldn't finish a thought. After all, what did one say to the gentleman who'd bought her and would take her virginity? Nor did he bother with polite pleasantries, which she appreciated. "Have you changed your mind, Lady Orem?" With her mouth dry as the dust that filled the townhouse, she called home. Cressida didn't have enough moisture to form an actual word. She managed to shake her head. "That didn't appear sufficient for the Earl. I trust Molly reminded you that you're free to leave at any." He did. She cut him off. Fear for Trudy proved greater than Cressida's fear for herself, or the lust that stabbed between her legs. "I choose to be here." And in her need to care for her former nursemaid, she did. Satisfied, Dynevor nodded. "You were probably wondering at the abrupt end to bidding." His wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. "I did. One of my confidantes showed an interest in you. As the proprietor, I made the decision to call the event and gift you over to him." Gift her over? She should be horrified. Except, Cressida clung not to the latter, but the former. One of his confidantes showed an interest in her? Oh, he'd been seated with Lord Wakefield. Her heart thumped madly. Her belly fluttered like 1,000 butterflies had been set free within her. Lord Wakefield is a good, honorable sort. Through the hope in her breast, It took a moment for Cressida to sort out her thoughts from the Earl of Dynevor's words. Lord Wakefield? She found herself echoing, afraid to hope, afraid to dare believe. The proprietor of the Devil's Den inclined his head. I. Oh, God. Cressida's legs went weak. He'd saved her after all. The Earl grunted. He's a good fellow. He was the best. A memory slipped in of a previous season when she'd been standing miserably on the side of the ballroom, as usual, while every other lady around her was whisked off for a set, then 2, then 3, then 4, and so on, by various gentlemen, not a single one of whom had noticed Cressida existed. That was, except for the Earl of Wakefield. May I have this set, Miss Albee? They'd been introduced by Anwen Leeser, née Kearsley. He'd been the only gentleman to dance with Cressida that entire night. Unless, Dynevor said into the awkward silence she'd left, lost in her ruminations, you take exception at not having your auction seen through to completion, my lady. In which case I can inform Wakefield and no, she cried out, giddy with relief. She knew it. He had recognized Cressida. Please. No, Dave. He is. Eat, slapped her cheeks. It is perfect. She swiftly corrected herself. The Earl gave her another long look, and for a terrifying moment, Cressida believed she'd given herself away by revealing her abiding admiration and regard for Lord Wakefield. Finally, Lord Dynevor nodded. As you wish. Ironically, this had been the only dream she'd indulged in these years, the Earl of Wakefield. Never had she believed it might come true. As Cressida let herself inside the Juno-Jupiter room, she felt the proprietor's eyes boring a hole into her. The moment she'd shut the door behind her, Cressida rested her back against the elaborately painted panel. Her eyes slid shut. Benedict. Her heart thumped. And for the first time this night, terror wasn't the reason for its drumming. Lord Wakefield was, even now, on his way to Cressida. Biting at her lower lip, she fought and failed to keep a moan from slipping out. She'd not believed it possible, but the fire that had been set within her with the drug she'd taken burned like an all-out conflagration in thinking about Benedict. That wicked hungering no longer felt dirty, but directed at the one her heart had always pointed to. Tears filled her throat. Since she'd discovered her brother's requirement of her, Cressida had, in knowing she'd have to give herself to a stranger, been riddled with fear and horror. He'd saved her. What did she even say to him under such auspicious circumstances? A gentleman, such as the Earl of Wakefield, wouldn't have any idea of the horrid shameful acts people, such as her brother, were guilty of. Click. She opened her eyes and found him standing there. Her pulse picked up. Benedict. Without taking his eyes from her, studying Cressida in the same intent way he had during the bidding, Lord Wakefield pushed the door closed behind them and turned the lock. Funny all the fear she'd known this night should suddenly be forgotten. Lord Wakefield, she said, her voice husky with gratitude and a desire that had only strengthened the moment he stepped through the entryway. Color splotched his cheeks. I'm not a gentleman who takes part in such debauchery. Warmed at his being embarrassed by his presence here, she spoke on a rush. I know, my lord. Her hasty assurance seemed to have the opposite effect. His perfectly chiseled, hard lips tightened and tipped down at the corners. Take off your mask, he commanded. With fingers that shook, Cressida immediately complied. He looked at her as though she were a stranger. As I said, this isn't my usual taste in Bedsport, but I find myself making an exception for you. Then, as he walked slowly towards her, his words registered, as did the heated glint in his eyes, and the truth struck her square between the eyes. He wanted her in the physical sense. He'd come not to save her as she'd believed, but instead to claim her virginity. And what did it say about Cressida that the truth of it didn't break her, but left her feeling more alive than she'd ever felt in her entire life? That her body should come alive even more, and the temperature of the heat flowing in her veins soared. Lord Wakefield, Benedict. What was she to call him at a time like this? Stopped when they were less than a breath apart. Her body afire. She swayed closer, arching herself nearer so that his chest brushed her breasts. The barely there fabric she wore did little to conceal the breadth and power of his muscular chest. She couldn't stop herself from rubbing against him in a bid for relief or the wanton little whimper that slipped out. "I am sorry," she stammered, her face awash with mortified heat. This is all N knew. He touched a fingertip to her lips. A rogue's grin she'd never before seen him don curled his lips into a sensual masterpiece of male beauty. "You needn't feel ashamed." "Shame is all I should feel," she said miserably, her lower lip trembling. Lord Wakefield brushed the pad of his thumb over that flesh, and this time she fought to keep from rocking her hips against him. "Look at me." When she hesitated, Lord Wakefield caught her chin between his thumb and forefinger in a firm, commanding touch. He steered her gaze to his. "There'd be no shame. Not with me, sweet. Not with him." He spoke of himself being different than other men, and for Cressida, he always had been. Her throat moved wildly. On top of that, he'd added an endearment to his avowal. Just like that, she fell in love with him all over again. Lord Wakefield. No, Benedict. From this day forward, he'd only ever be Benedict. "Don't be afraid, little love," he murmured huskily. "I could never fear you, Benedict." His enigmatic blue eyes darkened. "I'm going to kiss you, little love." Little love. The promise of his words, the husk of his voice, and the latest endearment he spoke pulled another moan from her. I am not good at this. I've never been kissed before?" There was a smile in his voice. Cressida nodded jerkily. His rogue's grin deepened. "Then allow me, your first lover, to be the one to rectify that." Then, with an infinite tenderness, Lord Wakefield Benedict cupped Cressida about her nape, angled her head, and covered her lips with his. And it was everything she'd ever dreamed of hundreds of times when she'd been alone in her bed or across from him in a ballroom. Desperate for relief, desperate for him, she reached up and gripped him hard by the nape, pressing herself against him. His body stiffened. At her boldness, no doubt. She shriveled inside and sank back onto her bare toes, then curled them in shame. "Sorry," she whispered. "I'm behaving like a want." Benedict filled his right hand with her right buttock and squeezed hard, drawing her flush to his shaft. She gasped. "You are not to apologize this night, sweet," he purred silkily, rubbing himself against the flat of her belly. The steel-like feel of him caused an even greater tightening between her legs, and she moaned. Her hips moved reflexively and wildly. He chuckled. As he lowered his head, she lifted her mouth to again take his kiss, but he buried his lips against her neck. His hot breath, tinged with brandy, was a warm soft that further fanned her reckless desire. "There's my good girl." He whispered his praise against her skin, and then sucked the flesh where her pulse pounded. Cressida cried out. Her legs collapsed, but he rooted his hand more firmly under her buttocks and anchored her against his hardness. This time, Benedict took her mouth in a violent kiss, devoid of all his earlier tenderness, and her body burned for him so that she craved the ferocity of this embrace. With her desire for him, and the longing she'd carried for years for him, Cressida let herself go, and opened her mouth and self to Benedict completely. The women who'd spoken about physical desire at the Mismatched Society insisted women should feel no shame over their physical desires, and they'd even shared readings about how a woman could touch herself. Too afraid her brother would discover those materials and beat her for her wickedness, Cressida gently demurred. And yet now, no book was needed. Cressida's body took over, and she instinctively grabbed Benedict's left hand and brought it between her legs, guiding him to where she needed him most. At his errant husky chuckle, lost within her mouth, her shame proved great, and yet the feelings he roused proved far greater. She faintly registered him guiding her backwards, and then the mattress was coming up to meet her, and Benedict was following her onto the cloud-like bedding. The satin sheets were cool against her exposed skin. "I want to see all of you, sweetheart," he whispered between kisses. "May I?" Cressida knew if she said no, he'd honor her decision. The fact that he had the restraint and honor to do so only further inflamed her, and her need to have him in this most intimate way. All the while, he slanted his hard lips over her softer ones. She felt his fingers expertly untying the laces at the front of her peignoir, and then along the side, until the strings fell away and the fabric sagged. Instead of sliding the garment overhead, Benedict guided the wisp of fabric past her shoulders, down her waist. As he undressed her completely, he refused to relinquish her mouth, and she was so very grateful to him for it. At last, Benedict lay beside her. He slipped a merciful hand between her legs and petted the place where she so badly hurt. Cressida whimpered. "Bloody hell, you are so wet for me," he rasped, with such adamance as if to be the highest praise. At his naughty words, her hips took on a life of their own. She bit at her lower lip and buried it against his shoulder. At his seeing her like this, a wild hedonistic animal, she wanted to die. But Cressida would die if she didn't find a break from her untenable suffering. Even with her eyes tightly shut, in her mind, he was all she saw. Benedict, the Earl of Wakefield, big, powerful, blonde-haired god of respectability, power, strength, and goodness. He pressed the heel of 4 fingers against her. "I'm going to die," she wept. "You aren't, little love." He breathed against her lips. "I won't allow that. Do you trust me?" Cressida managed a shuddering nod. More than anything." And she did. The fire in his eyes blazed brighter. Lowering his head, he took the embarrassingly large pebbled tip of her right breast deep into his mouth and sucked hard. Cressida screamed, shooting her hips up and grinding herself against his fingers. Gritting her teeth, she rode his hand. And there was no shame. There'd be time enough for that later, and no doubt, plenty of it. She remained tunneled on the hot, unrelenting ache between her legs. It was exquisite and agonizing, all at the same time. It called to her, demanded all her focus. Then she began to climb. Higher and higher, to an unceasing precipice. Benedict continued to coax with his fingers. Cressida's desperation grew. Wrapping her arms about Benedict's neck, she gripped him tightly. Some part of her feared this ascent could never bring her to a point that would quench this primal, inexplicable yearning. The brutal hunger in his eyes turned his dark blue eyes nearly black. His gaze bore through her soul, penetrating her. And Cressida knew with a woman's intuition, he would not leave her in this maddened state. He would save her. He would spare her. Benedict palmed her breast. As natural as rain in spring, Cressida squeezed her thighs tight around his hand, determined to keep him there. Every shred of embarrassment, modesty, and shock vanished as she became tunneled on finding relief in his arms. He ran the pads of his thumb over each nipple, stroking them lightly at first. His caress grew increasingly determined, bolder, more demanding, even violent, which only added to her frenzy. The burning sensation inside grew and grew. Her raspy breathing combined with his equally ragged one. Benedict continued to toy with her nipples. She moaned, her speech failing her, her desire robbing her of words. "Have you ever had your nipples played with before?" he asked almost casually. Too far gone with longing to be scandalized by the question, Benedict put to her. Cressida shook her head wildly. Benedict lightly tugged the oversensitive tips. He made a sking sound. "I'll have you say it, little love. Has any man before me played with these big nipples of yours?" "No," Cressida cried out. Benedict pulled at them, and she hissed through her teeth. "Ah." This time, he sounded playful. "You'll like it rough too." Cressida preferred it anyway as long as he touched her. If she had the ability to get full sentences out, she'd have said as much. Benedict chuckled, his laugh too rough to be actual amusement. "What a delightfully naughty thing you are." She arched her hips, furiously grinding herself against him, knowing the fingers he stroked her with would be the answer to her prayers, the surcease from her suffering. Her body continued to climb toward some unknown goal, one she'd die if she did not attain. "Please, help me, Benedict," she wept. "How pretty you beg," he said soothingly. Then, while continuing to drive his fingers inside her at a steady pace, Benedict leaned down, took the swollen peak of her right breast between his lips, and sucked hard. It was the answer to her prayers. A flash of light appeared behind Cressida's eyes, blinding her. Somewhere within, she heard sobbing, cursing, and hissing, and barely recognized the voice as belonging to her, but the hoarseness of her throat from those animalistic cries marked them as Cressida's. At last, she found that glorious pinnacle. "That's it!" Benedict shouted, to make himself heard over her wild keening. "Come for me, sweetheart. Just like you are." Chapter 4. His talented lover having reached her completion, Wakefield ceased stroking her eager cunny. His pulse pounded like a drum in his ears, and he stood, determined to have some distance between himself and the fiery siren. This sensuous beauty not only knew him, but commanded his name and insisted on using it. It was as he'd sensed out there in the gaming hall floor, when she'd been paraded across that stage she'd wanted him all along. Which meant they'd given her his name, or she knew him well enough to know his given name. That distasteful realization penetrated his desire and ushered in the first of two belated reservations. Towering over the four-poster bed, Wakefield contemplated the hot wanton sprawled upon the now rumpled red satin sheets. Her trim, lithe body flushed a delightful red from her release. Her chest heaved wildly from the force of her orgasm. Her cream-white breasts, that modest flesh a tantalizing juxtaposition against the rest of her olive-hued skin, were high and proud, so delicate in size as to fit just perfectly into his palms. But it was her slender, graceful lower limbs. Her sleek, supple legs, splayed as they were, left the downy thatch of curls between her thighs as an invitation. Wakefield briefly closed his eyes. He'd forever prided himself for his restraint, his self-control, and inability to be tempted or weakened, the way every other peer in polite society was. Now, with his celestial goddess beckoning, Wakefield at last had a taste of what brought men to their knees. Staring at her intently as he did, his gaze caught and held on the slight but telltale shift of her hips. The lady did her best to conceal her movements, but her efforts were empty. She began to move. She rolled onto her side to hide that slight rock and sway of her supple hips. Then she began to reach between her legs. His earlier resolve and suspicions flagged under the insurmountable weight of his lust. His shaft throbbed and ached. "I didn't please, my little love," he teased, his voice husky. His lover didn't bring herself to face him. "No." Wakefield's eyes flared. "Yes." His lusty partner swiftly corrected herself. His lips twitched. Only when he stood and removed his boots, tossing them aside, did the lady lift her incredibly long, tear-spiked blonde eyelashes and look at him. "Do you want to pleasure yourself?" he asked, inflamed with the image that immediately slipped into his mind. "No." "It's fine if you do." Wakefield lifted an elbow. "I'll be all too happy to watch you as you do, sweet." The long, graceful line of her throat worked. "I feel those feelings again," she whispered. "Those feelings." Another delicate blush stained her high cheeks. "You know." He chuckled. "Yes, I do." His amusement faded. The blood in his veins thickened. "I want you to say what it is you want." She bit at her lower lip. "Tell me," he demanded sharply. "Tell me you want to come, love. Tell me it's my cock and fingers you want stroking your quim." "I can't say those things," she whispered. Wakefield tossed his head back and laughed. "God, you are delightful." Returning to the bed, he followed his praise with several masterful strokes of her aching center. Ever so grateful, the lively piece sent her hips flying up and shoved herself against his fingers. Like a benevolent master with his vassal, he stroked her tenderly, but at a pace that suited the agonized state of her desire. "Be Benedict," she panted, biting at her lower lip. "Please, don't sin down," she cried out when he ceased his movements. His expression hardened. Her continued use of his given name called on his restraint. "Do. You are not to share that I was here tonight," he said, delivering it as the icy warning he intended it to be. The lady looked sadly at him. Her raging desire dimmed, but it didn't fade completely. "I would never." He smiled a cynical smile. She appeared positively hurt he'd suggest as much. "Mine wasn't a question, sweet. It was a warning. If you mention any of what we've done here tonight, I'll destroy you just the same." Sitting up, she brought her knees close in a protective pose. Her still hungry gaze turned sad. "Do you truly believe you'd be destroyed?" she asked softly, with a bitter insight that penetrated his reservations. "Come, my lord, we both know you and I would never be held to the same standards." Yes, that was true. The tension left him. There came a far greater risk were she to expose her good name to the sin they'd both taken part in this night. "You sound resentful," he noted, loosening his cravat. His lover brought a blonde-brown eyebrow arcing up. "If our roles were reversed, wouldn't you be?" she countered. "Yes," Wakefield freely admitted. "It's hardly as he stopped himself." What in hell had brought him into a philosophical discussion with the game piece he was hungry to bed? This certainly marked a first in all his sexual encounters. His lover reached for the sheets. Wakefield fixed his hooded gaze on her. "Leave it, want?" He issued that silky directive as he removed his cravat. "I'm still going to fuck you the entire night through." He hawked the white silk scrap to the floor. His sensual actress called up a blush to rival the summer sunset. He flared his eyes in false shame. "I've offended you with my words." She didn't even bother trying to deny it. Tossing his head back, Wakefield laughed. "God, you are good at your part, sweet," he said, after he'd removed his lawn shirt. He caught the waistband of his trousers in both hands and shoved them down. He kicked the garment aside. His enigmatic lover slid her gaze slowly down, lower and lower, until it landed on the long ridge of his enormous erection. "Oh, my." Her throaty whisper contained a level of hunger that nearly swallowed him with lust. "Is mine the first cock you've seen, little love?" Her entire body went the same fiery shade as the lady's cheeks. "Yes." Wakefield repressed a grin, unwilling to be the player to break from the charade they played. He bowed his head in false penitence. "My apologies, sweet," he murmured. Climbing onto the high four-poster bed, he crawled over to her. "I should not be so crude," he whispered, that self-chastisement against her lips. They tangled with their mouths and tongues. Her fingers were instantly reaching up to draw him down to join her. The moment he came over and lowered his body over hers, she was instantly curling her legs around his thigh and rubbing herself against him. "Please," she moaned. "Is this what you want, ma petite siren?" He purred, and again palmed her already drenched, honeyed curls. She panted and lifted her hips into his hand, spurring him on. "Yes. Please help me." Her pleas nearly undid his ironclad restraint. He gritted his teeth, and it was all he could do to keep from being the one to end their game of pretend and bury his cock deep inside her sweet quim. Wakefield stared at her flushed face, gleaming with a delicate sheen. He'd not be the one to relinquish their show. This time, he slipped a single finger inside her sodden and surprisingly tight channel, and gave her another taste of what she craved. His lover moaned and rocked herself against that lone digit. He added another digit to her sheath. He hissed, "God, you are so tight." The force of his lust lent a harsh edge to his voice. She answered with a desperate, plaintive cry. "But this isn't what you truly crave," he purred. Wakefield continued to stroke her over and over, and she undulated her hips like one receiving benediction. "What you really want is my cock buried in your sweet, hot cunny." Her sweat glistened, flushed cheeks pinkened all the more. Burying her head against his shoulder in the shy little way she did, she nodded. All the while, she continued to rock herself against him, like the veritable wanton she was. Amused by her commitment to the act, he smoothed away his smile. "Ah, that's right. How can I forget? You are a virgin, are you not?" He teased her nub. Panting, his siren thrashed her head back and forth wildly on the satin pillow. Yes, she hissed for days. Inflamed, he continued to play with her clitoris. "I'm your first lover then." "Yes, Benedict." She keened. "There's only been you." Sweat beaded at his hairline. Now he understood the pull of the Devil's Den's latest show. He and his newfound partners would make a fortune in a week's time once the world had a taste of the debauched play Wakefield had discovered this night. Never had his lust for a woman proven the first, foremost, and primary focus over his business operations until Lady Orham. "Does my innocent girl want to feel my mouth on her?" She gasped. "Yes?" His lover lifted her mouth to his and kissed him like she was drowning, and soon she'd sucked him into the same eddy of desire. Drawing on the self-control he'd developed early on with past lovers, he made himself end the kiss. "Ah, but that's not what I referred to, sweet." Confusion clouded her eyes as he began sliding slowly down her body, trailing his lips and tongue while he went. The light sheen of perspiration glistening on her body was a potent aphrodisiac that threatened to drive him out of his head with lust. Wakefield stopped with his chin, brushing the apex of her lean, shapely legs. He blew lightly upon her damp curls. With a pain-filled moan, his responsive lover gripped the sheets on either side of her and clung like she was holding on for dear life. "Be Benedict?" The thready pitch to her sultry voice eased a primal smile of satisfaction from his lips. "You are so beautiful," he murmured huskily. God, she smelled of lust and salt and sin, and he'd never again have a restful night unless he tasted her. His lungs strained with the effort of control, but it was too much. She was too much. Wakefield buried his face between her creamy white thighs, rested his chin atop the silky sandy blonde curls shielding her mons, and rubbed. What are you doing, Benedict?" She sounded intrigued, hungry, and woefully shy, a perfect blend that propelled them deeper into their performance. "You've never been kissed this way, have you?" he murmured soothingly. Wakefield dropped a kiss upon the satiny softness of her inner thigh. He knew she shook her head in adamant denial, by the way her entire body rocked in time to that motion. Liar, et. Still, he was all too happy to keep the performance going for now. "I'm going to lick you here," he said thickly. Then he darted his tongue along her slit. Crying out, she jerked her hips up, and then swiftly lowered them back into the mattress. "I'm going to suck your folds like so," he proceeded to demonstrate. His magnificent lover jerked her cunny up to take what he only hinted at. He smiled against her curls. "I'm going to bury my tongue inside you." Then he proceeded to do just that. Wakefield stroked her once, twice, 3 times, until he found himself incapable of stopping. He worshipped at her core with an almost violence he'd never before felt with any other woman, stroking his tongue within her hot channel with the same ferocity and desire he would his cock. Forget half mad. She'd utterly upended him. Scooping her under her taut buttocks, he brought her closer to his mouth so he could better feast. This time, his lungs betrayed him. Her pleas peeled around the ceiling in his mind, driving him wild with her unrestrained ardor. His breathing came in wild billows, every intake a struggle, every exhale a growl befitting a beast. "Come for me, sweet." That order scraped through his clenched teeth. And at last, his lover did. Drenched in wanting, she came long and loudly, all slick, slippery, molten heat that coated his tongue. Drunk off the provocative, musky taste of her, Wakefield devoured her. The sounds of sex and lust filled his ears, and his body's temperature soared. His cock wept for the equally glorious state she'd achieved, or continued to achieve. She kept coming in a tidal wave that seemed to continue on forever. Rah. He'd prided himself on being a generous lover. But with her, here, right now, witnessing the fierceness of her orgasm, he wanted his own more than he'd wanted anything, even his name repaired and his honor restored. Anything to have some relief from the primitive hunger within him. She squeezed her legs around his head. "Don't stop," she implored. And for a long while, he didn't. He continued to service her until his restraint began to fracture. Wakefield moved up her body. His chest heaved, hungry for air, and he was even hungrier for her. "Christ," Wakefield hissed, his mouth filled with her breast. "I've never been with anyone as responsive as you. You are magnificent." It was both startling and disconcerting at the same time. If he weren't so burdened by an unflagging hunger, he'd have found some proper terror. He reapplied the same efforts to bringing his lover the greatest pleasure. He pressed the heel of his palm against her throbbing center. This time, her climax came faster, and just as hard. Arching her neck, the lady tossed her head back and screamed his name. She drove her hips into his fingers. She gripped his head, keeping him at her breasts. Sweat beaded on his body. Christ, if Wakefield didn't feel like a green lad with his first whore. Panting and gasping for breath, Cressida collapsed atop the folds of the mattress with Benedict still atop her. He remained that way, continuing to worship her nipples with his lips and tongue, lazily grazing the overly sensitive tips with his teeth. A shudder moved through her whole body, and he took that as his cue to stop. Wakefield dropped a final kiss atop first one breast, and then the other, and came off of her. His cock throbbed painfully, and he gritted his teeth to keep from coming there and then, and from nothing more than having brought her pleasure. What madness drove him? The illusion of her innocence proved so great that even after pleasuring the lusty wanton twice, her desire still took precedence before his own. Withdrawing his hand from between her legs, he rolled away from his paramour and worked to gather a second wind. When he fucked her completely and thoroughly, then he'd find himself free of the spell she'd cast over him. He was sure of it. Chapter 5. Cressida's heart raced. What did men and women do after such an outrageously intimate act? She expected him to roll to the other side of the bed and sleep, but he merely drew her against his side. Cressida's breath continued to come in ragged spurts. While she came slowly back down to earth, she draped a hand over her brow. She'd never felt anything like this, as though her body had awakened from a dormant slumber she'd not been aware of, only to come to life in an explosion of lights, colors, and sound. Her friends had spoken of this moment at their meetings over on Waverton Street. With the detail they'd gone into about relations between men and women, Cressida had been horrified at most and dubious at best as to how any of that could be the otherworldly experience they made it out to be. In fairness to her friends, there hadn't been any words they could have used to describe love-making that would have done the magic that had taken place here with Benedict Justice. Cressida turned her head and found his eyes tightly shut. She used the moment to study him. His body glistened with a faint sheen of sweat, transforming each expertly crafted sinew of his muscular body into an exquisite work of art. The chiseled planes of his chest muscles tapered to reveal abdominal muscles so defined as to be divided into 6 parts. It was as though he felt her stare upon him. Benedict pulled her closer into his muscular frame, slick with sweat. Burrowing into him, Cressida wrapped her right arm around his waist. He touched his lips to the top of her head. It added. Have you ever touched a man, sweetheart, the way I touched you? He asked huskily. Despite all the ways he touched, caressed, and licked her, Cressida timidly shook her head. Another one of those desire-filled chuckles shook his frame. His thickly hooded lashes dipped. Do you want to, my lady? When she realized she was, in fact, the lady he addressed, Cressida nodded with a shameful exuberance. Where did that eager bobbing of her head come from? What manner of wanton had she become? Benedict took her hand lightly in his and guided it between their bodies, his hard and contoured and chiseled muscle, and hers dainty, soft, and so much smaller than his broad, powerful strength. He placed her palm over his rampant member. With her previous embarrassment forgotten, Cressida stared in transfixed awe at his member. He was gloriously endowed, long, thick, slick as satin, but as hot and hard as steel. Like this, he murmured, closing her fingers in a fist around him. With an intuition as old as Eve, Cressida gripped him firmly. She would have worried she'd hurt him, but given the rock-like hardness of him, she believed that an impossible feat. Tentatively, she took her time to learn the feel of him. The air grew more charged, her body thrummed, and then she held perfectly still as reality came rearing its big, ugly head. She knew very well how this ended with him putting this ridiculously huge instrument inside her. Suddenly dubious, Cressida lifted her concerned eyes to his lust-filled ones. You are so... She tried to find the way to say it without making a complete embarrassment of herself. He pressed a tender kiss along her temple. Yes? Big, she whispered. Too big. Are you certain this will fit inside me? In her opinion, the odds were doubtful to impossible. With a strained, pain-sounding laugh, Benedict rested his brow upon hers. I'm glad I've amused you, she mumbled, making to remove her hand. On the contrary, ma petite, you are a treasure. His silky praise was too raw and real to be feigned, and it sent heat spiraling inside her. It did not, however, erase Cressida's worry. It occurs to me you've still not said whether it will work, she muttered. Which gives me reason to doubt your... Benedict slid his hand between her legs and slipped his fingers into her damp curls. The moment he glided them through the slight nest, he eased them inside her soaked channel, and Cressida's body responded. It will work, he said, his voice strained and primally raw. It will work because your body was made for my cock. It craves it. You crave it. His words combined with the mastery with which he worked his long fingers sucked her away in an eddy of desire. For even though she remained a virgin for now, she knew he spoke the truth. With his spare hand, Benedict guided her palm back around his velvety member. He leaned in and whispered against her ear. Now, touch me while I touch you. Like a skilled instructor schooling her on the art of lovemaking, Benedict guided her with the naughtiest of instructions. Then tug on me. No, more of a stroke. Stroke me. He showed her the motion. Slow at first. Yes, Just like that. He kissed her temple. You learn quick, little love. Even as Benedict teased her aching center, Cressida remained centered in the effect she was clearly having on him. His countenance turned pain. His beautifully hard mouth tautened. It became too much. Frantic, she pulled harder and faster at his length. You've got it. He heaped praise upon her. His baritone, gruff and low, hinted at a man whose desire for her was as great as hers was for him, and something in that brought her defenses down. Slower, he coached. Yes, that's it. Grip me harder. Panting, she drove her hips into his hands and stroked him while he stroked her. Benedict opened his eyes. Through the heavy desire in those blue depths, they glinted with a strained amusement. Ah, my beautiful kitten likes touching me too. As forbidden as his prediction proved to be, the truth within them was greater. Cressida couldn't meet his knowing and faintly gloating expression. She hid her face against his side and stroked him in the way he tutored her. Pride be damned! Cressida remained powerless to the need within her that sent her hips bucking against his palm. Benedict? Something was happening to her. Some overwhelming feeling she'd never experienced, let alone identify or name, came over her. Surely, she was on the cusp of death. Ma Petite is ready to go again, is she? His teasing voice emerged low and husky. When she stole a peek at him, she caught the unforgivingly hard grin on his beautifully formed mouth. His smile hadn't always been so empty. There'd been a time when it had been full and sincere and almost shy. From afar, she'd witnessed him bestow that gift upon so many others, once even Cressida, back when they'd first been introduced. She'd mourned its eventual transformation, and remained painfully aware of the reason for the death of his beautiful smile. Never had she missed it more than she did in this moment. And here she believed there could be no emotion she felt more painfully this night than horror, terror, and desire. But here it was. Humiliation, deep, soul-crushing humiliation. She jerked her attention back to his shoulder. She couldn't look at him, but neither could she stop driving herself against his masterful fingers. Look at me. His voice, low and faintly feral, commanded, leaving Cressida with no other choice but to obey. You'll feel no shame in what we do here. Is that clear? Somehow, she managed to nod. Intuitively, the speed with which she stroked him grew more urgent. Her grip upon him tightened. His eyes clenched shut. Benedict groaned and rocked his hips into her hand. Yes, just like that, he urged, faintly pleading. God, you are so good. The hungering that had turned her into an animal, now easily identifiable, threatened to break her apart. Moaning and crying, she moved wildly against his hand, desperate for another release. All she knew was that only Benedict could help save her. Please, she sobbed, grinding herself against his fingers. I'm on fire, Benedict. Just as she knew, if he didn't help her and soon, she'd surely die in his arms. This had gone on long enough. When it came to bed sport, he was as much a master of restraint and self-control as he was in his business dealings. But this libidinous bit had pushed Wakefield to his limit. His breath coming in savage spurts, he climbed astride her. Wedging a knee between hers, he parted her and lay between her sweet thighs to worship at the altar of her womanhood. All the while, the wanton beauty gazed adoringly up at him with a warring trust and hunger. My cock is the first you've ever taken inside you, he said throatily, sliding himself gradually inside her, inch by bloody agonizing inch. As gone as Wakefield himself, she closed her eyes and made some incoherent reply as she took him. Sweat beaded at his brow. His muscles strained. You are so bloody tight, he marveled and praised. I've never felt one tight as yours. I want you, Cressida, she supplied, like he'd been actually looking for that personal form of address, which he hadn't. Cressida, not Lady Orham. Now, his burning lover had an actual name. It added a layer of intimacy to an act that was purely primitive and primal in nature. A layer that he didn't want. Wakefield took her mouth in a quick, hard, punishing kiss, and ended it just as she opened her lips to receive him. I was going to say, mon Mimi, he breathed, shifting his attention to more hedonistic grounds. Filling a palm with one of her small, pert breasts, he guided the gentle swell to his mouth. You have beautiful nipples, he praised. All the while, he kept sliding deeper and deeper into her folds, sinking himself. With a Herculean effort, she lifted her long lashes. "Do I?" she asked languorously. He gently kissed one erect point and then the other. "Oh, yes." Dreamily, she sighed. "I never knew nipples could be beautiful." A low laugh shook his frame. She played the part of sweet young virgin to a T. Wakefield committed himself more deeply into their charade. "Yours are the most handsome ones I've ever seen, Mon Mimi." "Indeed." "Ah." Her query climbed as he sucked the pretty pink peak deeply. He came off her with a little pop. "Indeed," he finished for her. Wakefield alternately swirled the tip of his tongue around the pebbled flesh and then blew upon her satiny soft skin. She sighed. He felt her arms come up. His brilliant lover tangled her fingers in his hair and held him at her breast, keeping his mouth where she wanted it. "This is everything I dreamed it would be with you," she confided huskily. "No, it's that and even more." His blood burned hot. "You've dreamt of this, then?" "Yes." "Shy-like." She nodded. "Well, of you." "When?" "When?" he demanded, lost in their production. "In ballrooms?" "Yes," she said, demurely lowering her eyes. "And in parlors and receiving rooms." Wakefield raked his hungry gaze over her person. A hiss exploded from between his lips. "God, you are remarkable. What an actress you are." Confusion creased the space between her arched, imperious eyebrows. "I'm not an actress," she protested. "That's right," he soothed. "You're an innocent lady who longs to have me inside her." "Wow." "Yes. Only you." Her luminous eyes glowed with such truth, it terrified the hell out of him for only a moment. "I want you to be the one, Benedict." His pulse thundered in his ears. He was lost. Tossing his head back, he buried himself to the hilt inside her. Cressida cried out. "You!" Surprise and pain wreathed her features. Wakefield tensed. This added too much to their performance. Wakefield fastened his hands upon her slim hips. "I don't want to pretend anymore." He dug his fingers into her pliable, silken flesh. She lifted hungry eyes to his. "And me neither." "Are?" "Good. They were alike on that score." "I'm going to fuck you," he purred. "I'm going to bury my big cock so deep inside you. Sweet, you won't be able to tell where I end and you begin." To give a taste of what he promised, Wakefield withdrew and then guided the tip of his shaft inside, this time more slowly. She may not be a virgin, but he was a big man, and her sheath, though dripping wet, was narrow. Despite their mutual vow to end the act, she blinked wildly and her lips quivered. Lust sent his nostrils into a full flare. Perhaps he'd allow the pretense to go on a bit longer. "You haven't felt anything like this before, have you, mon mignon?" his lover moaned. Using her body to urge him on, she shifted her hips back and forth. He chuckled. "You have then?" "Never," she whispered shyly. "Shall I stop?" "Noon." He withdrew again. As anticipated, she held him more tightly. "I'll die if you do." His droll amusement proved entirely short-lived. Wakefield exhaled sharply. "Like a bloody glove you are." He could very nearly believe her maiden-like avowal. Her wet, molten heat, however, eased his way and bespoke a woman well accustomed to making love and luxuriating in the pleasure it brought her. "It's like your body was made for mine," he said, his breath coming in hard, fast spurts. "Do you want this?" he demanded, fully committed to their performance. "Tell me now, or I will stop forever." "Please don't stop," she wept. "I want you. And I need you," Bene with his mouth. Wakefield swallowed the rest of his name on her lips. Then, in one smooth glide, he buried himself Balax deep inside his lusty bed partner. Tossing her head back, she cried out. Wakefield went still inside her. God, had it ever felt as good being inside a woman as it did being inside this one? He placed a conciliatory kiss upon her lips and then trailed his lips in slow worship along her neck, then continued his path to her quivering breasts. "I'm sorry," he said soothingly. The enchantress glided her fingers through his hair. "No," she said timidly. "I wanted you to. It feels so very good. You feel good inside me." To reward both her act and her honesty, Wakefield took her right nipple deep into his mouth and sucked. He let their game continue on until he could no longer skillfully do so. "Hold on tight, love," he whispered. "I'm going to give you the ride of your life. I'm in no power, and Ishabagas. I'm Zion Zabatiwedku. I am high." In a move as old as Eve, and in the ways of all skilled courtesans, she wrapped her legs about his waist. His breath hitched. How had he failed to appreciate a pair of trim, athletic thighs before this moment? Sinking his fingers sharply into her narrow hips, he began to move. After some hesitancy, she easily took up the rhythm. Wakefield eased himself inside his lover's sweet channel over and over again, wanting the moment to last forever. But he was too hungry, too desperate to spend. His climax beckoned, but still, he fought it. He gritted his teeth. "Come for me again," he ordered. And she did, wailing and moaning like nothing more than his command could bring her to ecstasy. And as her exquisite channel gripped at him, spasming around him, Wakefield could fight no longer. Bellowing his lust to the Roman god and goddess of love overhead, he came on a violent explosion, spurting within the sweet folds of his lover's body. Chapter 7. Click. Cressida stared at the painted Juno-Jupiter door panel Benedict exited through. Her pulse thudded dully in her head. She didn't move. She couldn't. Cressida couldn't breathe. She feared if she let so much as a single thought free in her mind, she'd break down, collapse, and never recover. "He doesn't know me," she whispered. Which meant he'd purchased Cressida, and he'd done so because he'd taken her for an actual whore. Her mind filled with all the words he'd uttered while they made love. "It will work because your body was made for my cock. It craves it. You crave it." From the moment Benedict entered these wicked rooms, everything he'd said had been part of an act. "Does my innocent girl want to feel my mouth on her?" His reassurances. "Don't be afraid, little love." His very praise. "You are so beautiful, sweet." His every utterance, now that she had a clear head and shattered heart, made all too much sense. "Tell me you want to come, love. Tell me it's my cock and fingers you want stroking your quim. I'm still going to fuck you the entire night through." His every endearment. "Little love. Sweetheart. Ma petite siren." All of it. A sharp ache settled behind her ribs. He believed her to be a skilled courtesan merely pretending she was a virgin. She'd suffered all manner of hurt in her life, but realizing the gentleman whom she admired, respected, and loved nearly forever, and who'd made love to her in both gentle and mind-shattering ways, had no clue as to her identity, and still didn't, was a new pain unlike any other. An uncontrollable tremor overtook her body, so violent her teeth chattered. To Benedict, Cressida might as well have been any other lover, or any other whore. Cressida made the mistake of letting herself inhale too deeply through her nose, and instantly regretted it, because then she couldn't bring herself to stop. Her breaths came harder, faster, in a too-prompt succession, each one a painful, ragged gasp. Exhaling proved an even more excruciating chore. Her body shook with the force it took to expel air from her tightly constricted lungs. Anguish brought her crumpling to her knees, leaving her face to face with the bed in the same way she had done as a girl, when reciting her nightly prayers and sending her requests skyward to God. Only, as a grown woman who'd been emotionally decimated, Cressida now knew with absolute surety there was no God. A sob tore from her chest, and she caught the end of that misery in her fist, fighting her tears with everything she had. If she gave in, and allowed herself to cry as she wanted, she'd never be able to stop. And if she couldn't stop, she'd be trapped in this hellish place, and in an even more hellish nightmare. One made all the worse by the fact that it was, in fact, her reality. "Stop," Cressida harshly ordered herself to some restraint. "Don't do this now. Not here." "Yes. It'd be far better to wait until you return home and wallow in your misery before a triumphant Stanley and his Baroness." That thought wrenched another bitter sob from Cressida's throat. "Stop. Dot. Stop. Dot. Moi. Stop. Dotty moi. You have to stop," she pleaded with herself. Through her sorrow came her nursemaid's familiar guidance. "Breathe, girl. You focus on breathing, because that's all you can control." Trudy first gave Cressida that advice, when Cressida learned her beloved mother had died. She'd been besieged by such sorrow. She'd been sure her heart was attacking her. "Breathe, girl. You focus on breathing because that's all you can control. Steadied some. Cressida buried her face in the mattress. The white silk sheets she and Benedict made love upon repeatedly were still warm with the heat left by their bodies. Her lower lip quivered. They also happened to be the same satin sheets Benedict looked upon with utter horror and revulsion. Her chest hitched. Moments ago? Hours ago? Her teeth began to chatter and her body broke out into a cold sweat. It appeared her wise old friend happened to be wrong about something after all this time. Cressida had no control over anything. Not even her own breath. She darted panicked eyes around the room. She had to get out of here, but where to go? The moment she returned home, her brother and his wife would be there, both eager and ready to hand her over to some ancient duke, who'd certainly bought whatever debt Stanley built an impossible sum. Resentment and fury grew in the place where pain previously only existed, and Cressida feasted on that white-hot anger. From it, she found strength, a strength she desperately needed to survive. And what will you do after having these debts resolved, brother? She thought to herself. Go spend through even more money. In the end, Cressida's sacrifice would be for naught. As much as she wished to run and keep on running to some impossible place that didn't exist, a far-off land where her brother could never find her, the fact remained she didn't have that luxury. For Trudy's sake, Cressida needed to return. Cressida didn't have any luxuries. Her beloved friend and former nursemaid, Trudy, had even less. Cressida needed to return for no other reason than because Trudy wouldn't survive there on her own, and Cressida would sooner slice her own limbs off than leave the old woman. Focus on Trudy. As long as she did, Cressida was in control of something, and that kept her stable. Armed with an actual purpose, Cressida managed to steady herself. Cressida didn't have to marry the man Stanley, and his Baroness had selected for her. There'd been plenty of times in the dead of night, with Stanley at one of his clubs and his goons sleeping off the cheap spirits he'd imbibed, when Cressida and Trudy had plotted ways to get themselves out from under the Baron's thumb. But this time? They truly had no choice. She and Trudy darned socks, and had done so for years. Granted, they'd only made pennies. But after Cressida's latest life heartbreak, this time at the hands of Benedict Adamson, the Earl of Wakefield, there couldn't be anything worse. They'd find a way to scrape by. No, you won't. And worse, you can't. Not even Cressida's inner self would allow her a reprieve. She shut her eyes tightly. No respectable employer would bring on a woman of Trudy's advanced age. Between her tired eyes and life-weathered hands, the former nursemaid couldn't work in most of the basic ways she once had. There was no way out for Cressida. There was especially no way out for Trudy. There was no way out for any woman. They were trapped. Every breath she drew came inordinately loud in her ears. She couldn't stand being here 1 minute longer. She didn't want to return home. But if she stayed here 1 second longer, she'd shatter into a million pieces. Just as Benedict had done, she hastily rushed about the room, pillaging her garments. Unlike his wrinkled but still respectable articles, Cressida found herself staring at outrageously indecent pieces she could not don, at least not again, and definitely not in the light of day. Her frantic gaze clapped on the armoire across the room. Cressida made a beeline for it and tossed the doors open. Sure enough, the garment she'd arrived in lay, hung within the cupboard. There was also a folded package. She hesitated a moment. It contained her name, or at least it contained the fictional name she'd gone by. Whatever it was belonged to her. With unsteady fingers, she ripped open the package and revealed a gown, a day dress to be exact. Unlike the scandalous one she'd been made to wear last night, this piece was a respectable muslin dress, striped blue and white with a modest neckline. Amusement built inside her throat. It appeared the Earl of Dynevor gave parting gifts to the women who took part in his wicked games here at his debauched club. Forget the tears of before. It was all she could do to keep from tossing her head back and roaring with hilarity. Cressida hurled the gown to the floor and stepped on it as she reached inside to collect her tattered and aged articles. She reached for her shoes and then stopped. At the bottom of the armoire, there sat a pair of functional leather boots, functional and brand new eyed white. Cressida closed her eyes, hating herself for being so pathetic and pitiful as to kneel down and take those precious shoes. She needed them. She darted her gaze back to the gown. She also needed funds. Cressida found herself looking over her shoulder to the velvet purses Wakefield left behind. Payment for a whore was different than a parting gift, she told herself, as she gathered up the dress left by Lord Dynevor. At least, this could be sold. At least she hadn't sold herself for it. After washing herself with the basin of clean water and cake of soap that had been set out at some point, she dressed. Before she could talk herself out of it, Cressida recovered Dynevor's gift and held it close like the cherished lifeline it was. She paused and looked at herself in the mirror. Her haunted gaze stared, reflected back in the window pane, in the bevel mirror. "You are so beautiful. You are a treasure." How sincerely he'd uttered his praise. They now whispered and danced around her mind like the greatest taunt. Cressida pulled a face. "What an utter fool you are." The fact remained. The man who'd taken her virginity hadn't been cruel or unkind. He'd been gentle at first, but his lack of restraint and the way in which he'd made love to her later in the night made sense. He hadn't believed she'd really been a virgin, but even so, he'd still put her desire first before his own. His had been a gift, in its own way, the greatest gift. He hadn't been violent or selfish or cruel as any other man who'd bought her might have been. Her throat wobbled. Selfishly, however, she just wanted more. She'd wanted the ultimate dream. She'd wanted it all to be real. Again, tears threatened. Cressida gave her head a hard shake. She couldn't afford to think about him, and what could have been. No, it had only ever been what she'd wanted it to be. There'd be plenty of time enough later to weep. Cressida remembered to don her mask. Then, hurrying to the door, she left just as Benedict did without taking another look at the scene of their sin. The moment she was in the hall, Cressida looked left and right. Recalling the path she'd taken the night prior, she continued on that exact path. She concentrated on the directions in her mind, going over and over the layout, anything to keep her from thinking about Benedict. The violent sound of raised voices stopped Cressida in her tracks. She frowned. No, those weren't just raised voices. Distinct shouting spilled from the western hall, all the way down to the east corridor. Outrage lent that deep baritone that would follow Cressida forever, an even deeper timbre. Benedict. Yet again, she came to, if not see, witness a new side of him enraged. Cressida shivered. Many years ago, she'd learned a vital lesson. When one heard violent shouting, run. Run as far away and as fast as one could. 1 second of hesitation cost a woman. And the outcome? It wasn't anything good, but, instead, everything destructive and painful. Even with that life's experience ingrained into her, Cressida could not bring herself to leave. The tumultuous argument between Benedict and what sounded like Lord Dynevor strangely called to Cressida more than escape. Cressida needed to know what Benedict now said about her. "Are you sure you really want to know?" That same jeering inner voice of before mocked Cressida. She'd been a coward many times in her life, until she'd eventually figured out, hiding from the truth or pain didn't save her from suffering. Cressida sneaked another look about and found herself still alone. Lord Dynevor had guards everywhere. With that reminder fresh in her mind, guiding her movements, she proceeded cautiously. As she did, she continued sneaking glances, watching for the eyes she knew existed inside the Devil's Den, until she reached the end of the hall that directly led to the quarrel unfolding. "God damn it!" Benedict was shouting. "You said the women in the auction were—" Lord Dynevor raised his voice loud enough for Cressida to gather some of what he was saying. But he was still not quite so volatile as to demonstrate the self-control he currently had over Benedict. "Do you know what you've done to me? The danger you've put me in?" Wakefield raged. Cressida leaned in closer. Wait, did the Earl of Wakefield believe he was in some kind of danger? For a minute, she believed he was joking, and Cressida nearly laughed her first laugh in longer than she could recall. Or maybe that was part of your plan. Wakefield raised his voice again to a near roar. "A means to control my—" Staggered, she drew back. "My God, he is serious." Him, the same gentleman who'd taken her virginity, and, as he'd said, possibly gotten her with child, was worried about himself. She'd spent all these years lauding him as some kind of hero in her head, only to find him very much like every other man, in every way that mattered. She felt empty, scraped clean by sorrow. "Can I help you, miss?" Gasping, Cressida spun. "Ow. E." Her stomach dropped, like a stone. The guard Molly. His features were as impassive as they'd been last night. Cressida wondered if he was capable of either smiling or frowning. In truth, Molly needn't move a facial muscle. Not when his silvery glacial blue eyes contained all the emotion he needed. In this case, his gaze glinted with suspicion. Perhaps if Cressida weren't on the cusp of an emotional collapse, she might have feared him. In this moment, he represented salvation. "I need to get out of here," she said, barely holding herself together. "Please. I need to leave. See, can you help me?" Throughout his continued silence, Cressida's agitation redoubled. Her fingers tingled, and a cold sweat slicked her spine and palms. Her lungs began to close in. Molly passed an assessing stare over Cressida's frame. A light quaking had already settled in her limbs, and she fought to quell that telltale sign of her weakness. She anticipated his rejection, as she'd come to expect nothing else from men in life. "Follow me," he said, startling Cressida. Maybe there was more than an empty shell who watched over this place. Her shoulders sagged with relief. "Thank you." Molly gave no indication he'd heard Cressida express her gratitude. While he escorted her from the hall, nothing changed in the somber man's demeanor. He remained as aloof as he'd been during all their brief interactions. But for one difference, the guard had transformed into her guardian. Likely he didn't see it that way and wouldn't, but for Cressida, anyone who could spring her from this place was next to godly. When they reached the end of their destination, Cressida stopped. He'd not taken her to the entrance she'd arrived at last evening. Dumbly, she looked around the kitchen. Uniformed servants who may as well have been plucked from the King's Place, chefs, cooks, bakers all bustled about. Any other time, she'd have marveled at her surroundings. Early on, when her brother let their staff go to spare expenses, he'd ordered Cressida to cook and bake in their stead. It hadn't taken long for her to realize the kitchens were a sanctuary, a place of escape for the simple fact her brother would never show his face down there. "Sit here." Molly grunted. "A meal will help," she distantly recognized, as if staring at somebody else from afar, herself sitting, and a plate being presented before her. A plate of eggs and sausage links and buttered biscuits. Her mouth watered. Oh my God. When was the last time she'd had food such as this? When was the last time she'd had anything other than gruel or stale bread? Any other time, she'd devour every last bite. Yet everything betrayed her because at the prospect of swallowing anything, her stomach heaved. Cressida pushed the plate away and sat in wait for her carriage. Chapter 8. Wakefield dropped his hands on the front of Lord Dynaver's George II mahogany desk, the one elegant piece of furniture among the man's otherwise garish Gothic adornments, and glared at the insolent pup who occupied the gilded throne behind it. "My God, Dynevor," Wakefield whispered. "I'll make you pay for what you've done." No, and that wouldn't bring Wakefield anywhere remotely close to a satisfying punishment at what the bastard made Wakefield an unwitting part of. "I have no regrets, Benedict. You were the only man who I'd have ever wanted to give myself to this way." Wakefield slammed a fist down in a bid to drown out her tremulous voice at the exact moment Dynaver spoke. "Oh, do tell, Wakefield." The Earl flashed a cold half-smile. "What is it I've done exactly?" "I'm going to take you apart with my bare hands," Wakefield seethed. "And I'm going to enjoy it immensely." The proprietor appeared more bored than offended or terrified, the latter of which the younger gentleman should be, and would be. That was if he had a bloody brain in his arrogant head. Instead, the hot-headed Earl reclined in his chair and folded his arms behind his long, dark hair. "Oh, come, Wakefield. You can do better than that." Dynevor smirked. "Or, then again, you can't. I, on the other hand," the young pup smirked. "I know thousands of inventive ways to make you regret your insolence." Letting loose a full-throated roar, Wakefield swiped the other man's ledgers from his desk, sending them falling over the edge in a series of staccato thumps as they landed. "Is this a bloody joke to you?" This time, the look Dynevor gave Wakefield was that of distaste. "Calm down, Wakefield. Thought you had more self-control than this." He did. He had. His gaze zeroed in on the disgusted gentleman across from him. Wakefield narrowed his eyes. That was, Wakefield had been fully self-possessed until Dynevor and Cressida date. Straightening, Wakefield took a moment to collect himself. He'd always privately derided the gents with hot tempers and overblown reactions. Between Wakefield's descent into dissolution and grave mistake with Miss Cressida Smith, he'd found himself transformed into one of those dastardly fellows in every way, and overnight. Dynevor lifted his shoulders in a shrug. I can see how it's problematic to you, a priggish sort of fellow. So ye bedded the lady? Did ye force yourself on her? That question brought Wakefield up short. Certainly not, he snapped indignantly. His new business partner pressed him further. Did you show her a good time? The sounds of Cressida's cries and screams as she'd achieved climax after climax filled his head. Ow. But something in hearing the other man speak so casually and crudely about the lady, who until only last night had been a virgin, threatened to send his fury over the edge once more. I'll take that as a yes, Dynevor accurately inferred. Ah. He lifted his broad shoulders. I'd hardly refer to this situation as the disaster you're making it out to be. Situation. Wakefield's temperature climbed. Situation. He inhaled sharply through his nose, slowly trying to collect himself. His efforts proved futile. Situation, Dynevor? He ranted. Situation? His shouts echoed around the room and bounced off the walls and ceilings, mocking Wakefield with his lack of restraint. Releasing a thunderous bellow, he grabbed the desk, prepared to haul himself across the monstrous piece and deliver the violent beating the bastard deserved. Dynevor's office door exploded open with such force it crashed into the wall. Anticipating one of the formidable guards had come to save their first liege, Wakefield turned to take the threat down and stopped in his tracks. The stunned visitor glanced back and forth between the two men. Wakefield on top of the younger Earl's desk, and Dynevor still reclined as comfortable as if they'd been discussing ton events, and not what it was the other man about to catch the beating of his lifetime. Ah, the third partner, Mr. Lachlan Latimer, tall and broad as an oak, his street-toughened face bore nicks and scars that reflected the hardship he'd overcome, and also the reputation he'd earned for being a merciless guard one didn't cross. Latimer also happened to be Wakefield's brother-in-law, and the one who'd gotten Wakefield into this whole goddamned mess. Latimer found his footing. He caught the door handle and pulled the panel shut hard. What in the hell is going on here? Dynevor stood, calm enough now to register what a fool he must appear standing atop Dynevor's desk. Wakefield jumped down. Both Earls held their silence. Thick tension blanketed the room. Latimer continued, taking the situation in, looking back and forth between the two gentlemen. Surely, one of you intends to tell me what the hell is going. You want to know what the hell is going on? A fresh onslaught of rage sent Wakefield's voice rising once more. Why don't you fucking ask this one? He gestured angrily at the third member of their triumvirate. I didn't take your brother-in-law as the emotional sort, the young proprietor drawled. Horror brought Wakefield whipping back in the other man's direction. My God. This is a joke to you, Wakefield whispered. I wouldn't say it is a joke, the younger man clarified. Your behavior and reaction, on the other hand, Wakefield only made it 2 steps when his brother-in-law came flying over and caught Wakefield by the shoulders. He managed to wrestle free from the taller, stronger, more ruthless man. Hey, Latimer said, catching him again in a firmer hold that Wakefield couldn't shake free of this time. Will one of you explain what the hell is going on? Wakefield and Devonor exchanged looks. Wakefield's icy and blistering. The other proprietor, stony and mutinous, just like the goddamn child he was. A manipulative child at that. But what had he expected? He should have thought better, given the future Marquess was a known former arsonist. Is either of you going to say anything? Latimer exclaimed. Wakefield snapped another hand angrily in the young proprietor's direction. This one here ruined me. Trapped me. You both assured me the women taking part in the virgin auction are all eager wantons or Cyprians, and instead, Wakefield seethed, his rage growing with every part he shared. He gave me a virgin last night. A goddamned lady with innocent eyes, who was innocent in every way. Wakefield stopped himself from speaking, and drew in a shaky breath. Thoughts came tripping in all at once of the woman he'd left above stairs, Miss Cressida Smith, whom he'd fucked like a whore, and whose virginity he had inadvertently taken. His stomach revolted, and he closed his eyes, fighting back that sick feeling that had settled in his throat. Another horrifying thought slipped in. Oh God. She had been willing, hadn't she? He replayed their entire exchange and every passionate moment that passed between them last night. Horrified silence thundered in the wake of his admission. A stunned Latimer looked between both gentlemen, before finally finding his voice. "What is he talking about, Dynevor?" "Careful, Latimer," Dynevor cautioned. "Have care before you take sides against me in support of your half-mad brother-in-law, who can't get out a coherent sentence." The Earl sharpened his eyes into angry slits and leveled a warning stare on his partner. "It reads as disloyal, and given your history with noblemen and disloyalty, I won't tolerate a fool who questions me." A muscle twitched at the corner of Latimer's right eye, a subtle betrayal of his inner turmoil. Latimer was cool-headed enough to understand he was also in the wrong in his seeming to take sides. "My apologies." No man, least of all one of his standing, relished the reminder of his own missteps and mistakes. Among Latimer's was the trust he'd given his former partners, the Duke of Argyll, the Duke of Malden, and the Marquess of Rutherford from his previous club, Forbidden Pleasures. That trio of vaunted peers not only undermined Latimer, they'd supplanted him as head of security in favor of another nobleman. That betrayal had led to Latimer's partnership at the Devil's Den with the Earl of Dynevor, which in turn led to Wakefield's invitation to become a third proprietor. Wakefield's jaw rippled. That situation had placed Wakefield in the very quagmire of misfortune he found himself drowning in. "Can someone please explain it to me from the beginning?" Latimer asked quietly, this time with an impartiality in his voice. Wakefield took it upon himself to explain everything. From his business meeting with Dynevor at the auction, the enigmatic lady who'd been paraded across the stage as a pretend virgin, and how Wakefield awoke the following morning to discover his lover had in fact been a virgin in every sense of the word. The parts he took to leave out pertained to all the ways in which he'd taken Cressida Smith, and the greatest mistake he'd made, spilling his seed inside her multiple times. His gut clenched. After he'd provided an accounting, Wakefield found himself in a more even place when he spoke a word of warning to the young proprietor. "You want me as a silent partner, Dynevor. You said as much yourself." "How? What better way to ensure my silence than having me fuck a virgin? A lady from polite society?" The Earl of Dynevor's dark eyebrows lifted a fraction. Then, ever so slowly, Dynevor broke out into quiet applause that grew increasingly enthusiastic, leaving absolutely no doubt as to the young Earl's sincerity, or rather, the lack thereof. Wakefield stayed absolutely still through that protracted clapping, knowing the other man sought to get a rise out of him. "I have to hand it to you, Wakefield," he said, dryly. "That? Why, it is a level of ruthlessness that impresses even me. That you think I would let you have some woman I knew was a virgin to ensure your silence?" As Wakefield expected, only when Dynevor didn't get any reaction from Wakefield did he quit his clapping. A warning glint entered the young man's eyes. "Let me be clear, I'm not in the habit or in the business of dealing with actual virgins, and that goes for your bed partner last night. Blame me all you want. She was given the same choices as every other woman who frequents the club. She had free will to leave whenever she wanted. I gave her the instructions. I offered her another opportunity to leave after the auction. She had many opportunities to go." Dynevor shrugged. "She chose to stay." Wakefield scoffed. "An actual lady chose," Dynevor snapped. "To be here?" The Earl nodded. "No." Wakefield felt as if he'd been handed 1,000,000 puzzle pieces and instructed to put them in their proper places. Miss Cressida Smith insisted she knew him. She'd certainly spoken to Wakefield with a familiarity that suggested they moved in similar circles. Could she really have been a lady of the ton? What respectable woman would choose to stay? He mused aloud. Perhaps the lady is an actress? Latimer put forward the possibility. Even as he asked it, Dynevor's expression reflected back Wakefield's own skepticism. In terms of what the lady was thinking or feeling, she read like the pages of a script, so much so as to prove she wasn't an actress, at least not a talented one. From those revealing eyes to her transparent feelings, and the emotion-laden words that left her lips, Cressida Smith left a man with absolutely doubt as to her thoughts or emotions. He frowned. Unless it was just the opposite, and the lady possessed a talent for the stage, and some nefarious intentions brought her into the Devil's Den, and worse, into Wakefield's life. Or perhaps you're just grasping at straws. Wakefield put his focus back on Dynevor. Did the lady give any indication she knew me? The younger Earl hesitated. Wakefield saw that telltale pause, as did Latimer. Dynevor? His brother-in-law urged. Lord Dynevor frowned. After the close of the auction, I followed club policy and went to meet with the lady. I gave her the safety measures in place and allowed her another opportunity to leave if she'd changed her mind. At that point, I also gave her the name of her purchaser. Something about hearing the other man casually speak about Cressida sent his body into a full recoil. I didn't purchase her, he gritted out. Hearing it stated in such vulgar terms made the lady out to be a whore. It's all the same. Dynevor waved a gloved palm. Wakefield grabbed the equally tall lord by his jacket and shook the imperious pup. You buy whores, he hissed. By the very nature of your club's latest offering of a sudden, it's my club? Dynevor quipped. Wakefield continued over him. The women are here of their own volition. They pay to take part, you said. That in and of itself meant he hadn't treated Cressida Smith like some whore. For some reason, that distinction mattered way too much to Wakefield. He gave the younger man an even harder shake. Wakefield, unhand him. His brother-in-law ordered in the same reproachful way he handled university lads who'd had too much drink. Wakefield and Dynevor continued to ignore him. The women who want to play the role of virgin do pay. An infuriatingly unfazed Dynevor stared at Wakefield like he was a bedlamite. The night you spent with the lady, however, comes out of the club's profits, just not directly out of your pock letting loose a lengthy curse. Wakefield hurled the Earl away from him. Dynevor crashed backwards against the edge of his desk and glared. Jesus, Wakefield. What the hell is wrong with you? What was wrong with him? Everything. Shaken, Wakefield dragged a hand through his hair. Someone settled a firm hand on his shoulder. Half crazed, he looked blankly at his brother-in-law. Latimer stared at him with concern. He gave Wakefield's shoulder a steadying squeeze, and then put a question to Dynevor on Wakefield's behalf. Dynevor? Did she give any indications she knew Wakefield? Anything at all? The stoic proprietor did for Wakefield what Wakefield himself remained incapable of doing, returning to that slight pause. Dynevor had met that same question with. Grateful for that support, Wakefield used the opportunity to compose himself. Dynevor scrubbed at a blunt jawline that left the fellow looking perpetually angry. I gave her the name of her bed partner, like we do all the others. I let her decide if she wanted to fuck Wakefield. Wakefield sucked a breath sharply through his nose. Latimer clasped Wakefield's arm. That anchoring grip kept him in the present. And Latimer prodded, and she appeared to know him. Looked real relieved, she did. Almost happy, the Earl grumbled. She seemed real innocent. From the look of her, Wakefield lit into him. What kind of look is it you're talking about? The Earl's hard lips moved. A dumbfounded Dynevor looked to Latimer for support. Wakefield's brother-in-law lifted his big shoulders in a shrug. I don't know, Wakefield, Dynevor said, flustered. She's got calloused hands, and came in a dress I wouldn't let my maids wear. I figured she got herself sold into marriage to some bounder she hates who doesn't take care for her needs and wanted to see to it herself. Wakefield's brows snapped together. As obsessed as he'd been with making her come, and burying himself in her eager cunny over and over, he'd only vaguely noted she didn't possess the snowy white skin or soft body of a high-born lady. There had been ink stains upon the tips of her fingers. Her nails were cracked and otherwise mostly filed to nubs. Only with Dynevor now pointing out those telling details did last night's afterthoughts resurface. He faintly registered Latimer and Dynevor quietly speculating about Wakefield's mystery lover. While they conversed, Wakefield went over all his shy lover's professions and acknowledgments. I could never fear you, Benedict. This is everything I dreamed it would be with you. I want you to be the one, Benedict. Suddenly, Wakefield went still. His entire body went cold. A horrifying possibility slid in, one just as plausible, and that made even more sense. He sucked in a breath. What is it, Wakefield? His brother-in-law asked concernedly behind him. Wakefield couldn't even answer. His mind raced. The lady knew of his reputation. She struggled financially, and would very easily, by a simple read of any gossip column, know about Wakefield caring for his illegitimate half-sisters. For a desperate woman, she'd know if any child was born of their passionate night together. Wakefield would do right by them. Oh God. She trapped me, he whispered. Next to him, his powerful partners stopped talking. "What was that?" Latimer asked. Of course." Wakefield continued speaking to himself. It made complete sense. Lord knows he'd fucked her enough times last night and been careless enough that the possibility he'd put a babe in her belly were high. And he only had himself to blame. No other man, not his brother-in-law, not his new business partner, just Wakefield and Wakefield alone was the guilty party. Wakefield ran an unsteady palm along his cheek. "She trapped me," he said tiredly. "You don't know that," Dynevor said, so confidently and matter-of-factly it cut through Wakefield's living nightmare. The other man's limpid response also hammered home how calm and collected Dynevor was in the face of Wakefield's tumult. "I don't know that. I don't know that," Wakefield repeated. What other conclusion should I reach?" The Earl shifted uncomfortably. "I don't know. The lady is too innocent to be duplicitous." "And here we have our first bit of naivete from London's own Earl of Dynevor," Wakefield jibed. "You, who grew up the most violent gang leader in England's history, Mac Diggory's favorite child, should come to think that women are incapable of duplicity." Wakefield released a sharp bark of laughter. Instead of taking offense, the young Earl chuckled. "I've got 4 sisters, all of them born on the streets. I witnessed firsthand their strength, courage, and their talents. They also proved to me there are some women who are capable of honesty. I'm not saying many of them." He lifted his palms up, conceding only some. "But enough that I can also count on any one of my sisters coming in here and bloodying my nose were they to find out I questioned all women's worth." Wakefield only half heard him. He didn't give a damn about Dynevor's opinions, or about his relationships with his family or anything in between. What he needed to sort out right now was how to proceed with Miss Cressida Smith. Rap. Rap. There came a knocking at the door. "Enter," Latimer called first. The door opened, and Molly appeared. Molly, a former guard at the Home Office, whose loyalty to his then-employer cost him his career, but had earned the man new work as second-in-command to Latimer at the Devil's Den. "What is it?" Wakefield snapped, annoyed by the interruption. "Wakefield's lady, she is not my lady," Wakefield gritted out. The icy gentleman fixed a frosty glance on him. "That's good. Then maybe I shouldn't have come to tell you." She asked for a carriage. "I had her wait in the kitchens." "The lady was leaving?" Latimer was the first to speak. "Thank you, Molly." The guard nodded. "The hell she's leaving," Wakefield growled. "See that she doesn't, Molly." Molly inclined his head and backed out of the office. Wakefield tightened his jaw. He not only needed answers from his beguiling lover, he required them, and he intended to get the truth out of her mouth. Chapter 9. Seated at the kitchen table in London's latest great gaming hell, with servants hurriedly seeing to their chores and tasks, it appeared to Cressida how utterly ridiculous she must look. Her drab skirts paled even in comparison to the high-quality livery donned by male and female servants alike. The ridiculously ornate mask she'd worn last night to accompany her luxuriant but outrageously decadent gown was now the only article of value that she wore, leaving Cressida feeling a lot like Cinderella after the ball. A wry smile twisted her lips. How many women before her had sat in this very spot while a carriage was ready to take her away from the sinning she'd done here? Certainly that accounted for why no one paid the strange sight she made any heed. They knew precisely what a woman here had been up to the night before. Not for the first time since Molly deposited her at the kitchen table, Cressida consulted the hideous gilt bronze wall clock. It portrayed a chilling rendering of Kronos holding up time as the hounds of hell crept towards the god, while those macabre pets of Lucifer bared their teeth. No doubt, the young Earl had installed that as a help to his servants, but also as a deterrent to keep a person from worrying their attention on the passing moments they spent here. No, they were an efficient lot, all of them. Since she'd been abandoned by Molly, and forgotten by the staff, she'd had a full 20 minutes now to witness their efforts firsthand. Failing to be seen was an all-too-familiar state for Cressida, and it wasn't even a recent development. As a child, when her mother fell ill, Cressida woke before the sun rose and spent hours upon hours wandering throughout the hills and meadows of Somerset. She'd scour the earth for patches of clovers, desperately and tirelessly searching for the coveted four-leaf ones. When her endless searches proved futile, she resorted to traipsing around during the rainstorms, on the odd chance the rain clouds lifted and the sun ushered a rainbow across the horizon. On the rare occasions when the doleful English sky allowed the sun its fair turn to shine, Cressida went hiking. She'd just known if she could locate the start of that polychromatic masterpiece, she could follow all the way to the end to a treasure. Oh, it hadn't been that she cared, needed, or even wanted the resulting pot of gold. She'd merely needed the treasure to lure the leprechauns Trudy oft regaled Cressida with tales of, because there'd been only one thing she cared about: her mother being cured of whatever sickness that had stolen her vitality. More times than not, when Cressida fell asleep out in the wild, her father had been so consumed with grief that he'd not noticed his daughter missing. Trudy invariably came for Cressida, because the world was terrible, and the worst things always happened. Cressida's beloved mama went on to be with Jesus. From there, Cressida's ability to remain invisible became her superhuman strength. Her beloved father never recovered from the loss of his wife, and Cressida became an afterthought for him. Distractedly, Cressida picked up the silver fork and toyed with the untouched food on her plate. Of course, she'd always been invisible to her brother. She grimaced. Not that she'd have it any other way. He'd always been a cruel, heartless wastrel. Then, there was Benedict. Benedict, whom she'd done her best to charm with discourse on the rare times they'd spoken, and whom she'd loved so long as to be an embarrassment. He hadn't even been able to identify Cressida when she'd been the only woman on a stage. Her shoulders hunched inward. Now, it was the guard, Molly, who'd clearly forgotten her. After all, just sitting in this one room in his clubs proved no driver in the Earl of Dynavor's crew of efficacious servants would tarry, and certainly not this long. Her sense of desperation building inside, Cressida looked again to that ominous clock. She'd been counting on the use of Lord Dynavor's carriage. Cressida had but a handful of coins to her name, and though she'd acquired a fine dress and even finer mask, which she'd sell, having to use any money meant parting with the only funds she had to care for herself and Trudy. Now, she'd unwittingly, with Benedict's help, landed herself in very real danger of having another life to be responsible for. That hated pounding started in her head and spread to her chest. A babe? She couldn't care for herself and Trudy. How in hell would she ever be of any help to a babe? On my word, and on my honor, if you find yourself in the family way, I promise to look after you and the babe. Granted, Benedict promised Cressida, and any child they might have conceived would receive financial support. A small sob gurgled in her throat, the sound of her misery lost to the din of activity around her. To believe she'd actually thought he'd offer to marry her, when his offer had been anything but. She pressed a fist against her mouth. Forget his love. She knew now that had always been a castle in the air. Benedict didn't want her. Based on the horror with which he'd fled the bedchamber, he didn't even like or care about her. All the many servants' swift movements suddenly became too much, and her head spun. It was too much. Cressida needed to get away from this place. She jumped to her feet. Cressida managed to take but a single step when pitchy voice called over the noise in the kitchens. Ye can't go, my lady. Half crazed, Cressida looked at the woman who'd shouted that directive. The old woman, maybe somewhere in her 40th year, possessed a mouth more capable of a scowl than a smile. Ye hear me, gal? If that wasn't the way. Everyone made it a point to bully Cressida about, but this from a stranger? That was a step too far. Annoyance brought Cressida firmly back from the precipice she'd been about to topple over. She pulled her shoulders back. Are you speaking to me? She asked quietly, infusing a warning there, which the servant apparently had little experience with. The woman snorted. Who else would I be talking to? Cressida took another step to leave, but the dogged woman matched her movements. Too exhausted emotionally and physically to be brought low, Cressida flattened her lips into a tense line. I was assured I'm permitted to leave at any point, she informed, coolly self-possessed. The older woman snorted. You were also assured you'd be given a carriage to see you on your way, and that hasn't happened yet. That is a fair point, Cressida muttered. Wonder of wonder. The gruff redhead cracked a smile. That expression of mirth proved short-lived. The servant looked down at Cressida's untouched plate and frowned. You got a problem with the meal? Before Cressida could protest, The woman gave her a once-over and grunted. You could benefit from the healthy-sized portions you've got there. You're all skin and bone. Cressida glanced at the untouched plate. No. It looks wonderful. Her stomach growled loud enough to make the next words from her mouth the clear lie they were. I'm not of a place where I'm able to eat. Not without her stomach revolting. And then her humiliation would be complete. The astute kitchen maid worked a suspicious gaze over Cressida. You aren't what? I'm not hungry at the moment. Which was ironic, because Cressida lived in a constant state of hunger. She curled her fingers, waiting for the woman to go see to her responsibilities that weren't Cressida. Her wait proved a long one. The other woman finally pointed at her. Sit. Until now when I'm here. I'm the couch's here. And Mitchie, no door I'm lied. I'll stop der saptor. Surprisingly, Cressida found herself doing just that. Something in the woman's tone didn't leave room to be disobeyed. The moment she sat, the older woman claimed the bench across from Cressida. I'm not certain the proprietors would want me to be taking up your time, Cressida demurred. You don't know the men who own this place, her tablemate said without rancor. They're good. The lot of them are. They allow us rest and breaks, and I'm choosing to take one now with you. Apparently, she was to be the servant's latest responsibility after all. Perhaps it was a mark of just how pitifully lonely Cressida was. Even in her need to be alone, the fact that someone actually saw her left a lump in her throat. The servant introduced herself in the same no-nonsense tones of before. My name is Constance. Cressida stretched her fingers out. I am Cressida. A look of stunned surprise filled the woman's sun-bronzed cheeks as she studied Cressida's palm, as if it were the first of its kind she'd ever seen. In the end, the maid quickly slipped her fingers into Cressida's, and then pulled them back even more quickly. Upon closer inspection, Cressida determined the servant to be nearer in age to Cressida. Constance gave a little grunt. No, you're not. Cressida blinked slowly. I'm sorry? You're a lady. The maid shoved a damp red curl that had escaped her plait back behind her ear. Ladies don't have first names. Ah, now I began to make sense. Rest assured, I have a first name. For a second time, Cressida began to play with her silverware. Funny. Dull. The servants in the kitchen were permitted silver. She caught herself with that distracted movement and instantly stopped. She set it back down. Maybe I have a first name on account I'm not a lady, she confided. Expressionless, Constance stared at Cressida. The gruff but surprisingly kindly servant burst out laughing until tears coursed down her narrow cheeks. Gore, she said between her bouts of hilarity. I ain't heard one like that in a long time, she said, wiping the moisture from her face. Not a lady. She gave her head a rueful shake. Gel, you were born with lady stamped all over your fine person. Cressida's small smile faded. Well, you would be the first to think so, she murmured. If you're not a lady born, as you say, it certainly explains your need for food, and the reason you should be eating when you're able. The woman spoke with a surprising gentleness, and then Constance pushed the plate nearer Cressida's fingers. If those weren't the truest words spoken about Cressida's life, this sudden and unexpected kindred connection with another person managed to penetrate her misery and soften her defenses. She wanted to take a bite for Constance's benefit, but Cressida's stomach churned so great she feared she'd not keep even a bite down. Come now, Cressida, Constance said in that kindly way she'd already revealed. I've gone ahead and made my first meal for Lord Dynevor. Try some for me. Let me know how it is. That was when Cressida truly had no choice. The sparkle in the servant's pretty hazel eyes said she knew it too. She'd never been able to hurt a person's feelings. It was a great irony, considering her loathsome brother excelled in that endeavor, but not Cressida. As such, she found herself collecting the silver knife and carving the smallest piece out of her eggs. Hesitant, Cressida took a bite. The minute the food touched her tongue, all the worry she'd get sick in front of Lord Dynever's staff vanished. Her eyes slid shut on a wave of glory. Bloody hell, Cressida whispered, her mouth full. This is exquisite. And not just because I've forgotten how good food can be. As soon as Cressida let that revelation slip, her entire face burned hot. Cressida's eyes went flying open. Not that I don't eat. Despite your earlier concern, Constance reached over and, with an even more calloused palm than Cressida's, patted the top of Cressida's hand. "I know," Constance said quietly. "I know." They shared a look as two women who'd experienced similar troubled existences that bound them. Constance didn't say anything more than that, and while Cressida ate, neither of them exchanged any further words. With every piece of the delectable breakfast meal she consumed, Cressida's strength and resolve grew. Last night happened, but last night had also come and gone. She'd never been one to wallow in her miseries, on account of the fact she'd never had the luxury to do so. Once she'd polished off every last crumb from her plate, she pushed it away. Constance gave another one of her increasingly familiar little grunts, this one, the approving sort. The approving sort. "Good. What? You ate all your food." Despite the similarity in their ages, Constance spoke the way she might to a small child. "How could I not?" Cressida scoffed. "Oh, you were correct. I needed but one taste, and there'd have been no other course for me but to devour your fare. Lord Dynevor is going to have you cooking for him and his customers every night," she predicted. "Yes, well, that is certainly the hope," Constance confided on a whisper. Funny she'd been so eager to leave, and now she found herself lingering. It felt so very good talking with another woman. For a moment, Cressida had forgotten about Benedict's horror and Trudy, she whispered. Cressida shot to her feet. Constance looked up in startlement. "Well, I am truly grateful for the meal, but I really must go." The skilled cook stood. "Where are you off to?" "His lordship allowed me the use of a carriage, but it appears to not be coming. I have to return." And she did. There was Trudy waiting. And for the first time since she devoured the grandest breakfast she'd had in her entire life, guilt assailed her. Here she'd been dining and conversing quite contentedly, while Trudy was left alone with the Baron and Baroness and their hired goon. There was also a certainty that Trudy would have been worrying this entire time. "Constance," she said, holding a hand out. "Thank you for the meal. You will do great things in his lordship's kitchen." Unlike before, Constance accepted her palm, but the same frown she'd first worn when meeting Cressida was firmly in place. "His lordship made a promise. He keeps his promises. Him and the other gents who own this place are good men, the only ones of their kind. His lordship, however, is a busy man. He'll eventually look after you, and then you can take one of his fine carriages." Cressida was glad for Constance's benefit that she felt a sense of safety and security here. Cressida had a whole lot less faith in men, however. She'd been sold for a bag of silver by her brother. Was she to believe Lord Dynevor cared about Cressida, a random stranger to him? And now she could add Benedict to her list of men who'd failed her. There came a flash remembrance of the horror when he'd realized he'd bedded a virgin. She should have known better. A respectable gentleman such as the Earl of Wakefield wasn't one to take a woman's virtue, even if she had been all too willing and eager to hand it over to him, as Cressida had done. "Cressida?" "I have to go, Constance," she said with a greater resolve. Cressida sank into a curtsy. The maid stared bemusedly a moment, and this time Cressida didn't allow her to put up a protest. Cressida grabbed her parting gift and hurried for the exit. As the young Earl promised, the scarred guard there didn't bar her from leaving, but instead drew the door open. A bright flash of a spring sun blinded her, and she lifted her forearm up to block that light. She squinted until her eyes grew accustomed to the day sky. Pulling her hood into place, she drew deeper into the tattered article and made a straightaway towards the gravel and down the cobblestone path that led to the East London streets. Soon enough, she found herself outside the gates of the Devil's Den, and everything that had transpired she left behind, or pledged to. Cressida put all her focus on getting to a carriage. In these violent streets of London, the scourge of England leered at Cressida, following her with their eyes, and then following her. Unfortunately for them, Cressida knew a thing or two about surviving. She looked about, scanning the streets. There was a row of hired coaches all stationed along the front entrance of the Devil's Den. Obviously, the drivers knew they had wealthy clientele inside, who'd stumble out at some point, drunk and tired and in need of a conveyance to bring them back to their sparkling abodes. Cressida considered the drivers, and opted for the oldest fellow soundly sleeping atop his box, with his hat pulled low over his brow. When she reached the side, his loud snores reached her. She had been that tired many times. She almost felt bad about waking him, but she also knew he'd feel far worse if he'd known he lost out on good coin. "Sir? Me?" When another bleating snore met her question, she raised her voice to reach him. "Sir?" The old fellow started so badly. He knocked his too small for his big head cap free and revealed a shocking patch of orange hair. "What now?" he groused, searching about for his hat. Cressida recovered the article and handed it over. "My apologies," she said. The sleepy confusion faded from the man's eyes. His mouth formed a circle of surprise. "You're not a knob." "No one know." Cressida smiled wryly. "And thank goodness for that." The old man grinned, revealing a completely toothless smile. He started to climb down. "Oh, you needn't," she called up. "I'm more than capable of none of that now," he said gruffly. Lumbering slowly down from the coach, he joined her on the grime-slicked cobblestones and drew the door open. "I wouldn't hear of it. All I usually get are drunk, miserable, selfish sorts." He winked. "Never a fine lady like yourself." Sensing the driver was a proud man, she refrained from further protest and let him do the work he was clearly proud to do. She placed her fingers inside his and allowed him to hand her inside the coach. The minute she was inside and seated, her driver closed the door shut behind Cressida. At last alone, with no one there to witness her misery, she collapsed against the surprisingly comfortable squabs. It was done. All of it. The requirements her brother had placed upon her. The foolish dreams she'd entertained about the Earl of Wakefield. There'd be no salvation. There was no one coming. There was no hero. There was no true love. There was nothing and no one, except she and Trudy. Cressida hugged herself tight as tears again threatened. It was like a vice had been clamped around her lungs and heart. She fought back the building pressure and pain that sent her chest curling into itself. Bone-weary, she let her head fall back as the carriage rattled as slowly into motion. No, there was no hero coming. There was no the carriage came to such a jarring stop. Cressida cried out and pitched face forward against the opposite wall. The force of that collision stole the breath from her lungs and left her dazed. Through that fog, she registered shouting. She fought to get herself right. Her driver's angry bellows managed to trickle through her muddied head. An instant later, Cressida understood the reason for his fury. The door was yanked open. She gasped and stumbled into motion, reaching for her dagger, and then remembering she hadn't been permitted to bring it with her to the club. Prepared to meet her assailant with her fists, Cressida brought her arms up and stopped. Her gaze collided with the angry stare of her would-be kidnapper. Her tongue thick, her lips barely moved for her to properly form the name. "Benedict?" The Earl of Wakefield narrowed his eyes. Without uttering a single word, he climbed inside and drew the door shut behind them. He rapped once on the ceiling. That slight knock sent the hackney into motion. Cressida frowned. Loyal driver or not, the coachman clearly recognized who was in a position of power, and it was definitely not Cressida. Chapter 10. Fury lived within Wakefield, and he couldn't determine whether that blistering anger stemmed from the fact the lady had simply up and left, or the way she hugged herself closely against the side of the carriage. For all his lapses in character and judgment these past 14 hours, he wasn't given to harming or scaring women. Did she truly believe he'd hurt her? As soon as that question was set free in his brain, he recalled everything he'd done with Cressida Smith, and to her, how many times he'd taken her, fast and hard, like she was as broken in as any whore. Whatever the lady's intentions for him may be, she'd still been a virgin. His anger cooled. "Are you... well?" he asked, gentling his voice. Shaking her head, she stared at him from around her pearled mask like he'd spoken in tongues. "I was... well?" Understanding filled her enormous eyes. "Oh." She dipped her gaze to her lap. Heat slapped his face. "I did not realize you were a virgin," he said between compressed lips. "As if that pardons your treatment of her." "I was not as gentle as I would have been had I known sore." She cut him off, wearing a blush of her own. "I'm a bit sore." "A bit sore? Hold on tight, love. I'm going to give you the ride of your..." Wakefield winced. "I'm fine, truly," the lady added for good measure. For his benefit? Why in hell was she reassuring him? The honesty of her quiet response, and the strength behind it, jarred him. Would a duplicitous woman manage both? Certainly not. Those were questions for later. He shoved them aside. Given our activities, he grimaced. I don't believe you are, in fact, fine. He winced. And I am deeply sorry for that, he said weakly. How paltry. Cressida Smith bowed her head in acknowledgement, and that motion drew his gaze to the slight lump forming on her forehead. The fury that had sent Wakefield tearing after the lady long forgotten. He stared at that knot. You were hurt. Cressida gave another one of those confused head bobs, a cross between a nod and a shake. Here, he murmured, pointing to the mark. She followed his fingertip, and as one only just aware of her injury, she touched the little bump and started. Oh. Monsieur. The carriage stopped suddenly, and I was unprepared. His eyes flicked away from Cressida. Christ. How many ways had he hurt her? Self-loathing threatened to swallow Wakefield whole. He made himself return his stare to hers. I have an addition to make to my, he pulled a face, shamefully growing list of offenses against you. Unlike before when she'd insisted he hadn't brought her pain during their intimacies, this time the lady didn't deny Wakefield's acknowledgement. It spoke to a woman comfortable in her truth, and it also revealed she'd not been lying for his benefit when she'd spoken about the discomfort he'd left her in after last night. You left without a word, he murmured. Miss Smith gave him a wry look. Was I supposed to stay? Her question brought him up short. He hadn't known what to expect where the lady was concerned. Once more, his guard went up. This defiant side of the shy, blushing beauty he'd betted so many times, he'd lost count further, roused his suspicion. How did a woman slide so easily between two personas? He had plenty of reasons not to trust a woman who would portray herself to be one thing, and then turned out to be an entirely different. A lady, a virgin, all of which screamed duplicity. Wakefield got right to it. What do you want? What do I want? The feisty sparkle in her eyes mocked him. You, my lord, are the one who boarded my carriage. His jaw ached with restraint. Is it money you are looking for? If that were the case, I'd have taken your payment, my lord. If you are in need of the funds, you can find them precisely where you left them, on the nightstand at the Devil's Den. Wakefield would have to be without hearing to fail to pick up on the soft but unequivocal sarcasm she mocked him with. I'm not in need of funds, he said curtly. She gave him a look. I'm well aware, my lord. His attention caught on that. He narrowed his eyes on the mystifying minx. Are you? Her bold swagger flagged. I don't know what you are suggesting, she said, coolly indignant. Oh, I believe you do, Miss Smith. Wakefield rested his palms on his thighs and leaned close, shrinking the space between them. Let us not play any more games, madam, he whispered. Let us focus on the matter at hand. What exactly would that be? Her regal brows dipped. I was of an opinion we'd already said everything there was to say this morning, my lord. Did he detect a faint note of bitterness in her reply? Wakefield sat back against the uncomfortable carriage bench. Taking his jaw in hand, he contemplated the mysterious creature who'd left his world upside down. There were too many questions. What to do with her? What to do with her? There remained the obvious fact. He couldn't let her out of his sight. Once she slipped away, she could freely share what had transpired between them at the Devil's Den. With one utterance, the good name he'd built would be destroyed. Wakefield would deservingly find himself in the same category of his philandering father before him. Wakefield's jaw rippled and buckled. There'd be one important distinction between him and the previous Earl. Wakefield would never leave those dependent upon him in squalor, as his father had left Verity and Livia. He kept up his study of her. Cressida, as intrepid as Joan of Arc from behind the pearl-encrusted mask he'd carefully unwound from her head last evening, boldly watched Wakefield in return. This is who she was. This magnificently audacious creature glaring angrily at him. She bore no traces of the hesitant, fragile, hurt innocent with a trembling mouth from earlier this morn. It was settled. It had always been necessary. He'd known it the minute he arrived in the kitchens to find Cressida gone. You are coming with me, Miss Smith, he purred. His voice came rougher, hoarser than usual. The lady's delicately pointed jaw dropped, and she went shooting to the edge of her seat. I beg your pardon. I am most certainly not returning to the Devil's Den. Absolutely not, Cressida fell back on an angry huff. Folding her arms at her chest, she glowered at Wakefield. While the carriage rocked and swayed along uneven streets, he contemplated her in ways he oughtn't. The fire in her maple-brown, gold-flecked eyes brought on a rush memories of those variegated pools bright with desire when he'd licked her, sucked her, rocked himself deep inside her sweet tight channel as she came loudly. There'd never been anything more satisfying than the way her walls clenched and spasmed about his length. Wakefield's jaw clenched, this time not with anger, but restraint. He drew in a strained breath, slowly through his nose, and he couldn't stop himself from recalling all of it. The sounds of her climaxing filled his ears. Her breathless screams. Her soft, sultry moans. Wakefield's lust for her, and the yearning to take her here in this carriage, threatened to make him forget all the concerns he had about his reputation or her intentions. The sight of her, so poised and belligerent, managed to break Wakefield from his spell. He was stronger than his basest instincts. "You are going home with me, Cressida." "I most certainly am not going anywhere with you." "There is no reason for it," she protested. "There is." Cressida stared at him expectantly. "Yes?" she urged. With the lady's impatience, she managed to squeeze an extra syllable into that one-word response. God, she was vivacious. Like a Vauxhall Gardens firework packed into a cannon and exploding in an effervescent display upon the night sky. Wakefield curled his lips in silent provocation. "I want you to." Just as intriguing, she didn't take his bait. "You want me to?" she repeated back bluntly. So emotionless he thought maybe he imagined the lady who'd greeted him this morning and last night. "Yes." Alas, it proved an even more exquisite challenge, attempting to needle her. "And more importantly, you will be joining me." She surged forward and placed her pert nose near the tip of his hawkish one. "Do you think so?" she seethed. Ah, yes, he far preferred her this way. All fire and spirit, and not downtrodden and wounded. He smirked. Indeed. That did it. The lady let fly a curse that would have made Dynevor blush, and the mouth on her only further intrigued him. "You may go about having other men and women obey your orders and wishes, but I'll do as I please," Cressida ranted. She jammed a finger against his chest with an unlikely force that made him flinch. Suddenly, her eyes grew stricken, and he wanted to rouse her to anger once more to prevent the sadness from shining through. His efforts were too late. "You are nothing to me, Lord Wakefield," she whispered. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing a crack in her impressively sturdy armor. "And I'm nothing to you." Sitting back on her bench, Cressida wrenched her gaze toward the window. "Cressida," he said quietly, "that may be, but what we shared last night changes everything." Her cheeks bloomed with a delicate flush, betraying the sweet innocence that lingered within her, despite all the ways he'd touched her and the unknown sources who'd involved her in treachery. "Benedict," she said, shaking her head sadly, "you're neither my brother, nor father, nor suitor. What makes you think you have any say over anything where I'm concerned? At this moment, you may be carrying my child." Cressida blanched, but then swiftly regained her composure. "Yes, and whose fault might that be, Benedict? As I see it, we were both willing partners. As such, you share some of the blame." Her features crumpled. "Oh, Christ." He stilled. An insidious, evil possibility whispered in his mind. Cressida. His stomach churned. "I consumed a glass too many last night. Were you willingly at the club and... The lady's eyes were a window into her world. Through their present frames radiated so much sadness, but also sincerity. "Yes. I was there of my own free will, and also," her cheeks blazed, cherry red, "an active participant." Wakefield barely heard her, but hear her he did. His eyes slid shut. "Thank God. I was given, that is, I drank something." Her halting admission brought his eyes flying open. Wakefield remained silent. Certain if he spoke, she'd stop, and then he'd never know what the hell the important bit of information she intended to share. Cressida traced her tongue around her lips. It made me feel. "Ah, you took an aphrodisiac." She nodded. She did not, however, ask for clarification, which meant she knew what she'd indulged in. I just want you to know that I don't believe I'd otherwise have been so insatiable? He supplied for her. Cressida gave a tentative nod. Her blush burned like a fire. And I should have thought of French letters, or sponges, or... Stop, he interjected gravely. Wonder of wonders. She heeded that order. It wasn't your fault. I should have you shouldn't. It was his turn to feel the same humiliating flush climb his neck and cheeks. You were a virgin who also knew about French letters and sponges. There'd be time enough to consider that important information later. You were correct earlier, he murmured. Humbled, ashamed, and humiliated by that realization, Wakefield bowed his head in a useless show of remorse. You are right, he regretfully conceded. Discomfited, Wakefield dragged a hand through his hair. This is entirely my fault. He found himself stumbling and searching for words as she had. An egregious, unpardonable offense I committed by not taking care. Whatever her motives or truthfulness, or lack thereof, the fact remained he'd ultimately been the one to take part in immoral play-acting. He'd been the one who had made love to her, over and over. He'd been the one to also come inside her, more times than he could remember. Whatever came of last evening, and this early morning, rested entirely and solely on him. Wakefield drummed his fingertips distractedly upon his thigh. The fact remained, the minute she was out of his sight, anything could happen. She could take some other gentleman as a lover. The minute that happened, there was no saying whose child it was she carried. He clenched and unclenched his jaw. There was an absolute certainty for Wakefield. He would absolutely know which children he fathered. Whatever led this woman to his bed, he would always honor his obligations and do right by her. It was settled. Wakefield stopped his drumming. I'm afraid, regardless of your wishes, you are coming with me. Chapter 11. For everything Cressida thought she knew about Benedict, the Earl of Wakefield, right now, seated across from the cynical gentleman as he demanded she accompany him to one of his residences, she discovered something new. You are mad, she breathed. No, not just mad. Stark, raving, mad. Benedict looped an ankle across his opposite knee. Why don't we call it a temporary lapse in sanity? His hard lips curved in a maddeningly smug grin she'd never seen him bestow upon another, and she wondered if he reserved all that cynical mirth for her. Discomfited, Cressida drew back. You may call it whatever you want, my lord. The fact remains, if you believe I'm going anywhere with you, you are madder than a March hare. The vein at his right temple bulged and pulsed. Good. Her icy cold rejection quashed his cocksure arrogance. Served him right, the jackanapes. The Earl's fight for restraint didn't terrify her as it should, but rather, it fascinated Cressida. Just as that arrogant smirk had been unfamiliar to her before now, so too was this version of Benedict. Every time she'd ever interacted with the Earl, or observed him from across a room, he'd been completely in command of himself. Certainly, he'd never been the hot-tempered sort. Somehow, this shockingly new side to him made him more real. His self-possession drew her, held her in awe. The men in her life had been wholly lacking in self-control. Her brother, why, even her father, had lost himself to his grief. The taut lines at the corners of his hard mouth eased. I'm sorry, he finally said. I've been presumptuous. An apology now? Cressida's lips parted for a breath she hadn't intended to take. Men didn't apologize. For that matter, people in general did not. How many times had she witnessed her friends of the mismatched society struggling with those two words for friends and sweethearts? But here, Benedict freely apologized and took ownership of his bad behavior. A regretful smile curled his lips into a half-grin. Will you please come with me? This time, in gentlemanly tones, he asked a question that wasn't at all gentlemanly. He'd vacillated too easily from domineering lord to coaxing charmer for Cressida to be anything but wary. Where exactly are you ordering me now asking? He glibly intoned. To go, Lord Wakefield. He flashed another smile. Why, to my residence, he replied, like his was the most natural response in the world. The carriage hit a particularly large hole that lifted Cressida from her seat and sent her landing hard on the cushions. She grunted. Lord Wakefield remained firmly on his bench because of course even the common cobblestones would pay him homage and treat Cressida with disdain. "I'm sorry," she said. "You are asking me to join you at your home?" She was missing something. Nothing about what he was saying made any sense. The more he spoke, the less sense it made. He clarified, "I have a residence where you may go." Cressida drew her chin up in defiance, masking the ache. "I have a residence of my own, Lord Wakefield." Granted. The dilapidated state of her Ratcliffe townhouse left up to question whether the abode constituted an actual residence. "I am not without a home." At least she wasn't without a roof over her head. Hers leaked, but it was still a roof. His features became strained. "Of course you have a home, Miss Smith." One of them just had to be direct. It may as well be her. Then, why? Then the understanding hit her, but in a beautiful way. "You want to do right by me," she whispered, falling in love with him all over again. His chiseled features froze, and then stuttered somewhere between horror and embarrassment. A bachelor's residence. He'd been making her an indecent offer. Mortification brought Cressida's toes curling sharply into the soles of her feet. She turned her face to the window, edging it back just enough to look out. "I see." Cressida managed a curt nod, barely holding herself together. "You weren't offering to do right by me." "No," he said tersely. "Is that what you were expecting?" His smooth, mellifluous tones of before had lost all their warmth. "Expecting?" "No, watching it con." Secretly, she'd been hoping, but not because he felt a sense of obligation. Rather because he remembered her and had carried, if not the deep abiding love she had for him, at least some admiration, some affection. A gentleman like the Earl of Wakefield didn't wed women of Cressida's stock and background, and neither did they appear interested in keeping them as mistresses. Not that she wanted to be one of his mistresses. Liar, you're so pathetic. You'd have taken that meager scrap. To give her shaking fingers a purpose, Cressida fiddled with the curtain. Benedict shot a hand out. Gasping, Cressida's gaze locked on his long fingers gently, but firmly, twined about her wrist. "Leave it," he commanded. With a juddering nod, she let the curtain fall. "He is afraid to be seen with me and being forced to marry her." Desperate to save face this day, she shot a hand up and knocked on the roof. The carriage came to a slower stop this time. Benedict frowned and glanced about. "What are you doing?" "I'm not doing anything, my lord." "You, on the other hand, are leaving." He bristled. "The hell I am. You invaded my carriage, declared I'm to return with you, and now are refusing to leave, even though I've told you, time and time again, that I have no intention of going anywhere with you." Her voice grew increasingly impassioned. "I'll see myself home. There needn't be any further reason for us to suffer one another's company. I'm not asking you to leave. I'm telling you." His features tightened. "Ah, but based on our activities last night, that isn't necessarily true. At least, we cannot yet be sure of that." Cressida shook her head. He gave her a pointed, meaningful look. What was he saying? She just stared at him. "A babe?" she whispered. "You are worried about a babe?" Benedict gave a small, tight, but discernible nod. Cressida cocked her head. Did all gentlemen carry the same worry after they made love to their mistresses and lovers? By the number of illegitimate bastards littered throughout England, she ventured not. She hated these continuous reminders of the ways in which he was decent and good. It had been far easier to cut all ties with him here, believing he was no different than all the scoundrels and scapegraces out there, though, yes, in some ways, he was. He had attended the debauched gaming hell, and partaken in shockingly scandalous enjoyments. He did shockingly naughty things with his lovers, of which she'd become one last evening. But the fact still remained. He wanted her to accompany him, because he feared he'd left her with child. Cressida glanced at her lap. "Oh, Benedict, you've given me instructions as to how to reach you should I need to." She wouldn't. Her brother had her marrying an ancient duke. The date of their unhappy nuptials was imminent. Perhaps she should tell him that, and alleviate his worry. His expression became pained. "Miss Smith, if you are on your own," he said, appearing to carefully weigh his words, "then I'll not be aware of your goings-on." Hope filtered into her heart. You are worried about my circumstances? She ventured, scarcely daring to believe that anyone cared, let alone this man. I am, Benedict answered, like she were the mad one of their pair for even asking. If the child? There's also the matter of determining if the babe is... A curtain of rage descended over her vision. With a feral hiss, Cressida backhanded him in the face with a slap her former defense teacher, the Duke of Wingate, would have hailed. The force of her blow sent Benedict's head whipping back, and left a stark imprint upon his cheek. He ran his palm up and down his injured cheek. This might also be a good time to share. I've directed your driver to one of my properties. Cressida gasped. The insolence of you. You bastard. She'd hate him forever, but she'd hate herself more for having ever admired him. To think she'd considered herself in love with him. In the figurative sense, yes, but in the literal, no. Ew. Benedict flexed his jaw, opening and closing his mouth several times. Good. Ooh. Let him suffer. He deserved that, and far more. The Earl let his hand fall and gave her a firm, unbending look. I am a man who is determined to protect any illegitimate issue I may have, which in turn requires I ensure the woman whom I spilled my seed inside is carefully tended. Ah, if only you'd been more careful with where you spent, Cressida spat. Benedict's lips formed a firm, flat line. Yet again, he'd not take her bait. He'd insult her, then act like some sort of martyr. Determined to get a rise out of him, Cressida released a harsh, jeering laugh. How honorable you are. I take it you make it a regular habit of abducting all your whores and waiting for them to get their monthly courses. You are not my whore, he rasped with a sharpness that sent her falling back in her seat. He looked away a moment, and when he returned his eyes to her, he was composed once more. I've never been careless like this before, Cressida. Lucky me, she spat. Neither of them spoke for the long length of the carriage ride. Cressida sat absolutely motionless, stiff as a board upon her seat. She stared unblinkingly at the corner of the curtain he forbade her from touching. If anyone had told Cressida that she'd one day find herself sharing a carriage with the Earl of Wakefield and would be completely miserable about it, she would have scoffed in disbelief, laughing at the very thought. Sorrowful regret tightened in her breast. That's what she got for dreaming. The same thing she had gotten for hoping. At long last, they arrived. Cressida made haste, not allowing him a chance to do the gentlemanly thing and help her down. Before the carriage had come to a full stop, Cressida threw the door open and jumped out. Lord Wakefield cursed roundly. You'll get yourself killed. Concern filled his voice. How could there be any concern? With the ill opinion he carried of her, how? With the suspicions he had, why, in the face of his clear disgust and mistrust, would he be in any way worried? Oh yes, that's right, she thought. Fear for his potential babe. He'd make a great father. He'd just make a miserable, terrible husband. Biting the inside of her cheek to keep from weeping, she took in her surroundings. It was an unfamiliar street. Every single townhouse upon the row was an immaculate white with red brick steps and black doors. The stench of feces and refuse didn't hang in the air. There were no thieves and whores resting against the buildings, watching plainly for their next prey. A firm, commanding hand rested upon her shoulder in a reassuring way, startling her. She considered herself tall by society's standards. But for a woman of nearly 5 inches past 5 feet, she had to crane her neck back to meet Benedict's gaze. I've been boorish, he said quietly. Yes, you have been. Benedict swiped a hand through his hair, and what she'd quickly learned was his way of dealing with his unease. She'd never before seen this side of him, but then she'd never before been in his life. Everything about Cressida and her family's existence brought trouble to everyone. He let his arm drop. I will not hold you here against your will. How good of you, she said. Her droll response put a ghost of a smile on his previously tense lips. May I ask you to please come inside where we can speak privately? Everything. All of this. He stopped, paused a moment, and collected himself. I've handled this poorly. If you'd allow me an opportunity to start again, I would be grateful. Cressida eyed him guardedly. She had no reason to trust him. For all the ways he'd shown himself to be a good man, in this one day, he'd also proven to be remarkably like all the other lords in London. Benedict stretched his left arm out, gesturing towards the brick steps leading into the magnificent townhouse. "Please, Cressida," he asked quietly. "Hilda, Nivon," asked quietly. "Please, please," he repeated. He asked a second time. Maybe it was the fact that he put that single word to her as a slight plea. Or maybe it was just that she was delaying going back to her house, where she'd have to face her brother and confront the rest of her future, but Cressida found herself nodding. Then, following alongside him, she entered the Earl of Wakefield's townhouse. Chapter 12. Wakefield paced the office. He had bought himself time. He'd sent a servant to escort Miss Smith to her chambers, where Cressida was even now receiving a proper bath. After she bathed, the girl assigned as her maid would dress Cressida and see to her hair. Then she'd be provided a meal and tea. Invariably, though, time was running out. There came a knock at the door. Wakefield stopped in his tracks. "Enter!" At bloody last. His butler, a discreet, loyal fellow named Stetson, drew the panel open to reveal the long-overdue guest. For most men, being born a duke was enough. The Duke of Rothesby had been blessed with it all. Good looks. Not a strand of midnight black hair out of place. His gaze ice. His tall, muscular frame put together. Charming personality. The men wanted to be him. The ladies wanted to bed him. The title alone demanded respect. But the Duke of Rothesby's presence, and sheer size alone, was what truly commanded a room. "The Duke of Roth, thank you, Stetson." Wakefield cut off the announcement. "Where the hell have you been?" he demanded the moment Stetson left. Rothesby cast a wry grin. "Well, good morning to you, Lord Wakefield." What a warm greeting, considering I only received a summons 30 minutes. He didn't have time for this banter. "I've landed myself in a spot." The Duke arched a brow. "A spot?" "A bit of trouble," Wakefield hurriedly added. "Definitely. All 5 feet 5 inches of lithesum, not necessarily trouble, but it could be. I need help." The bloody urbane Duke curled his lips into an infuriating grin. "Let me see if I have this correct." Rothesby folded his arms at his chest. "You are in trouble, and you believe I'm able to help you because—" He waited for Wakefield to explain himself. Wakefield waved a hand up and down in the fellow's general direction. "Well, because you're a rogue." The Duke of Rothesby winged an eyebrow up. "You'll have to do better than that, Wakefield. You know, a situation such as the one I find myself in." "Oh, this is going to be good." Rothesby chuckled. "May I at least sit?" Wakefield pointed to one of the leather armchairs. "Please, Mum." He was making to take his place at the head of the desk when Rothesby stopped him. "Oh no, I'm not going to have you sit across the other side of that fortress, chap. We're going to sit face to face and discuss whatever the hell reason you've brought me here." Wakefield paused. Behind his desk was where he felt most steady. It was a position of power. It recalled that he had people who answered to him and responsibilities to see to. Now, Rothesby would strip him of that comfort. "All right," the other man said when Wakefield joined him. "Now, tell me, what is the kind of trouble you found yourself that you seem to think I am an aficionado on?" "As I said, I may have found myself in some trouble." "Yes, you've mentioned as much several times now." Rothesby hooked his ankles together and waited. "As you may have been aware, I was at the Devil's Den." The other man interrupted him again. "I saw you there, speaking with Dinver." The Duke missed nothing. "There was a woman I became involved with last night." "Ah, ill." Rothesby tilted his head back. "I take it this lady is also the source of your trouble." In his mind, he saw Cressida as she'd been in bed, delectable, passionate, inquisitive, bewitching in every way, and then this morning, just as spirited and glorious in her rage as she'd been in her sexual splendor. Wakefield flexed his jaw that still smarted, then gave a tight nod. "I fear you've appealed to the wrong chap," Rothesby drawled. "I don't have trouble with young women, or any women for that matter." "You wouldn't," Wakefield mumbled under his breath. The cocksure gentleman leaned in. "What was that?" "Oh, come," Wakefield exploded. "You're a rogue. You've been with all number of women. You must have landed yourself in a complicated mess before." Rothesby sat expressionless, and then, with a thunderous bellow, he roared his hilarity. "I may be a rogue, but I'm not a sloppy one. I'm not some youth at a university. And neither are you, Wakefield. What difficulty could you have possibly gotten yourself into with a lady who frequents the Devil's Den? Wakefield knew the moment Rothesby sensed the gravity. The Duke's angular countenance grew serious. Wakefield considered his words carefully. Though the man was a rogue with a wildly notorious reputation, Wakefield trusted him. The fellow was a gentleman in every way. Back in their Eton days, Rothesby had been the favorite lad all the other boys wished to be and keep company with. With the adoration heaped upon him, Rothesby could have been a prig. But instead, he'd looked out for the bullied students, the ones like Wakefield and his former friend, Waters. Even though he was confident Rothesby wouldn't breathe a word of what they discussed, this particular exchange had to do with Cressida. She had her name and reputation to worry about. Taking a deep breath, Wakefield went on to explain. You are well aware of the, he grimaced, auction that took place. His wasn't a question, but Rothesby nodded anyway. As Wakefield shared, he took care to omit any and all details that would properly identify Cressida. When he'd finished, the always composed Rothesby looked mildly ill. His good humor gone, the Duke unhooked his leg and sat back in his chair. Well, hell. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. This situation Hell, he'd managed to leave the glib Rothesby speechless. Cursing, Wakefield ran his hands through his hair and tugged. Rothesby wore a sympathetic look. I should also add, Wakefield mumbled, the lady was a virgin. The Duke had a visceral response so strong that had he not been sitting, Wakefield knew he'd have hit the floor. She was not a Cyprian? He asked disbelievingly. No, she was not. We've apparently met before. Zounds. Rothesby grimaced. Well, consider this the last auction I ever take part in at the Devil's Den or any club for that matter. I'm glad my mistake has proven a help to you, Duke, Wakefield muttered. Now if we can return to my situation. The Duke lay his arms on the sides of his chair and drummed his fingertips. Suddenly, he stopped that infernal tapping. You can always marry the lady. Wakefield stared at him. That is your solution? He didn't wait for an answer. Isn't it possible that may have been the lady's plan? Yes, very possibly, Rothesby acknowledged. The thought did enter my head. Wakefield frowned. Could the lady be capable of such treachery? He didn't want to believe so because, hell, he liked her. He admired her spirit and willingness to defend herself against a dolt like him. The fact remains, Wakefield, Rothesby said, recalling his attention. You did take the lady's virginity, and by your own account, you know her. Wakefield exploded to his feet. I don't know her. I cannot recall her. Rothesby tilted his head back, but didn't bother to stand. Well, she knows you. It's the bloody ton, Wakefield railed. We all know one another. It's an incestuous affair. The Duke pulled another face. Come on now, fellow. These are the women we're going to have to marry. Don't need to go painting them like they're some sisters or cousins. He paused. Though, in fairness, most of them are cousins. What else do you have, Rothesby? Wakefield urged impatiently. The gentleman shook his head. What else do I have? Horror set in. My God, this is the only advice you had. You are bloody useless, Rothesby. I'm bloody useless. The Duke scoffed. This from a man who has no possible solution of his own, is desperate for help. And called me. He must have seen something in Wakefield's eyes, for he sharpened his eyes on him. Wait, you do have an idea? Wakefield nodded. I thought it'd be best to wait until the lady has her courses and determine whether marriage is necessary. Rothesby stood. Well, there you go. You have it all figured out. It turns out, you don't need me, I do, because I have to determine just how to keep her under wraps, as the lady doesn't want to be kept under wraps. Rothesby looked at the door, then Wakefield. The gentleman reclaimed his seat. You're going to have to explain exactly what you mean when you say keep her under wraps. With his neck absurdly hot, Wakefield found himself wrestling violently with his cravat. Do you want? The Duke pointed. In your seat like a friend. That's what friends do. Wakefield sat. I asked her to remain here. It had been so long since Wakefield had a real friend, he'd quite forgotten the ways between them. The only chap he'd really let close was Waters, and then Waters had gone off and married Marcia. The Duke looked about. Do you mean here, in the residence where you keep your mistresses? Wakefield nodded. Rothesby burst out laughing for a second time. Oh my God, this is bloody rich. He wiped moisture from the corner of his eyes, with no signs of his humor letting up. I'm glad one of us finds this amusing, Wakefield grumbled. Why had he invited Rothesby again? Your solution to having taken a virgin's innocence was to set her up inside the place where you keep your mistresses? A lady who, by your own admission, was an innocent and belongs to the ton. The Duke gave him a pitying look. My God, you do need help, but I'm not going to be able to offer you any sound advice as you're off your bloody head. She's proving resistant to the idea of remaining here. My goodness. Rothesby deadpanned. I wonder why. Stirrings of guilt assailed him, and not in a small part because his friend had just pointed out how dastardly Wakefield had been in his handling of the entire affair with Cressida. It is essential she remain, Rothesby. Surely, the other man saw why. And why can't she stay inside her own bloody residence? Rothesby asked in complete befuddlement. Apparently, the Duke needed clarifying after all. If she finds a lover in the interim, it will be impossible to say if any babe conceived is mine. My God, Wakefield, he whispered. Please, please. For the love of God, do not tell me you said any of this to the lady. At Wakefield's answering silence, the Duke's eyes bulged. Rothesby dropped his hands on his knees and leaned over. Wakefield, let me ask you a question. Why in hell would the lady wish to stay when you're being such a bloody prick? The noble fellow made no attempt to conceal his disappointment and distaste. Shame was fast becoming an all too familiar emotion for Wakefield. He attempted to make the other man see. We aren't all blessed with both fine family lines and title, and a grand reputation to go with it. You mean like me? Rothesby nodded slowly and sat back. I'd argue making amends for our father's failings means nothing when one lets down one's own moral code. This time, when Rothesby stood, it felt like the greatest moral lashing. Wakefield deserved far more than an emotional whipping. Do you want my advice? Rothesby quietly asked. In all seriousness this time? He didn't bother waiting for Wakefield to answer. Stop being such a bloody prim, proper arse. If you're going to attend clubs like the Devil's Den and Forbidden Pleasures, and whatever other debauched ones you frequent, then be a man about it, and stop taking your fears and frustrations out on the young lady whose virginity you took. And, Wakefield? Yes, yes, Wakefield said this time, meaning it, and wanting it. Do what you do best and be the gentleman you actually are. Rothesby clapped a hand on his shoulder. Explain to the young lady that you are concerned about her and her possible circumstances, and if your fear comes to fruition, you were the one who got her that way. If there's a child, there's also the matter of determining if the babe is. His shoulders slumped. God, what a bloody bastard he'd been to lob those marks against her character. Wakefield should be castrated. Humbled, he managed to nod so the other man knew he'd heard him. One more thing, Wakefield, the Duke said quietly. Don't keep her under lock and key like she's a prisoner. Treat her as a woman who may very well be carrying your babe, and trust her enough to live her life. And if she ends up coming back to you and telling you she's with child, accept what she says, and don't make her feel unworthy. Wakefield grimaced. I needed to hear this. Rothesby snorted. Bloody right you did. Feeling remarkably better from all that. Wakefield bowed his head. That was quite the set-down. Thank you for that. Rothesby's carefree grin was back in place. Glad to help. Rap. D. Both men started. Rothesby shot him a questioning look. Wakefield shook his head in return. He wasn't expecting anyone. At least not anyone other than... Stetson spoke loudly, clearly meaning for his employer to hear. His lordship said he's not accepting visitors, miss. Next came Cressida's answering, and very arch reply. That's convenient, as I'm not a visitor. I actually happen to be a prisoner. So if you would, step out of my way. Wakefield felt all the blood leave his face. Christ, he hissed. She was here. Desperate to get Rothesby out before Cressida accidentally made herself discovered, He looked to the other man for a solution. Alas, the Duke wore an equally panicked expression and searched about the way a child did for a space to hide in hide-and-seek. The gentleman briefly considered the window. Wakefield gave the floor-to-ceiling panes an even longer look. The door panel exploded open, and Cressida stormed inside. "My lord? I will not be made a prisoner by any." Cressida's cheeks drained of color. Her startled gaze flew from Wakefield to Rothesby, and then back again to Wakefield. Wakefield caught the shock of recognition in the peer's gaze, and knew the instant Rothesby identified Cressida by her tawny brown-gold curls, now drawn back into an elegant chignon. Wakefield gritted his teeth. Satan's army. This day cannot possibly get any worse. Chapter 13. Bloody hell. Things had just gone from bad to worse. Cressida stood dumbfounded, speechless, motionless once more as her ruin became greater, a feat she believed impossible. And yet, here it was. Now she'd been discovered alone in the Earl of Wakefield's home by none other than the notorious Duke of Rothesby. The gentleman possessed a shrewd gaze, and by the way he looked at Cressida, he quite correctly deduced Wakefield had been the one to outbid him at the Devil's Den. Her heart hammered. Oh God, they'd been discussing her. Then a very obvious reason nearly brought her to her knees. Benedict knew the Duke had wanted her. Benedict, who also sought to figure out what to do with her. She wanted to die. She wanted the Aubusson carpet to open, so she could slide beneath its fabric and continue falling until she was far away from this place, the Duke of Rothesby, Benedict, and her life in its entirety. Cressida's stomach churned. "Forgive me," she said, finding her voice. Cressida turned to go. The Duke called out in the commanding voice of a man used to having his wishes obeyed. "I was just leaving." Cressida stopped mid-stride. Clawing at the sides of her borrowed dress, she hovered at the side of the entryway, halfway between escape and this continued humiliation. Benedict exchanged a handful of words with the other gentleman, words that Cressida couldn't make out. While they finished up, Cressida stared straight ahead. The Duke of Rothesby and the Earl of Wakefield sketched bows to one another. Then Rothesby paused. "Please go," she silently pleaded. "Please, just go." She avoided his eyes and looked anywhere but at him. In so doing, perhaps she could avoid the reality that any of these past 15 or so hours had happened. "I'd like you to be assured, miss." The Duke spoke in a quiet, comforting way that somehow surprisingly managed to ease Cressida's panic some. "I'm not a gossip, though I'm a frequent object of it," he said, in what she expected was his attempt at lightsomeness for her benefit. "I am a gentleman." Cressida gave a tiny nod, letting him know she heard his promise. "We never met." With that, he jammed his hat atop his head. Offering her a deeper bow than she deserved, he left, closing the door behind him. Cressida and Benedict found themselves alone. "I shouldn't have intruded," she said stiffly. "Forgive me." "You have nothing to apologize for," he said, quickly cutting off the rest of her apologies. "Please, won't you sit down?" It felt like a familiar way back, when she'd been first in London. Trudy had taken Cressida to Merlin's Mechanical Museum, and she'd swung in circles high above the rest of all the other people who'd come to ride the flying horses. Conversations with the Earl of Wakefield were proving a remarkably similar experience. Benedict waited until she seated herself before joining her on the opposite leather armchair. Cressida refused to let him speak first. "I'm not looking for a protector, my lord," she said stiffly. His mouth moved, but no words came out. Benedict finally found his voice. "That is good for me to know, as I'm not looking to make you my mistress." She flinched. Knowing he found her unworthy of being his lover hit her with a fresh, humiliating hurt. Somehow, Cressida managed to lift her chin and glare. "Nor am I interested in being the Duke of Rothesby's paramour." Benedict's eyes thinned. His jaw clenched so hard it ticked. "Do you believe I'd hand you over to another?" The Earl's voice fell an octave, dark, dangerous, and deep. Uncertain in new ways." Cressida turned her palms up. The thunderclouds in his gaze cleared. Benedict released a sigh. "Let me begin by saying I've been an unmitigated arse." There he went, disconcerting her again by saying the unexpected. Yes. She agreed with his second disparagement of the day. She'd be damned, however, if she showed it. Cressida gave a little toss of her head. "You have been. I could sit here and profess to you all the ways in which I've been a decent gentleman, and carried myself in a way that, by society's standards, are considered above reproach. Benedict rubbed at the back of his neck. But the truth is, we may have met, but I am still a stranger to you. Her chest hitched. She knew more of him than he thought. Cressida closed her eyes and returned to their first waltz. Favorite season, Miss Albee? Oh, it must be the winter, my lord. Mine as well. They shared a look and spoke at the same time. Less lords about. None of the awful peers around. Their long-ago laughter pealed like distant church bells around her mind. She'd been so certain that moment had been as memorable to him as it had to her. Cressida? His concerned voice drew her back. As I was saying, the only opinions you have to draw on about me come from our one night together. Cressida let him think that. She'd never admit the truth. To do so would be to reveal just how infatuated she'd been by him over the years, and how much she'd resented and envied her friend for being the one whom he fixed his attentions on. Until recently, he was saying, I have never frequented establishments like the Devil's Den. His lips formed a wry smile. That is, I've only ventured into them with the intentions of retrieving wayward friends. But those are not my usual haunts, and those are not my usual pastimes. Cressida had finally tired of his need to justify his presence last night and his involvement with her. My lord, why are you telling me all of this? She asked, impatient. His grin faded. The fact remains, he said, his tone conversational, his words far less so, how I conducted myself before matters not. I did attend the Devil's Den, and we did make love. His eyes darkened. Many times. Her body burned, not with shame, but in remembrance of the wondrous things he'd done to her and with her. It was dastardly for me to suggest you remain. She looked pointedly at him. Benedict hunched his shoulders and pocketed his hands in an endearingly boy-like show of sheepishness. That is, it was dastardly for me to order you to stay here. He turned his palms up. I had no right to put that demand to you. You are free to remain. You are free to leave. What? Your wishes and choices are your own, and I will honor them. I will await your word as to whether a child was conceived. Of all that had come to pass this day, it proved to be this offer from Benedict that overwhelmed her. Cressida rubbed at her suddenly aching temples. Benedict had corrected his course, making it impossible for her to hate him with the same venom she had earlier. He'd given her precisely what she asked for: freedom to leave. There was nothing left to say. She should go. Instead, Cressida sat fixed to the brown Italian leather seat. He'd said she was free to go. But she was also free to stay. Cressida worried her lower lip between her teeth. Her emotions had been so frayed, she'd not been able to think clearly or logically, until now. The minute she returned to her brother's residence, she'd be whisked off to some libidinous ancient duke. But if she remained here, at least until she started her monthly courses, she would have freedom from Stanley and his wife. She could buy time. Cressida began to find purchase with every passing second. She could fetch Trudy. They could be safe, if even for a short while. The words swirled in Cressida's head, suddenly not such an impossible dream. Her chest moved up and down. Benedict cleared his throat uncomfortably and began to rise. Wait. At Cressida's cry, the Earl automatically reclaimed his chair. Cressida clasped her hands on her lap. You indicated I am free to stay here, she said slowly. That is right. There are no terms or conditions. You are free to go. Again, he started to stand. Wait! She exclaimed a second time, freezing him before he could leave. His brows came together. Cressida steadied herself and proceeded more carefully. I am not opposed to remaining here while I wait to start my courses. Somehow, she managed to not blush. A speculative glimmer entered his enigmatic brown eyes. You have changed your mind. His voice betrayed none of what the Earl thought about her sudden change of heart. He was suspicious. That she knew. Is that a question, my lord? Cressida angled her jaw up. Benedict bowed his head. It was a mere observation. He wrested control of the discussion from Cressida. As long as you live here, this townhouse belongs to you. I'd be remiss if I did not mention that any time you venture out, you put your reputation at risk. Cressida arched a single eyebrow. Just as you would be at risk for entertaining a lady not of the demimonde? She fought to keep from rolling her eyes. Yes, he conceded. We'd both find ourselves subject to scrutiny. Hers would be greater. He didn't need to say it. She heard the unspoken reminder. She'd given enough of herself in this life. Cressida intended to take this reprieve here at the Earl's for her and Trudy. Benedict recalled her attention. By staying here, I'm sure you'll have concerned relatives who worry about, you're worried I have family, and that we are trying to trap you? Cressida managed a tight smile. His cheeks grew flush with color. I did not say that. No, thought he. Cressida held his gaze with her own. This time you were restrained in insulting me, Lord Wakefield. The redness in his face intensified. Let me spare you the time, Cressida said bluntly. I don't have relatives you need to worry about. Fine. There is no family who'll miss my presence. That much was true. He eyed her dubiously. I find that hard to believe. He wouldn't if he actually knew Cressida's circumstances, or Stanley and the Baroness, but he didn't. Cressida quietly watched him. By the erect way he held himself, poised slightly forward, he wanted to ask her for details about her response. In fairness to the gentleman, any person with a brain would question how a young virginal lady, part of the ton, who on occasion moved in social circles with him, could just up and disappear. What other conclusion was he to reach? In the end, he proved the gentleman the world knew him to be. I've only recently let this property, but haven't set up a mistress in some time. Cressida glanced about. So, this was the posh neighborhood where honorable gentlemen brought their fancy pieces and set them up with the same lavish lifestyles they would their wives. They gave them everything, just not the benefit and security of their names. Benedict misinterpreted the reason for her silence. Not that you're a mistress, he said abruptly. That is, not my mistress or Cressida, save them both from further discomfort. You needn't worry, my lord. I have no intention of dancing about town and paying visits. The part she withheld was that there were few invitations that flowed her way anymore, only when her friends hosted. Those ladies at the Mismatch Society were so in love with their husbands and families, the events they now held were few and far between. This time when Benedict stood, she jumped up. Do you intend to? Cressida bit her cheek at the needy desperation in her voice. He stared patiently with a question in his eyes. Cressida took a breath. Do you intend to return? I do not suppose unless there is a need. In other words, he'd come back in several weeks when he received word that she wasn't with child. And if she was, her mind lingered with a dangerously tempting thought of a small babe with Lord Wakefield's tousled blonde hair and serious smile. Were Adamson men born with such serious smiles, or did life make them that way? Either way, she was destined to not know the answer. Benedict captured her fingers in his and drew them close. If there is anything else you need or require at all, Cressida, not just when that time comes, please send word immediately. My servants are loyal. They're here to serve you. Cressida nodded. Thank you, my lord. His lips quirked up at the left corner in a crooked boyish smile that made her wonder what kind of child he'd been. Given the circumstances of our meeting, might I be so forward as to suggest you refer to me going forward by my given name? My name is Benedict. Benedict. Yesterday she'd claimed it, but today he'd given her leave to refer to him by his Christian name. It was an intimate offering. Gentlemen and ladies did not refer to one another by anything other than their title. He would not make that offer to just anybody, and that touched her somewhere in her heart. I am Cressida, she murmured. Cressida, he repeated, like tasting it for the first time. This exchange of names between them, not in the heat of passion or in the throes of love-making, somehow felt far more special and far more intimate than anything physical that had occurred between them last evening. Benedict sketched a deep bow, and without any other words flowing between them, he left Cressida staring after him. Chapter 14. After he took his leave of Cressida, Wakefield's business for the day continued. His current business should also happen to be as unconventional as the first. Money and power got a person anything, and that included an immediate meeting with Lord Markham, one of the top investigators in England. Granted, so did connections, but the connections Wakefield had to the rival investigative company happened to be ones he made through his brother-in-law, Latimer. As a result, The situation merited outside help, without any links to the two men he'd joined ranks with, which accounted for his appointment with Lord Markham Dia. Seated across the gentleman's elaborate desk, Lord Markham listened, while Wakefield told his sins and crimes for a second time this day. The other man's austere face gave nothing away. But somehow, the gentleman still oozed cynicism, threat, and power. The fellow's hard lips could have been chipped and chiseled of granite. 1. His every feature, from his two sharp cheekbones to a jawline edged of steel, were as blunt as the man himself. His face was as cold as the man's office itself. Furniture was scarce, but for the partner's desk that dominated the space and a pair of saber-leg armchairs as stiff-backed and brutal as the room's owner. The sapphire-black painted walls contained not a single painting or portrait. When Wakefield finished, the stony-faced and hard-eyed Lord Markham appeared to be a blend of annoyed and bored. "Are you asking me to dispose of the lady?" Wakefield stared incredulously. "No," Wakefield said, utterly horrified. He searched for some signs the other man was joking, and it soon became apparent no jest was intended. With a tightly cropped golden halo of hair, the gentleman had the look of an archangel, but spoke with a coldness and lethality of Satan's finest killer. His heart hammered against his ribcage. Just hearing the investigator speak so casually about a thing, Cressida, absolutely not, he said forcefully, wanting to be absolutely clear. In fact, if the lady is harmed, Lord Markham held a hand up. "Let me spare you. I know who you are, Wakefield. I know your reputation. Obviously, I don't believe for an instant you came here to hire me to silence some lady or dispose of any bodies. Why," the gent sounded downright disappointed, "I'm merely pointing out that you don't need me, and you certainly don't require my services for the type of questions you have. The lady belongs to polite society. Someone connected her with the Devil's Den. With your connections, it'll be easy enough to put questions about discreetly. The gossips can give you for free what I'll charge you a fortune for." Markham snapped his book closed in a clear indication that the meeting was concluded. Wakefield dug in. "I believe you missed the point," he said coolly. "I don't want questions, just the opposite. I'm looking to avoid all that entirely." Markham's mouth went taut, as if he'd tasted something bad. "That's not the kind of work I do." Wakefield leaned forward. "Well, I'm asking you to make it your work, and I'm willing to pay you double for your services." A cool smile quirked the other man's lips. "I've done my research on you. It appears, however, you've not done the same on me. If that were the case, you would know I don't need a fortune from you. I already have one of my own, and I have the ability to decline whatever work I want. So do not go throwing money at me as if it matters or means anything. Are we clear?" A warning glint lit Markham's eyes, indicating Wakefield had gone too far. He was fucking up every last discussion he had and every last relationship in the span of a half-day's time. First, he'd grossly insulted Cressida. Then there'd been the amiable Rothersby, whom Wakefield hadn't believed could be offended, and now one of the most ruthless investigators in the entire empire, a mercenary man who'd just as easily end a young lady as split Wakefield's neck open. He'd come here knowing about Markham's reputation. Having interacted a short while, Wakefield had finally caught up on how to deal with the man. "I misrepresented my concerns," Wakefield said flatly. "This is not a matter of me being worried I fathered a child with this woman." Markham smirked. "Though you'd also be lying if you said you weren't worried about it too." "Yes," he allowed. "That it is obviously a concern. But none of this makes sense." The investigator was bored. He wanted a challenge. Wakefield gave him that in his next opening. "Think of it, Markham. The lady is somewhere near 23, maybe 24. She moves in the same social circles as me, and yet she claims she can disappear for weeks on end without anyone discovering her identity." The more he spoke, the further he roused his own earlier suspicions. "She knows who I am. What am I to think, other than that her family has masterminded some kind of plan that involves me?" Markham weighed all that a moment. "You want my opinion, Wakefield?" That appeared to be the question of the day. "I want you on staff," Wakefield said icily. "But I'll take your opinion. Various circumstances drive every person. Maybe the lady landing in your bed doesn't necessarily have anything to do with you specifically. Perhaps the lady is in some other kind of trouble. Perhaps there's a villainous family member whom she's trying to escape from. Who the hell knows? But again, all you need do is put out discreet feelers, and you'll have every last answer. Wakefield stared at him, continuing to thread the needle to land the investigator. This is what you've come up with? Wakefield gave a rueful chuckle. I'd not taken you for the fanciful sort who'd peddle me some melodramatic, gothic tale. For a flash, Markham's mouth flattened and then returned to neutral. What do you want? Wakefield asked bluntly. What do I want? Lord Markham sounded positively amused at the idea Wakefield could offer him anything. Men like Markham and Rothesby had underestimated Wakefield his entire life. He knew what they said about him. A good, dutiful peer, without a cynical bone in his body. Both failed to realize Wakefield was just as jaded as each of them, maybe more so. Certainly more than anyone gave him credit for being. Wakefield slashed a hand Markham's way. Everyone wants something. You know so much about me already. No doubt. You know my background, and even what I might be coming to you to ask about. His previously impressive patience became increasingly frayed as this day went. You most likely knew why I was here before I even opened my mouth. The impressively stoic investigator neither confirmed nor denied. Wakefield continued, You provided a thorough enough assessment of me that you unequivocally knew I'd never bring a case you'd be interested in. And yet, here we are, still talking. Done with this man's games, done with all of it. Wakefield narrowed his eyes. So, what did you say? Cut to it. Stop beating about the proverbial bush, and tell me what exactly it is you want from me. Surprise and something else admiration? Glinted briefly in Lord Markham's eyes, and then was gone. It wasn't an unfamiliar reaction men had when dealing with Wakefield. Finally, Lord Markham drawled, You're giving me an indication that it might not be such a chore to work with you after all. All business. The investigator leaned across the gold leather surface of the Walnut Partners desk that dominated the office. All right, I'll get to it. Your assignment is an easy one. I'll have answers in a day or two at most. And in return? After all, it wasn't a sudden newfound friendship or altruism that drove the mercenary gentleman. Markham steepled his large hands together. They were unblemished, meticulous fingers, kept that way to conceal the blood upon them. You have connections in Parliament you're interested in the passage of certain bills? Wakefield scoffed. Is it my parliamentary connections you seek, or those I have with the Home Office, Markham? That appeared to break a wall between them. For the first time since Wakefield stepped inside his office, Markham didn't consider him the same way Wakefield considered the drunkards and scapegraces, losing fortunes and forgetting their families. I don't want this work. Markham held himself still like movement would betray him, when it was his lips that currently did. I don't want nobles coming in and asking me to pay off their mistresses or hide their bastards or whatever else. Wakefield peered long at the other man. All of the town knew about the Markhams. Lord Adam Markham, who'd been an officer at the Home Office, imprisoned by a traitor to the crown and saved by the man's daughter. Wakefield narrowed his eyes. You believe I can do for you something that your own family and connections can't do for you? He asked, but they both well knew Markham had influence enough through his family. I'm merely 30 years old, and I have a father determined to. Markham's ice-hard lips twisted in a sneer. Protect me from encounters and experiences he suffered during his time at the Home Office. Ah, so Lord Markham was forced into this role of private investigator because his powerful sire sought to protect him. How strange. Each of them chafed at the circumstances their fathers created for them. And yet for Wakefield's case, his ire came from the fact the late Earl of Wakefield hadn't cared enough about his own family. For the first time, Wakefield found himself with something he hadn't since this morning started. Leverage, power over situation, and he relished the feeling now and always. Tell me who you want me to speak with at the Home Office, and what you want. It will be done. Markham took that in, and then slowly nodded his head. At the same time, they stretched a hand across the desk and cemented their partnership. The flinty-eyed investigator remained just as aloof. What do you want me to do? Wakefield tapped the desk. I want everything you can find about Cressida Smith. My partners at the Devil's Den, Latimer and Dynevor. I want to know about my new partners at the Devil's Den. I want everything. I want to know how the club finds the women to be part of their auction. Who sets those terms? I want to know the inside outs of the club and how it is run. I take it all this has already been provided for you by your brother-in-law and new business partner, the other man aptly assumed, and that you are now just verifying how truthful they've been about their circumstances and the new business you've signed on for. Correct, Benedict said. I believe the most important part for us to discuss now. Wakefield waited for Lord Markham to speak. What happens, Wakefield, if my investigation does turns up treacherous acts against you? Are you expecting me to deal with them? Lord Markham sounded positively gleeful at the prospect. Yes, yes. Wakefield firmed his jaw. He might be a gentleman and value his reputation, but he was just as ruthless as the rest. No one wronged him. No one deceived him. And the ones who did would pay the price. As we are speaking about your having vengeance, it's also important for me to discover what that will look like for each involved player. Right now we have, Markham lifted his thumb, the Earl of Dynever. I trust what punishment you'd expect me to exact would be easy, given the fact of your having no actual meaningful connections with him. Correct? 2, the investigator continued said, sticking another digit up. And this is where it becomes more complicated. We have your brother-in-law, Latimer, married to your half-sister, Livian's husband. His gut nodded. Livian and Verity might be half-sisters by the definition, but not to Wakefield. They were as much sisters to him as either of his legitimate sisters, twins, Lady Catherine and Lady Anne. Could he hurt any of them? He'd sooner knock his own head off. Yet, his sister would be devastated if any type of harm befell her husband. Wakefield glanced away. Yes, punishing Latimer would be more complex and complicated. And last, Markham said, lifting a third finger, which he wagged the most heavily. Then we have Miss Smith, a young lady who was, until last night, a virgin, and who may even now be carrying your child. A vision flickered forward of a child, a tiny little girl, with eyes that sparkled and shone with her every emotion, not with the sadness and sorrow of her mother, but the lady's spirit and the ebullience that was missing. How must those eyes glow when Cressida Smith wore her happiness? Wakefield? The strangest sensation filled his chest. Wakefield? Blinking rapidly, Wakefield looked dumbly at Markham. The sinister arrangement of his features brought all Wakefield's musings to an end. If we're to discover, she is in fact a player in some terrible, terrific scheme against you, how should I handle Miss Smith? Another memory entered Wakefield's mind. Cressida's eyes big as moons, and just as bright and filled one instant with shyness, and the other, a fiery spirit to rival a Spartan princess. Who is she? Who is she? Who was this woman who'd upended his order in the world? Was she the master manipulator he feared, or shy siren? How much was real? What was real? Any of it? All of it? This woman who he knew not at all left him scattered and weak in ways he didn't understand, particularly as she was a stranger shrouded in secrets and mystery. Wakefield's lips curled slowly at the corners. If Miss Smith does in fact mean my business, my family, or my self-harm, I will be all too happy to have you deal with her and make her pay the price. Chapter 15. After Benedict took his leave and Cressida found herself alone, it took everything within her to keep from dashing off and setting out to rescue Trudy. But she'd learned firsthand what impulsivity cost her. None of it was ever good, and it almost always led to violence. She shuddered, and a shiver snaked along her spine as the memory of past beatings came back to haunt her. She forcibly thrust them out. No, she resolved it was safest to wait. It was safest for her, and Trudy for Cressida to wait until the cover of darkness. That was the hour in which she could always count on Stanley being outrageously drunk, and invariably off at his clubs, until the earliest hours of morning when the sun was beginning to pop her head out from the eastern horizon. And so Cressida set out to investigate her new and very temporary home. Except if she was with child, in which case I'd have a home here, and she'd have Benedict. Granted, a Benedict who didn't want her, but she'd take a resentful Benedict as a protector, rather than an abusive, lecherous duke for a husband. Cressida began her search at the main suites. The chambers for Benedict's paramours were done with the same quality, elegance, and money, had the woman been his actual wife. Unlike the Devil's Den, which had been garishly golden and blood-stained red throughout, Benedict's color palette for his mistress's abode was all elegant pale ivories and soft creams. There were no salacious paintings and murals and mirrors affixed upon every wall to put people on display, as had been the case at Lord Dynaver's. Benedict's townhouse contained pastoral scenes and floral arrangements the Queen herself would have approved of. Cressida visited every room, and then every parlor and the drawing rooms. She left no space unturned, no carpet uncharted, and as she went, she marveled at the vast wealth possessed by the Earl of Wakefield. How casually he'd spoken of this being a secondary property. Why, the furnishings in just one quarter of her bedchambers alone would be enough to sustain Cressida and Trudy for the next 2.5 years, and possibly then some. For a shameful minute, she considered stealing from Benedict. She thought about availing herself of some of the most luxurious pieces, worth the highest value, and disappearing into the night, vanishing with Trudy, where they could live alone, untouched, and unafraid forever. It'd be so easy. It'd be so wrong. Standing outside the kitchens, she closed her eyes. Damn it. It was times such as these that she resented and hated, that she didn't have just a smidge of her brother's evil in her. Maybe if she did, she'd be able to properly look after herself and her nursemaid. Is there something you need, miss? That question brought her eyes flying open. A rosy-cheeked, pretty parlor maid, arms filled with linens, smiled back. It was a cheer-filled smile that required its recipient to respond in kind, and Cressida found herself doing just that. No. Thank you for asking. I thought I'd visit the kitchens. The girl nearly lost her hold on the burden in her arms. Cressida rushed to help, but the kindly servant moved the lawn articles close to prevent her from handling them. Gore. Why ever would you do that, miss? I'll be happy to bring you a tray. Or, if you'd prefer, the dining room or the breakfast table? Cressida's mind spun under all those many options for where to sit and eat. All this when she had but one room to choose from. I'm just as able to fetch my own, Cressida gently declined. The maid leaned in and whispered, You'd be the first. The two women shared a commiserative smile as two social equals, which they, in fact, were, no matter that the maid thought she existed in Lord Wakefield's household to serve Cressida. Cressida expected to be served by no one. I am Cressida. What is your name? Unlike the other maid, the dimple-cheeked, fairy-like woman tendered her name. Nancy, Miss Dite. The name is Nancy. Should I fetch cook so you can discuss the menu? The menu? Cressida repeated, and then promptly burst out laughing. The maid gave her an odd look, one that was obviously well-deserved. I certainly will not be requiring a menu, Nancy, she assured. I'll be more than happy to dine with the staff. I'll eat whatever meal is prepared for the servants. Had Cressida announced she'd bestow gold upon Wakefield's entire staff, the maid couldn't have been more awe-stricken. Gore, miss, Nancy breathed. I've been employed here for some years now, and there have been lots of ladies who've come through here, and not a single one is like you. The smile froze on Cressida's face. Nancy had just offered a reminder of all the women Benedict chose. They'd been favored and revered, and he'd wanted to bring them here. Unlike Cressida, whom he'd erased from his memory, and was now eager to erase from his life, and she would as soon as it was determined there wasn't a babe anchoring him to his unwanted lover. I'm finding I like you the best, Nancy whispered, a gentle understanding that Cressida couldn't be more miserable at the thoughts of the Earl's last lovers. You'd be the first, Cressida said wryly. The young women spoke a short while more, then Nancy left to finish her tasks. When they'd parted ways, Cressida let herself inside the kitchen. Less busy than that of the fully housed Devil's Den, with its servants rushing about to see to the needs and wants of both the proprietors and patrons, Lord Wakefield's townhouse kitchen possessed a welcome, calm, and quiet energy that Cressida deeply appreciated and welcomed, particularly now. Though it was welcome in her life in general, which was so very chaotic and uncertain. The minute Cressida stepped inside, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at her. How strange to go from being completely unnoticed to an object of extreme scrutiny. From last night's auction to this morning's meeting with Benedict and Lord Rothesby, and then the kitchens, and now this kitchen. Cressida smiled into the quiet. Good morning. The cook and chef exchanged looks, both of them clearly in a silent argument as to which one should come see the temporary lady of the house. Cook, a fellow nearing his 30th year or so, tossed down his dough, wiped his hands along the front of his apron, and, with a sigh, headed for Cressida. With his size, strength, and slightly bent nose, The servant looked better suited as a guard at the Devil's Den than a man who spent his days in the heat of a kitchen. "Miss, if there's something you require," he said, "I can have one of the servants come meet you. There's absolutely no reason for you to enter the kitchen." By the strained quality of his low baritone, he far preferred it that way. Ah, unwanted. Now, this was a familiar feeling. I wondered if I might be able to join you. He gawked at her. Join me for what? He directed that at Cressida, but looked around at his fellow staff members for some kind of clarification. Everybody just lifted their shoulders in a shrug. When her question went unanswered, Cressida cleared her throat. "I am a proficient baker." He glanced down his hooked Roman nose. "You want to bake?" She might as well have just said she intended to overthrow the monarchy and claim the crown for herself. "I won't be any trouble," she vowed. Baking had always soothed her. She'd always loved to bake. It had also proven a costly endeavor, and been one of the first luxuries to go, when all the money started to go too. Cook grinned slowly. "So you want to bake?" This time, he turned back to the other fellow, near in age to his own. He flicked a thumb in his direction. "This one's for you, Hankley." The dessert chef sputtered and squawked. "I don't have time to give a lesson now, miss." He grunted. "I've got to prepare the evening meal and the bread for the staff and his lordship." She beamed at him. "Oh, his lordship won't be coming back this evening?" The kitchen gave her another collective look. She blushed. Yes, she could see how that was confusing, given the fact that this was Benedict's holding for his mistress, and as such, they'd expected he would be spending the night with his new mistress. "If I told you I don't need a lesson, that I am perfectly capable of baking myself, and that I'll stay out of your way," at the tightening of his mouth, she let her request trail off, and could see there was nothing he wanted less. "Perhaps another time, miss," Hankley said. "And," the finality in his tone left no doubt that there wouldn't actually be a time in the future, and so to save what little face she had left this day, Cressida walked out with her head held high. The minute she closed the door behind her with a soft click, she heard the activity come alive in the kitchen. There also came whispers and words uttered, no doubt the servants commiserating in, like horror, at the lady who'd been underfoot and attempting to distract them from their responsibilities. Cressida made her way above stairs and returned to her rooms, closing the door behind her. She leaned against the panel and looked about her new quarters. She wasn't accustomed to being purposeless. Every part of her existence required she do something. She wasn't one of those ladies who sat about and waited for callers. She didn't embroider. "No, why, appiedifi, elo, hi, pruide." She didn't sit about and play the pianoforte, or make floral arrangements, though she dearly would have loved to do so. She did love flowers. They reminded her ever so much of Somerset. And being here where she had no role, no purpose, left her confused and not elated as she expected it should. She was used to darning socks and tending linens to try and earn funds. She helped prepare the meals. She wasn't a kept lady. She wasn't any sort of lady. Cressida remained there, watching the pretty ormolu clock atop the marble fireplace mantel tick away the passing seconds, then minutes and eventual hours. And then, when the sun faded from the sky and night crept in, only then did Cressida head over to the fully stocked armoire and collect a black satin evening dress with a scandalously low neckline. Wrinkling her nose, she considered it a long while. What woman had worn this before Cressida thrust the thoughts aside? It would have to do. After changing into the garment and fetching a cloak, she drew her hood up and then waited for her moment to leave. Chapter 16. After an infernally long God-forsaken day, Wakefield had one last bit of business to attend to. The minute Wakefield sailed through the entryway of his sister Catherine and brother-in-laws, the Duke and Duchess of Bainbridge, his sister Catherine was there to scold him. Wakefield attempted to head her off. "Dear sister." He caught Catherine around her waist and swung her around in a bear hug. "This has been the highlight of my day," he said, earning the anticipated bell-like laughter. There. That had been as easy as kissing a chambermaid. The minute he set Catherine down, she frowned. "You are late, dear brother. I'd begun to expect you wouldn't show." Alas, it appeared he hadn't bagged the fox after all. "Oh, hell." Wakefield slapped a hand to his chest. "I would never not respond to a summons," he said. Before his sister had a chance to turn her full ire on him, he turned to shake his brother-in-law's hand. "Bainbridge." "Wakefield." "A pleasure." Catherine crossed her arms. I also said you were never late, but here we are, Benedict. Her eyes shone as bright as when she'd been a young lady who'd gone off gallivanting, gotten lost at the Frost Fair, and nearly drowned before being plucked from the icy waters by her husband. A servant stepped forward to collect Wakefield's cloak. Again, "My apologies," Wakefield said, handing the garment over to the liveried footman. "My business went longer than anticipated." His business being a slender, lithe, spirited ball of fire and innocence. The memory of her as she'd been during their charged exchange, the sound of his own breathing filled his ears. "Worry not. Frost only just arrived too." He furrowed his brow. "Frost? Oh, hell. Frost. As in the Marquis of Kingsmore, and the future Duke of Bainbridge. As in your nephew, Wakefield," Bainbridge drawled. "And godson," Catherine interjected. Now he recalled. Yes," Wakefield said. "My meeting with Frost." Catherine frowned. "You do remember, don't you?" "Vaguely." "Certainly." He spoke quickly, attempting to save face. "You wished for me to speak to the boy." Wakefield tugged at his cravat. "What exactly is it I'll be talking with Frost about?" This time, the look his sister gave Wakefield was concerned. "Didn't you read the note?" He'd skimmed the top contents, and now regretted not having read through the second paragraph. "Remind me, please." Catherine gave him another look, and then laughed. "Oh, Benedict, I've missed you. Come along. He and Jasper are waiting." Oh, fantastic. Yet another meeting. He was going to have to fake his way through, and worse, it was going to be in front of his brother-in-law. And given his sister's involvement and parenting side by side with Bainbridge, Catherine would be there to take note of the fact he had absolutely no idea what was going on. "How has Frost been?" he asked as they walked side by side through along the carpeted corridors. "Given the reason for your visit, I rather expect you know." Wakefield found himself tugging at his cravat. "I meant with the exception of the reason for my visit." There. That was a nice recovery. "Oh, he's still up to his mischievous ways, but he remains a deeply devoted and loving older brother just like you." Catherine beamed at him. "Here we are," Catherine murmured when they reached the great parlor. Bainbridge stood at the center of the room with his hands clasped behind his broad back. But for the addition of a few laugh lines that creased the corners of his brow and eyes, the gentleman looked as young as he had when he had first become part of the Adamson family. He also looked just as stern. In fact, if it weren't for those crinkles, one would doubt whether the fellow was, in fact, capable of a smile. "Frost, on your feet like a gentleman. Greet your uncle." The young man, slouched in his seat with his legs wide spread and his long dark hair hanging about his sharp plain cheeks, came reluctantly to his feet. Ah, the defiant stage. Wakefield remembered that all too well, only because his sisters had both gone through it, not Wakefield. "Not me. I'm about a decade late and dealing with the ramifications now." Catherine hurried to join her husband and son at the center of the room. "Wakefield, old chap," Frost greeted. Catherine let an elbow fly, catching her son in the arm. "That is your uncle," she whispered loud enough to be heard by all the room's occupants. "Yes, and he's Lord Wakefield." "A fellow doesn't call another fellow by his given." Catherine stopped the rest of that argument with another sharp jab. While the lad's mother gave him a quiet lecture, Wakefield shared a glance with his godson. "And, for that matter, you need to bow to your uncle." Catherine finished her lecture. "You see," Frost drawled, "this is what confuses me. Is he my uncle, or is he some other nobleman to greet?" "Because if he's family you still bow to family?" the beleaguered mother interrupted. "Ah, I get it. Thank you, mother." Catherine had always been too clever. She narrowed her eyes on her son. "What exactly is it you think you'd get, Frost?" There existed a warning in her tone. "It's just how could I forget? You are forever curtsying to father, and father is forever bowing to you." "No, we do not." Catherine caught herself, but it was too late. Frost smirked. "Oh, yes." Catherine and Bainbridge had their hands full for sure. Suddenly, Catherine's expression grew stricken. "Father," she whispered. She lifted wounded eyes to her beloved husband. "Since when did he begin referring to you by father?" "You've always been Papa. Is this what you brought Uncle Benedict over for?" Frost asked dryly. To speak about the fact that I am a grown man, but that I should continue to refer to my parents as Mama and Papa. We are always going to be your Mama and Papa, Catherine cried out. Before she grew into any more of an emotional temper, the Duke rested a hand on his wife's shoulder. He leaned down and whispered something into his wife's ear. All her upset vanished in an instant. The couple shared an entirely too long and tender kiss. Frost jumped away like he'd been caught in the midst of a fire. For the love of God, would you two stop? Well, you might not feel the same way as us about us being your Mama and Papa, but your father and I continue to carry the same love for one another. With that, the couple again kissed. Wakefield hid a smile. As his nephew jumped even farther out of the way and slapped his hands over his eyes, he made loud, nonsensical murmurings. The boy was young still. He had a lot to learn about letting other people get the best of him. Wakefield had begun to have an idea just why his services had been enlisted. Might I suggest we all sit and have a discussion? Wakefield rescued his nephew from further trauma of his parents' loving affection for one another. Frost looked at him all too gratefully. He favored the young man with a wink. Catherine was the first to sit. Oh, absolutely not, her son said. I'm not having this discussion with Mother. Mama here, he swiftly amended. This isn't a talk for ladies present. This is men's conversation. Wait a moment. Maybe he'd been entirely wrong about the reason for this discussion after all. Surely they were not discussing that. Oh, rest assured. I'm entirely different than all other ladies. I am not a woman. I'm your mother. Ah, isn't that what you've said before? Catherine batted her eyes not so innocently at her son, who surely regretted having uttered that at some point in his life. The Duke of Bainbridge cut into the back and forth between mother and son. Your mother stays. That ducal command had everyone instantly seated, Wakefield included. Their peculiar quartet sat in a circle, all looking at one another. Then suddenly, all eyes went to Wakefield. He resisted the urge to squirm. Never more did he regret not reading a piece of correspondence in his life. Why don't I begin? Bainbridge said for the group. Thank God. Wakefield, why don't you lead the way? Oh, shite. Now, did that really constitute? Bainbridge began. Wakefield made a clearing sound with his throat. Ah, not. Catherine gave him a pointed look. He met his sister's stare with a sheepish one of his own. Benedict, she mouthed. Then he saw in her eyes the moment she registered that he didn't have any bloody clue as to what he was doing here. Why don't I get us started? Catherine saved him from utter humiliation. The reason we've asked you to speak with your uncle, and have him speak with you. Isn't it really speaking with us if I'm not alone with Uncle Benedict? Fair question, lad, he thought to himself. Catherine continued as though her son hadn't spoken. Given the reports we've received, can't we call it gossip? Frost shot back. That is, unless you've hired a private investigator. Wakefield dissolved into a paroxysm of choking. Catherine jumped up, but he waved her away. Well, it is not as though you make any attempt to hide your bad behavior. On what? You are at Oxford. You are the future Duke of Bainbridge. Catherine's eyes grew sad. You are my son. All of these can be true, Mother, he said. All of these can be true, Mama, Frost said softly. They were tones Wakefield recognized all too well. They were the ones reserved by rogues and rakes to appease some distraught lady. The anger glinting in Bainbridge's eyes indicated he too had seen it. My son thinks nothing of carousing, drinking, and going about with loose women. That blunt, cold statement broke all the way through Frost's charade. This time, Bainbridge was all too happy to take control of the discussion. The Marquess's scowl returned. Every gentleman does it. It's called sowing your oats, Mother and Father. No, they don't. Your father did not. Yes, yes. It's because he fell in love. First with one woman, and then you. Bainbridge didn't so much as flinch. Catherine gasped. Frost! You continue to disappoint me. I know I disappoint you, Frost shouted. I'm not the paragon father was and is, and I'm not the optimistic, hopeful person you are, Mother. I'm my own person, and I don't believe that at age 18 I could know a bloody thing about love. But I do know I can celebrate my youth along with the rest of the fellows my age. You may take your father as the only saint, But he's not my boy, Catherine riposted. For a model on how to conduct yourself as student and young gentleman, you need look no further than no. Don't say it. Your Uncle Benedict, his sister finished. Oh hell. 3 pairs of gazes landed on Wakefield. And she'd said it. A sinking sensation settled in Wakefield's stomach. So this was why he'd been summoned. They dragged him here as some kind of moral beacon. For one horrifying moment, he entertained the possibility that the 3 of them were aware of his crimes and sins at the Devil's Den, and his recent acquisition of ownership, and that this was all some grand display to make Wakefield feel like the blighter he was. Tell him, Benedict, Catherine exclaimed. Tell him how serious you took your studies and have conducted yourself. Why does he need to tell me if you're doing it yourself, mother? With all the tumult Wakefield had endured today, this was the final straw. Your mother is right, he snapped, temper barely held in check. The trouble you can find yourself in is staggering. He stepped forward, voice rising. That's what young gentlemen never speak of. Not truly. Not enough. If at all. A pause. A breath. And then, with blistering heat, we're talking about men who run around with no thought, no care. Seducing women, getting them with child, and altering not just that lady's life. His voice broke, then deepened, but their own, and any innocent offspring they carelessly bring into this world too. With every utterance that flew from his lips, Cressida's face appeared, and his guilt compounded. 1 minute, you're living a carefree life with 0 entanglements and having a rollicking good time. And the next, you're stuck neck deep in more trouble than God himself could solve. So yes, if it is as your mother says, and you're behaving like every other randy chap out there, then you're going to regret it, and you're going to regret it mightily. Trust me, he exclaimed. His chest heaved, and his shoulders shook. 3 sets of very wide eyes looked back at him. The door exploded open. An urgent message for Lord Wakefield, the butler said, panting and out of breath. Said I was to come get you. Interrupt immediately, and that you need to receive this. Wakefield's gut clenched, and he was already crossing over to meet the man, more than halfway. With a hurried word of thanks, he ripped the page open and read the note. The lady is on the move. Location where she can be reached. Bloody hell, he muttered, crushing the page in his hand. Benedict. His sister's voice came haltingly behind him. Wakefield? Bainbridge shared in his wife's concern. Uncle Benedict? Wakefield hurriedly composed himself and stuffed the page inside his front jacket. Sorry to rush off. Yes, as I was saying, Frost, do listen to your parents, please. You don't want to end up like me. Like every other useless lad out there. You're better than that. Start showing it. With that most hypocritical advice he'd ever shared, Wakefield set off at a brisk clip through the door, and headed in search of Cressida. Chapter 17. Cressida entered through the front door of her Ratcliffe townhouse. As soon as she walked inside, she determined her brother wasn't there. He bumbled about. He stumbled into things, mostly because he was drunk, and in no small part because he was graceless. It had proven helpful when she wished to evade him, because she always knew, without fail, where his steps were coming from. Cressida called out quietly, not for any fear that her brother was suddenly going to jump out at her like some bogeyman. Hello? Way? She spoke, as she did on account of having been conditioned to making herself as small and as quiet as possible. Trudy? She called. Only silence welcomed her. Frowning, Cressida pushed the door shut behind her. Loosening the clasp of her noisy muslin cloak, she hung it on the hook that served as a makeshift space to hang articles for guests who were coming or going, neither of which there ever were. Trudy's hearing had become increasingly poor over the years. Worry tightened her gut. Any other time, Trudy not coming immediately would have been no cause for concern. This was different. There was about as good a chance that Trudy wouldn't be waiting right at this front door for Cressida to return as that she'd heap praise upon Stanley's ears. When she'd finished her search of the downstairs, her panic increasingly grew. Trudy? Cressida shouted. She took the steps fast, evading the loose floorboards and the rotted one with a hole that was about to send the wrong person falling right on through, or if it took Stanley down, the right person. Perhaps Trudy had helped herself to some of Stanley's spirits, which she took to sneaking out of necessity for the pain she faced in her aging joints. Cressida checked all the rooms, even the ones she knew with an absolute certainty her old nursemaid would never be caught in, on account that there were entirely too many mice or holes in the roof. She went to the room she and Trudy shared. Racing from the room, Cressida caught the door jamb to keep herself upright and bolted for the Baron's chambers. "Trudy," she implored, anxiety bringing her voice creeping up. On occasion, when they knew Stanley wouldn't be back, they invaded his chambers, which were befitting a king, and not the abusive toddler he was. There, they'd take turns sleeping to ensure neither of them were caught, but those were celebratory nights. Trudy absolutely wouldn't be here now, lounging in comfort, even if it was well-deserved, as long as Cressida wasn't there. Tears pricked her eyes and blurred her vision, and as they fell, she wiped them back angrily, desperately looking to see. Oh, God. What if Stanley and his shrew had taken the old nursemaid and were holding her until Cressida returned and did their bidding? Panicked, knowing she'd already searched the house and Trudy was absolutely nowhere, she still bolted about, shouting her nursemaid's name as if, in doing so, she would make the other woman materialize from thin air. Cressida took the path downstairs as quick as she'd taken the ascent, and instantly regretted it. The heel of her boot caught a soft patch of rotted oak, and even as her foot stayed in place, anchoring her, her entire upper body went pitching forward. She came down hard on her stomach. All the breath exploded from her lungs, and pain radiated throughout her body from where she'd taken the fall. Cressida lay dazed with half her body prone, and her legs extended up and backwards. Blackness clouded her vision and began to narrow into little pricks of white. She'd passed out a number of times and recognized what was happening. Her brother had dealt enough powerful blows to let her know the world was going dark. She lay there and fought for calm. Breathing too fast and too hard would only send her into that total abyss of blackness. Cressida closed her eyes and laid with her cheek upon the moldy floor. She stayed that way until the pain ebbed some and the darkness receded. She struggled to lift her lashes. A shadow fluttered and flickered. Her gaze collided with a pair of gleaming, buckled heeled shoes, that wide leather big enough to fit just one man's foot, one hated man's foot. Christ on him. Hers was a prayer and a curse. A coarse chuckle echoed around her. "Ah, my slut of a sister has returned." Stanley towered over her, exerting his size and power. Refusing to give him that satisfaction, Cressida mustered through the pain and climbed to her feet. She'd learned to say less to cut these exchanges short. Stanley tugged at a white satin kerchief riddled with yellow sweat stains and wiped at his damp brow. "Well, I take it you're good and defiled now, ready to fulfill your husband-to-be's every horrid fantasy." Crowing like a blackbird, he rubbed his paunch and looked around. Where's the old woman? Relief assailed her. Trudy wasn't here. He didn't have a hold on her, which also meant he didn't have a hold on Cressida. He'd given his hand away. Feeling 10 feet tall, Cressida scraped a derisive stare over her brother. "Ah, you don't need to concern yourself about Trudy." Mocking the search he'd done of his own, Cressida scoured the room. "Where's the Baroness?" "Still warming some other man's bed until you sell me for some coins to keep her hap." Her brother shot out a hand and caught her arm. Stanley pushed his fleshy, pockmarked face so close, she gagged at the scent of garlic on him. The cruel smile on his lips oozed satisfaction. "You still haven't figured out that, until you are married, you will still answer to me." He wrenched Cressida's arm behind her back. A pained hiss slipped from between her teeth and tears filled her eyes. "Not anymore," she managed to squeeze out past the pain. "Since you sold me like a whore. You've made a powerful enemy, Stanley," she taunted. Benedict may mistrust her, but he'd also given every indication he would protect her, and that gave her power over the coward. Stanley eased his grip. His jelly features wavered. "What do you mean?" he asked in his whiny tones. "I mean, if you think I'm just going to be able to be whisked away and married to the Duke, you have another thing coming. The gentleman who bought me last night is concerned I'm with child, and has every intention of keeping me close until he can verify I am not with child." "Why, that is impossible." Her brother stuttered. "That is not happening." "Oh," Cressida sneered. "It most certainly is. You should have thought about the possible ramifications of introducing me to a powerful gentleman. His already heavily florid cheeks turned 10 shades brighter. "Who is he?" he demanded. "I'm not giving you his name." Using her brother's absorption in the bad news she was levying, Cressida used the opportunity to back away from him slowly. The Baron stabbed a finger in her direction. "Aha. Ah. That's because there is no gentleman." He chortled, and his big belly bounced with his mirth. "As if any gentleman would want you." His amusement faded to a dark, sinister fury. "If there was in fact a gentleman, you'd give me his name." Strengthened by the idea that Benedict would stand behind her against her brother, should she so ask it, she found the courage to flash him a derisive smile. "As it so happens, he's real. It is just I respect him, and I loathe you. And I hate the idea that you might have any idea of his identity because you aren't even fit to lick the soles of his horse's hooves." Stanley caught her quick in the face with a firm backhand. Cressida went sprawling backwards. More stars filled her vision. Her cheek burned with a familiar pain. For all the ways in which her brother was slow, the one way in which he'd always proven quick was the speed with which he struck her. She'd not, however, let him keep her down. "You want to know if he's real? You want his identity?" she asked quietly. "Then, by God, I'll send him to your clubs and have him humiliate you there." Cressida talked a good talk. Stanley hesitated. "You expect me to believe any man, any good, honorable gentleman who'd have access to the same clubs I do cares about you either way? You, a whore he just bought last night? Not all men are like you, Stanley," she said solemnly. "Do you truly believe Dynevor gives memberships to poor, wretched scapegraces like you? Why, he wouldn't even allow your wife inside." That seemed to reach him. "What do you expect me to tell the Duke?" he wheedled. "That's not for me to figure out." Cressida went and fetched her cloak. As she'd intended, Stanley's greedy eyes did a swift assessment of the luxuriant garment. He was stupid and cruel, but he knew the fine cut and cost of clothes, and also that Cressida had recently come by a fortune in finery. "Where's your goon?" Stanley pursed his lips. "Don't you worry about it." "Ah, me." Cressida shrugged into her cloak. "Off looking for Trudy, isn't he? Or is it me? Perhaps both of us." They'd come to the conclusion that Cressida and Trudy had run off. "Can't you just tell him you have your courses and be done with it?" "Why?" "Me. Because I'm so eager to return home for more of your abuse, and to marry some ancient nobleman. I want you to report back every day." The hell she would. "If you think I can sneak off every day without the gentleman noticing, you're off your head. Come, you stupid slut. You and I both know you'll be here every single day. It's going to be every day. And do you know how I know that? Because you're going to keep returning until you find that old bitch. Whichever one gets to her first is going to determine who has the complete power here, because when I have her, I'm going to hold her, and keep her here to make sure you return." He tightened his mouth. "If I find your old bitch first, I'll make sure you return, or she'll pay the price." Dread twisted in her belly. She knew he meant it, and she hated that she couldn't even have that perceived victory over him. With a smug smile, her brother left no doubt off to his clubs. Except, when he'd gone, she felt the same newfound sense of desperation. This one stemming from the fact that she had absolutely no idea where Trudy had gone. As such, Cressida was trapped, tethered just as much to Stanley. She couldn't stay. Her absence would eventually be noted by Benedict's staff, and they'd alert him. Collecting her cloak from the hook, she draped it across her shoulders. She had just drawn her hood on when there came a distinct movement at the front door. Cressida went motionless. Only for a moment. Her heart skidded. It was either Trudy or Fellows, or maybe both. An idea, which didn't horrify her. At least then, she'd be able to collect Trudy and bring her back to Benedict's residence. Enlivened for the first time since she'd come face to face with her brother again, Cressida ran to the door, yanked it open, and stopped. She'd been wrong. There was someone else it could be. It wasn't Trudy, and it certainly wasn't Fellows. The Earl of Wakefield doffed his velvet-lined top hat. "Hello, Miss Smith." Chapter 18. They didn't speak the length of the carriage ride back from Ratcliffe. In fact, since Wakefield discovered Cressida at her suspicious location, he'd been the only one of them to speak. His had been a greeting, and then a request for her to join him in his carriage. She'd done so without argument. She'd done so without a single word, and now they sat as they'd been for the better part of 14 minutes. All of the suspicions he'd gone to Markham with had been confirmed this night. What with the lady guilty-eyed and being caught red-handed, he'd been right all along. Strangely, it did not give Wakefield any sense of satisfaction, for there could be no doubting a woman who sneaked off in the dead of night and journeyed on her own to Ratcliffe and had any interactions or dealings in such a house portended trouble for Wakefield. When, 14 minutes later, they reached the front of Wakefield's residence, he'd hand it to the lady. She was remarkably taciturn and coolly collected for one who'd been found out as she'd been. Did she truly believe he didn't intend to ask any questions? Or was she hoping they'd just never address the fact of where he'd found her? He allowed her that hopeful perception or belief, or whatever the hell it was, only as long as when they got out of the carriage, and she made to hurry down before him. "Cressida," he said, catching her lightly by the hand without a word, and staying her before she could run off once more, and this time get herself hurt in the process. Wakefield got down first and then reached inside, catching Cressida by her trim waist. He lifted her down. "Thank you," she murmured. Ah, so she did speak. But then the fiery tigress who'd gone to battle with him when Rothesby had been there in his office this morning proved that she was no meek, mealy-mouthed miss. Like lightning were about to strike at her heels. Cressida scampered off, dashing up the steps as if she intended to outrun him into his own townhouse. She remained hidden within the folds of her cloak, and that lent a ridiculous furtiveness to her movements that could never be clandestine with his eyes right on her as they entered. With his larger footsteps, he entered close behind. His butler was there to greet the both of them, and a footman came forward to collect the lady's cloak. "Miss..." The butler greeted Cressida almost sheepishly, as if he felt in some way guilty for having let her slip off. Or maybe it was that he felt guilty for giving information about her having sneaked off. Cressida murmured a greeting, but refused to immediately hand over her cloak. "Going somewhere?" Wakefield drawled. Cressida jerked like she'd been struck. With her shoulders proudly erect, she undid the fastening of her cloak and shrugged out of it. She gave it off to the waiting butler. Then, without a backward glance or single word spoken, she headed up the stairs. Wakefield didn't know whether to laugh, gnash his teeth, or praise the chit for her tenacity. "Oh, Miss Smith," he called dryly when the lady had gotten halfway up the marble steps. Still, she didn't look back, just waited patiently for him. "Oh, I could be wrong," he called up. "But I do believe we have some things to discuss. If we could do so tomorrow, Benedict." "I'm feeling tired." Wakefield rested his hand on the knobbed railing. "I fear you've misunderstood mine as a question." "It wasn't." "Cressida, my office. Take several moments to refresh yourself, and then meet me in my office." Wakefield started in that direction. His butler, Burgess, appeared grateful for the reprieve from whatever tension hung in the air that he couldn't identify. "My office." His ears had tricked him. He furrowed his brow. It sounded a good deal like she'd given him directives to. "Her office." Wakefield whipped back. "I beg your pardon." The audacious chit had already made it 5 additional steps. For the first time since he'd discovered her, she faced him at least partially. "Having had the opportunity to explore my temporary home, Benedict, I learned the mistress of the house also has an office, which, for all intents and purposes, is what I am. And for the time being, I'll see you in my office." Then, like the queen she was, the lady lifted her chin and continued on. Flummoxed, Wakefield stared after her. My God, the minx was audacious, infuriating, vexatious, and he exhaled a deep breath. "Utterly spellbinding," he whispered. This side of her beckoned him, inflamed him. Odd that he should have hungered for her so desperately as to abandon all his morals and risked his good name, and now he found himself just as hungry for her. Even more so, seeing this spirited, proud, courageous side, transfixed. He stared at her the entire rest of the way as she made her march away. Then, when she was out of sight, he released a long, slow exhale. My God, she was a siren. A siren. Bloody hell, man. Get a hold of yourself. What was he thinking? He stood here panting and lusting after her like a schoolboy. Her, too. This woman who was riddled in mysteries and cloaked in secrets, and had gone running out to meet someone else. She represented the temptation that had sent Adam into sinning. She made Wakefield forget himself, something he'd never done, and vowed he never would do again. "What the hell are you doing?" Admiring her, he muttered. "No one's ordered you about in your goddamn life." And now, he was sitting here panting after her because she was throwing directives at him in his household, bought and paid for by himself. He was disgruntled and infuriated, but neither was he an ogre. "Burgess!" The young butler stepped from the shadows. "Where the hell are the ladies' offices? And what did it say about his temporary house guest that she should have happened to conduct such a thorough search of the household?" "It is located in the East Hall, my lord, just past the portrait room and gold parlor." Wakefield belatedly realized his mistake. The servant hurried to clarify actual directions for Wakefield to follow, and so, moments later, he found himself making his way to the very rooms he'd been ordered to by Miss Cressida Smith. The lady of the house's office turned out to be the morning room. It was a well-appointed space, replete with a rose-inlaid secretaire and delicate brass detailing. In addition to the glass-door bookcase secretary and Canterbury rack, the office sported French-inspired bergère, upholstered chairs paired to match the yellow upholstered window seat. Wakefield now knew every last detail, from the reflective girandoles positioned throughout the office to the hand-embroidered fire screen. Such an intimate understanding of the room came with all the time Wakefield spent waiting for Cressida to arrive. Arms clasped behind his back, Wakefield paced the chinoiserie-patterned Axminster rug. It had been a long night, and it was becoming longer with each minute, but he was determined he'd have answers. A muscle moved along his jaw. After her night gallivanting about, the lady had even more to answer for. Chapter 19. Seated at the gold vanity, Cressida stared at her reflection. Maybe he wouldn't notice. Maybe he was so distracted by his fury in finding her gone that he would fail to note the light bruise on her cheek. In the light of a new day, it would be terribly worse, but it was faint for now. Something told her Benedict wasn't the manner of man who missed any details, and just as she'd learned this evening, he was also a man who didn't trust easily. He'd had her followed. Granted, she couldn't blame him, but it still hurt. He'd been livid when he'd arrived. Angry gentlemen, angry men, were something she was all too familiar with. The grand and greatest difference between him and the others, however, was that every other man in her life who'd been so outraged was quick to strike or grab or hit her. But Benedict hadn't. He'd quietly conducted a silent search of her household, saying nothing but clearly looking for the one whom she'd come to meet. He'd been as meticulous in his search as she'd been in her attempt to find Trudy earlier. The whole while he hadn't said a word. He just seethed with fury and then quietly and gently ushered her out. Cressida stared blankly at her visage. It struck her as strange. In previous meetings she'd attended of the Mismatched Society, there'd been a time when all the ladies shared amongst one another the traits that attracted them to gentlemen. Many favored rogues with big personalities and charming smiles. They'd all appreciated a gentleman with clever wit and intelligence. Some wished for a gentleman who was skilled in the arts and possessed a love of the theater. Aside from intelligence, Cressida hadn't had a wish for any of those other things her friends had. For Cressida, she herself possessed a desire for a man who was calm and measured and who didn't fly off the handle. With a mercurial brother, Cressida craved the calm, and her very soul craved that which was constant. Even if he'd wanted to strike her, Wakefield wouldn't. Not with as honorable as he'd proven to be. Even his handling of the fact that she'd been a virgin was testament to that. Cressida leaned in closer to check her cheek. Given the nature of this room, and who was supposed to possess it, there had to be something in here. Tugging out the center drawer, she searched the vanity and discovered a soft powder in a crystal jar with a silver lid. Cressida hurriedly applied the powder over her bruised cheek, wincing as she did. "What? Miss? Ow?" Gasping, she spun. The young maid, Nancy, whom she'd met earlier, stared at her with some concern. Fearing at how much the young woman had seen, she hurriedly put the powder away and stood. "Yes, Nancy. His lordship wanted me to see if you were on your way. He's waiting in the morning room." She favored her with a wry smile. "Do you really mean he was checking to see if I'd run off?" The young girl's lips twitched. Not many would be running away from Lord Wakefield. He has quite a reputation as being a kind, good master, and he is very generous with his servants. Cressida had expected nothing less. Whereas her brother treated staff like scum and close, if not worse, than how he treated Cressida. Then something the woman said reached her. "He is in the morning room?" she asked tremulously. "Aye, miss. The morning room." When she'd instructed him where to meet, never had she believed he'd actually forfeit his office for the impending exchange. And yet, he had. He didn't seek to dominate her. He didn't. Nancy cleared her throat, though his lordship referred to it as the lady of the house's office. Cressida's breath hitched. And yet, the fact remained he'd had her followed. He might extend her every kindness, but he did not offer that greatest gift, his trust. "Please inform his lordship I will be along shortly." Nancy nodded and dipped a curtsy, then hastened off. Cressida took several more moments and composed her thoughts before heading off. When she arrived in the morning room, she discovered Benedict pacing on the Axminster carpet. "Wanna be ye, Daya." The sight of his broad shoulders big enough to carry the entire weight of the world, and certainly her own problems, was so very appealing. On his path back around, he caught sight of Cressida. Benedict stopped. He gave her a wary once-over. "I expect you have questions," she said. Before he could speak, he closed his mouth. She'd apparently flustered him and wrestled control of the discussion. Disarming had been a skill she'd had to perfect over the years in a bid for self-preservation. Never before had it proven more useful than it did right now, and that was saying something indeed. Cressida quietly closed the door behind them. She lingered at the entryway a moment before going over to join him at the pair of elegant bergère, upholstered chairs. Benedict waited until she had claimed her seat. "You had me followed," she said to maintain that vantage. "Yes." He delivered that so plainly and succinctly, making absolutely no effort to hide it. But then why should he? He'd done nothing wrong. "I see," she said, folding her hands primly on her lap. "Then, going forward, should I notify a certain somebody when I'm intending to go out?" "Can we quit this, Cressida?" he said quietly. "Can we cease pretending that you were out for a morning visit to the shops, or attending the theater? It was none of those things. You were on a side of London no respectable lady would ever be caught in, let alone at the dead of night." His words hit more painfully than Stanley's blow. "Ah, yes," she said with a tight, pained smile. "But then, given the circumstances of our meeting last evening, I think we can both agree that I'm not your typical lady." "No, you're not," he said. She tried to find any hint of disdain or condescension, but his words were as matter-of-fact and composed as the lines of his harshly angular features. "Who were you meeting there?" he asked. She hesitated. "I was there, looking for someone." "I gathered as much." "Who were you looking to meet, and did that meeting already take place?" A meeting had just not the one she'd wanted. "No," she said softly. "I'll ask you again. Who exactly is it you went off to meet?" At this, "She's my old nursemaid," she said, cutting him off. "Her employer is a miserable, abusive fellow, and I thought to rescue her and bring her back with me, figuring she'd be safe here." He fell back in his seat, stunned into silence. "Your nursemaid?" he repeated slowly. Cressida nodded. "My nursemaid." When he continued to say nothing, "Her name is Trudy. Her hearing has begun to fail her. She is unable to perform her duties with the same efficiency she once did. Her fingers do not work like they used to. There's little she can do in way of employment. I will send for her." Wakefield responded so quick it took a moment to process what he'd said. Cressida's mouth moved, but no words came out. That's it? That's all he'd say? But apparently it wasn't. "I can find work for her here, Cressida. There'll be something she can do to preserve her pride. Some work she can do in this residence." Her throat moved. He'd settle Trudy's future without any questions asked, without meeting the other woman? Cressida's eyes closed of their own volition. She'd always loved him, but she'd love him forever with this. With one simple promise, he removed the chokehold Stanley had over her. He made it so Trudy could be free, and Cressida would be free to make decisions that would not impact the other woman. On the heel of that, her hope flagged. Trudy would never leave her. The wheels of her mind churned. Perhaps if she told Trudy the separation was temporary, and kept delaying their reunion, Benedict's grave baritone cut into her frantic thoughts. "Cressida? Anhal?" She whipped her gaze to his. "I cannot thank you enough," she murmured. "I am eternally grateful." Cressida balled her hands. She'd already asked for so much, taken so much. She despised asking him for more. But for Trudy, she'd humble herself. There is but one problem, Benedict. When Cressida didn't complete her thought, Benedict gently prodded her. The problem is, her employer and his man keep her under close watch, and very rarely let her go out. I believe she went looking for me. When she returns, if she returns to her employer's house. She detected the reedy quality of her voice. Benedict touched her hand. I will see to having someone stationed outside her residence. He grimaced. If it could be referred to so. The gentleman was right again. Benedict bestowed a gentle gaze upon her face. The moment she does return, Cressida, I'll see she's escorted to you. She will be safe. Safe, she whispered, her voice catching. Tears filled her eyes. She hated showing him that weakness, not when he was so strong. Before she broke down in front of him, to spare herself that indignity, she jumped quickly to her feet. My thanks, Benedict. He stood more slowly. You needn't thank me for this, not for any of it, he said with a grimace. It is the least I could do, given the circumstances. Lost in her own miseries and worries as she'd been, she had failed to properly appreciate until now the very real guilt he'd taken on. As angry and hurt as she'd been the following morning, when they'd awakened and realized he had no idea who she was or what they'd done, she now recognized his anger and concern had stemmed from the fact that she hadn't been an actual Cyprian or experienced woman, but she'd in fact been a virgin. Cressida took a step closer to him. Benedict, she said softly, I don't want you to feel guilty. You have no reason to feel shame. As I told you, I was at the devil's den of my own free will, or at least as much of a choice as she'd had. I wouldn't undo any of it, even if you would have. She added that last part before thinking better of it. Is that what you believe? He asked. The curve of his smile made his hard lips soft and teasing. Nervous, she dampened her mouth. Isn't it? She asked. He took a step closer. The only regret I had and still have, Cressida, he said quietly, is that you are a respectable lady. There can't be any more of what we shared, and it is bloody killing me. Even as her body swayed towards his with a longing to be in his arms, her heart hurt, but her body rejoiced in his words. He wanted to make love to her. He just didn't want to marry her. And as she'd always known, she wasn't the lady he thought her to be, for she found herself going up on tiptoes and leaning in to take his mouth in a kiss that she had longed for since the last one they'd shared that morning. He folded his arms around her, and unlike the kisses that had been almost violent, now it turned gentle, and there was an equal beauty to it. Nay, maybe even more so. He guided his lips over hers, slanting them continuously over and over again. His was a tender dance and one she was a little too happy to partner in. Her moan was lost to his groan, and he filled his hands with her buttocks and drew her close to him. They came together as one in a fiery dance of passion. His tongue lashed against hers like an expertly wielded whip. Breathless, her legs went out from under her, but Benedict caught her more tightly and drew her more closely against the hard ridge of his erection. He moved his mouth from hers and she cried out at the sudden loss, but he merely trailed a path of kisses down her cheek and lower, touching them everywhere to her chin, lower to her neck, and that place where her pulse was pounding wildly for him. He paused there to lightly suck and nip. Benedict, she whimpered. It was as though the sound of his name drew him, broke him from the spell. He jumped away from her like she was Medusa, about to turn him into stone. Forgive me, he said tightly. You should go. I should go. We should both go. Her toes curled up with the shame of his rejection. How disgusted he was by her, and how eager he was to have her gone. Yes, of course, my lord. Yes, Benedict. Good night. And with that, Cressida took flight. She didn't stop running until she reached the safety of her rooms, and when there, she locked the door and closed her eyes. Chapter 20. The following morning, seated in the breakfast room, Wakefield found himself doing something he did often with Cressida Smith, waiting. And waiting, he had been again. Despite his earlier vow to keep residence at his family townhouse, given the nature of Cressida's late-night hunt around London, and his own equally late night, he decided it best he stay. He'd still risen at sunrise and taken his morning ride in Hyde Park. He'd given Cressida time to sleep, but this was really quite enough. Wakefield tossed aside the copy of the Times he'd read and reread. There could be but one conclusion to reach: she was avoiding him. He went still. Avoiding him, or sneaking off again. He cursed himself for letting his guard down and came quickly to his feet. "Burgess!" he shouted. Bypassing the bell, he beelined for the door and nearly knocked into the stealthy servant. "Apologies, my lord." He swiftly recovered and dropped a deep bow. "Miss Smith," he barked. Burgess looked about as if he was searching for the lady in question. "Yes, my lord." "Where the hell is she?" he demanded, keeping control on a thinly fraying patience. "Ah, me." Understanding lit the younger man's eyes. "I am afraid she is not here, my lord." His pulse jumped. "Not here?" he echoed. "No, my lord. Miss Smith is not in the breakfast room." Wakefield closed his eyes and prayed for patience, and when that didn't help, he counted to 10. Where the hell had she gone this time? "I can clearly see for myself that she is not in the breakfast room, considering I have been here for nearly 3 hours, and there's been no sight of the lady." 3 hours, you say, my lord? Heat climbed Wakefield's neck. At some point, the conversation had shifted to a question as to his mental fitness. "Burgess?" he asked, repeating the other man's name, his voice strained as his patience. "Do you intend to tell me where she is?" Burgess was determined to make him drag it out of him. "You see, my lord, it is funny." The daft fellow thought any of this was funny. "The young lady went to the kitchens when she first arrived yesterday. Maybe I should just sack him now." "I do not need to know, Burgess, what arrangements the lady made with cook. What I'm asking is—" "Oh no," the servant interrupted him. "She wasn't looking to plan any meals." His butler leaned in and spoke on a whisper. That was what the staff thought too, that she'd come to discuss the meal, the evening meal. And she was quickly told that someone would come to her rooms and— "Would you spit it out already, Burgess?" Alas, it appeared his butler listened about as well as Cressida. "En of the astidi, an despashi, asierundo war new." Everyone took offense to her being there. "The lady asked to bake?" "What?" Benedict blurted in disbelief. Burgess had succeeded after all. He'd flummoxed Wakefield. You can only imagine how upset and indignant Cook was, as well as the baker, in being asked to deliver lessons, except the lady wasn't wanting lessons. Or so she claimed. Burgess added that last part in hushed tones. Made her leave, and she was quite sad about it all. Wakefield felt a flash of anger. He'd sack them all for that offense. "Well," Burgess said with the relish of a man who clearly found himself reaching the best part of his story, "it should so happen that Miss Smith awoke before all the staff." Wakefield's ears pricked up at that particular point of the story. "All the staff, you say?" Clearly impatient with the interruption, Burgess nodded. "So you're telling me right now? Only just now? I've been sitting here waiting for the lady, and she's been up and gone since—" What the hell time did servants wake up? He wondered to himself. "That I cannot tell you." Wakefield closed his eyes. "Why the hell not, Burgess?" "Well," the other man said like he was speaking to a lackwit, "it's just I cannot report on what time the lady woke up. Only that when the rest of the staff appeared in the kitchen, they discovered the lady there." Christ, Burgess still hadn't answered. "And what the hell time was that then, Burgess?" The young butler appeared to finally catch on with his employer's displeasure. He jumped. 4:30 this morning, sir." "Your lordship." Poor Burgess kept brandishing forms of address. "And my lord." Wakefield drew a breath in slowly. Bloody hell. He'd become the manner of employer who went about startling and scaring his servants. Wakefield looked at his watch. "Burgess," he said measuredly, striving at least for the servant's benefit, "that has been 8 hours ago." The slight Adam's apple in the servant's throat moved wildly. "Yes, my lord." "Where did Miss Smith go after the kitchens?" A sweat had begun to appear on the other man's eyebrow. Snatching a kerchief from his pocket, Burgess wiped at the moisture. "Yes," Wakefield said. "As in, when the lady concluded whatever it was she did in the kitchens, where did she go? And when?" "I'm afraid I can't say, my lord," Burgess said, his voice strained. Wakefield waited and continued waiting. "And why is it you can't say?" Why, when he'd specifically told the other man last night, when he returned with Cressida, that he was to watch after her at all costs and report to Wakefield if he observed anything suspicious. "You said to report if I observed something suspicious," Burgess said, clearly following Wakefield's unspoken thoughts. Then, in a surprising show of spirit, Burgess brought his shoulders back and stood at his impressive 6 feet 1 inches, just 2 or 3 inches shy of Wakefield's own height. Because as I saw it, my lord, I didn't perceive the lady's actions to be suspicious in any way. Of course he hadn't. Who went out with her? Wakefield demanded, starting from the room and heading past Burgess. Burgess kept up in pace. No one, my lord. Wakefield saw red. He stopped so abruptly. Burgess went flying past him and then had to double back. No one? Wakefield seethed. As I last left it, the lady was still in the kitchens. Still? He asked incredulously. At least right before you rang, I had eyes upon her. A dusty color sprayed the other man's cheeks. Wakefield narrowed his eyes. Why? His butler was smitten with Cressida Smith. Something about that set Wakefield's teeth on edge. I was only in the kitchen because of your directive. Absolutely, the only reason that is. Burgess stopped his rambling and nervously cleared his throat. Yes. Well, good work, Burgess, he said dryly, as irritation crawled in his gut. You're dismissed, Wakefield said. Panic lit the servant's eyes. Oh hell, he'd really become that much of a tyrant. You're not sacked. I mean, I no longer need your assistance at this moment. Ah, the other man said, relief dawning. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. His exuberant praise trailed off as Wakefield moved quickly through the house and headed for his kitchens, of all places. His kitchens. Though, he shook his head. He could say with absolute certainty that there hadn't been a mistress of his or any other single gentleman in the whole of the kingdom to ever have spent time in the kitchens. No, didn't Sarai. When dies. Those well-kept women had servants summoned and went over menus with servants, and they certainly didn't bake. What in hell was going on? That question brought him to a screeching halt. Inside the kitchen, his kitchen staff, every last one of them, sat around a long oak table hanging on to whatever it was Cressida was saying. Cressida, who was working while the staff did not. Do you know why the baker's bread is always so light? She asked the group at large. A staggered murmuring of wizened no's rolled around the kitchen. Cressida looked up, a twinkle in her eyes. Because he never needs a serious conversation. Laughter erupted amongst her enthralled audience. Cressida joined in. Cressida looked up, and her eyes located Wakefield, still standing there with all his staff oblivious to his presence. An uncertain smile wavered on Cressida's lips. My lord, what in thunderation had she done now to earn the gentleman's fury? The kitchen staff's laughter died and ushered in silence as the room registered the presence of their employer. Maybe she unfairly judged him now. Maybe he wasn't here to express his displeasure. Leave us. Benedict's cool command cleared the kitchen. Benedict ventured into the kitchen and strolled over, joining her at the other side of the table. The 6-foot-across thick oak table provided a thin barrier when presented with a man of his strength and power. Cressida fisted the fabric of her stained apron. She made herself relax her hands. I've displeased you. Is that what you believe? He asked quietly. He inclined his head, staring at her as if she were some creature he couldn't quite place. Do you take me as a man who'll become cross with you for your every action? By the solemn manner in which he spoke, his was not an angry affront or accusation. Rather, it emerged as a question he asked of himself. Unnerved, Cressida found herself fiddling with her flour-covered apron. Forgive me, he said, for having given you cause to doubt yourself. He walked slowly but purposefully about the table, joining Cressida on the other side. She'd far preferred when they'd had an entire table between them. He left her feeling exposed even more, uncertain about herself, about him. Who was he? The angry, snarling, surly gentleman who'd hurled accusations at her at the Devil's Den and had her followed, or the reserved gentleman who'd come and found her last evening, or this tender man who'd self-flagellate himself for his treatment that had led to her reservations around him. Fascinated, Cressida cocked her head and contemplated him. She'd fallen in love with one of those versions of Benedict. She'd allowed herself to yearn for the man who wore a tender smile, and who treated the women he courted, and the stranger she'd been to him, with a kind regard and warmth, but she'd been naive. She'd been looking at him through the lenses worn by a naive girl. Benedict Adamson, the Earl of Wakefield, wasn't a one-dimensional man. the kind captured on an oil canvas by a masterful artist. He was flesh and blood, and multidimensional. He wasn't perfect. He wasn't some grand god. He was, simply put, a man. A man with many layers. The whole while she studied him, he studied her in return. "You're afraid of me," he said, misinterpreting her silence. "No, never," she said softly. She hadn't been stunned by a side of him she'd never before seen, but she knew more than a thing or two about abusive men. And not once had she feared this one. This kind, honorable one would ever strike her. "I know you would never put a hand on me." A sad glint lit his eyes. Little flecks of gold that told of his emotion. "Ah, yes, but we are both aware there are other ways in which people can be hurt." Cressida sucked her stomach in. For an agonizing, horrifying moment, she thought he'd discovered the truth about her love for him. That he knew her heart belonged to him, and that he'd shattered it numerous times since the Devil's Den. Cressida unfastened the ribbons at her back, and quickly tugged the article off. She hurried over to the cupboard, and hung the dirty apron alongside the rest of those in need of cleaning. "You wish to see me, my lord?" she asked on a rush, sparing herself from any probing that could lead to further vulnerability in front of him. As she moved throughout the kitchen, she felt his eyes upon her. "Burgess informed me you were in the kitchen. Is that a problem, my lord?" She tucked the stray hairs of her serviceable chignon back behind her ears, trying to tuck the strands into place. He perched a hip upon the edge of the kitchen table and stared musingly at her. "It's funny, isn't it, Cressida?" "My lord?" "It's just that from the moment we met at the Devil's Den, that hadn't been where they met. That just happened to be the only place he recalled meeting her. You only referred to me as Benedict, and here we are. The moment we agreed to refer to one another by our given names, you've started my lording me. I wonder why that is." "I'm afraid I can't say," she lied. She absolutely could say. She just wouldn't. It had been far easier to refer to him as Benedict when she'd believed there was a possibility of a future with him. The kind man who'd escorted her without question from the seediest part of London, that ton members were allowed to live, and whom apologized for his bad behavior, and unquestionably offered to find the nursemaid of a woman he didn't trust, was one she found herself falling deeper in love with. She required barriers between them. At her silence, he folded his arms at his chest and raised an eyebrow. He saw her lie. He was just too much of a gentleman to call her out on it. Under his deep scrutiny, her cheeks pinked. It was too much. This was too much to be forced to live 5 steps ahead of her brother and society in general to keep them from discovering the extent of her circumstances. She didn't like being off-kilter the way this man left her. She needed to regain self-control, or she was going to lose all of herself, and she feared she'd never be found once that happened. "My lord," he cut her off. "Benedict." She'd concede him this point. "Benedict," she said, "you still haven't said the reason you came to speak with me. Is it about the kitchens? Would you rather I not be here? Have your staff complained?" She chewed at her lower lip. Cook and the others had seemed amenable, and as though they'd warmed to her this morning, but perhaps they'd sent word. "No." "Kay, you are, as I said, free to use the entirety of this residence as your own, Cressida. That includes the kitchen. I've never, however, had a young lady, or heard of a young lady, who preferred to rise early before the staff does and work in the—" He cast an inscrutable look about. "Kitchen. Oh." Cressida pursed her lips. "I trust you find that disagreeable." He returned his focus to her. An amused smile curled his lips. "I find that fascinating. I grew up in the country, my lord." He gave her a pointed look. "I grew up in the country, Benedict." Oh. She placed a slight emphasis on his name. "There's nothing at all really fascinating about it. To you, perhaps. I, however, find myself intrigued." Intrigued by her? She kept in a snort. That'd be a first. Resting his left hand upon the table, he leveraged himself to a full stand. "Do you think I'm being insincere?" "Benedict, I don't believe you're capable of insincere. If you say you're intrigued, you are. I just can't sort out for the life of me why you would be." His long, thick lashes dipped. But before they did, she detected the spark of desire in his eyes. "I've never been in the company of a woman who spoke as freely and bluntly as you." They were similar in that regard. He was the only man she'd spoken freely and bluntly to. Her heart fluttered. The way he spoke. The way he looked at her. Why? It was the way in which she'd always dreamed of him, looking at her as if he longed for her, as if he admired her. That is, with the exception of my sisters. Good Lord in hell. All her fanciful romantic musings popped like a bubble. He'd likened her to his sisters. No lady aside from them has ever spoken to me. She cut him off. Do you go about likening all your former lovers to your sisters? She snapped, miserably. He was at her side in a heartbeat. He caressed a fingertip across her lips. Cressida's mouth trembled. When he spoke, there was a smile in his voice. People speak honestly with family, Cressida. Not hers. Not if she wished to avoid a sound beating. Ladies of the peerage don't assert themselves with gentlemen, and I find it. The way he might worship a treasured artifact. Benedict trailed his gaze over her face. Refreshing. His expression darkened. I desire you. Cressida. I want you. I'm fascinated by you. Her heart forgot its function. His gaze again found her lips. He is going to kiss me. She saw it in his eyes. This wasn't a man who'd run from her last night out of disgust. This was a man who wanted her, and that proved even more dangerous to her than the alternative. This time, it was Cressida who bolted. I have to go, she blurted. In her haste to put distance between them, she tripped over herself. She also steadied herself before he could. If you will excuse me. Confusion darkened his eyes for but a second. A muscle ticked at the corner of his mouth. And where exactly is it you are going, Cressida? High-handed Benedict. She knew how to be around. The man who desired Cressida left her unsteady. What are you going to do, my lord? She shot back with a question of her own. Order me about... lock me indoors again? Color suffused his cheeks. He gritted out between tightly clenched teeth. That was never my intention. No, it just read as your intention. Why am I not permitted to ask where you are going? Why do you need to know? She shot back. Hey, can it not be that I'm simply concerned about you? His exclamation brought her reeling back on her heels. The power and intensity with which he spoke lent the most meaning to his avowal. She searched for words, but didn't know what to say or how to respond. Aside from Trudy, there wasn't anyone around anymore to worry about her. The tension left his features. Are you truly so surprised that I would worry about you? She managed something that was a cross between a nod and a shake of her head. Then she recalled, the maybe babe. She whispered more to herself. His frown returned. No, about you, Cressida. I'm concerned about you. Her mouth trembled. Oh, where are you going? He asked, this time more gently. I'm going to look for Trudy. He paused. She waited for him to call her out for heading back to that dangerous end of London. Instead, Benedict slowly nodded. I'll accompany you. His wasn't a question. If she had more pride, she would fight him. If she had greater sense, she would reject his offer and insist on going alone with a servant. Being this close to him was threatening her in every way that mattered. But she'd been so alone for so long. Even having Trudy, their roles had reversed a long time ago. So that Cressida was now responsible for the old woman, and it felt good having someone in her life offering to stand by her and help her and support her, and she could no sooner reject his offer than reach inside her chest and stop her heart from beating for him. I'll fetch my cloak, Cressida said, but she didn't move. She wasn't capable of it. His gaze lingered upon her cheek. You have some flour here, Benedict murmured. So captivated as she was by him in this moment, she registered what he was about to do. It was too late. Rage darkened Benedict's eyes. A feral look that could have smote Satan on the spot burned from his eyes. All his black fury directed not at Cressida, but rather at the telling mark upon her cheek. Blast. But. Wakefield stared dumbly at Cressida's cheek. The logical part of Wakefield knew he was looking at. The illogical part of his brain, however, couldn't make out the mark there, and how she'd come by it. He thought if he maybe stared at it long enough, it would change because young ladies such as Miss Cressida Smith did not wear the large marks of some man's hands upon her face. Rage blackened his vision. Between when Wakefield had left her company last evening, and when she'd gone off on her own, before he'd gone to retrieve her, some brute had put his hands upon her. That same cheek Wakefield stroked and placed tender kisses upon, some man had touched in violence. Every fiber of him wanted to snap and snarl and hiss and demand the bastard's name. The other part of Benedict, the logical one, was all too cognizant of the fact that he'd been hot-tempered enough in front of Cressida. He'd likely startle her into complete silence if he said the wrong thing, or spoke in the wrong tones. Who? He seethed. I'll kill him. She stared at him with such confused eyes. For a moment, he began to question whether she was some grand actress after all, because she couldn't be this obtuse as to be completely evasive right now. Who is the man who put his hands on you? He asked this time with greater calm. There. That had come out more composed, less half-mad. It happened last night. Me. That's not what he'd asked. Somehow, he kept at an even plane. Who is the man responsible? Tell me, he thought to himself. Tell me so, I can end him. Cressida angled her body from his, as if in doing so she could conceal the mark he'd already seen, and make him forget it. He couldn't. He never would. Cressida! I don't know, she exclaimed, slashing a hand at the air. When I was searching for Trudy last evening, I went about putting inquiries to strangers. I encountered an evil, less than helpful man who happened to be drunk. He only got a single blow in when I managed to get myself free. He only got a single blow in. A hideous vision crawled through his mind of Cressida on her own. Prey for some scum in the streets, at the mercy of some of the most brutal cutthroats, if Wakefield hadn't gotten to her in time. And yet something in the urgency in her expression gave him pause. He looked closer, trying to probe for some indication that she lied, that she did in fact have the name and identity of the one who did this, but that merely proved wishful thinking on his part, because he wanted a name. He wanted the fiend. He wanted vengeance. You are not to go out alone ever again, Cressida. Except, she was destined to leave, and soon. What accounted for the queer feeling that settled in his chest? Wakefield grunted. At least, that is the rule as long as you reside with me, he amended. Surprisingly this time, she didn't resist. Very well. Some of the tension eased from his shoulders for but a moment. I will bring a servant, she said. His jaw worked. I'm bringing you. A frown teased the corners of her lush lips down. You cannot do that. I can do anything. Her previously frowning lips twitched into a mesmerizing smile. Yes, as a powerful nobleman, we both know that to be true. However, I'm only pointing out, my lord, that us being seen together is a risk for both our reputations. She gave him an odd look. One that said, don't you recall? And then, he did precisely what he'd said to her. Had it only been just yesterday that he'd threatened to put her under lock and key, and spoke of the risk to his reputation, and hers were they to be discovered. He still did have that same concern. But something had since shifted, in that his worry now stemmed from the ramifications for her. Yes, I think we've both sorted out by now that I've been an unmitigated arse. And that was another circumstance. Although, I won't ruin your reputation further by squiring you about London theaters and ballets or shopping, but neither will I let you be off alone, particularly as she'd already been injured once without him. Her features went soft. I assure you, I'm quite capable of watching after myself. Benedict, you have important business to see too, and certainly squiring me about as I look for an old friend isn't in your regular business day. I don't feel obligated to join you. I want to. Something shifted between them, something in the moment. Or maybe it was something that just changed for him because he did want to join her, and it wasn't just about keeping an eye on her. And, yes, of course he did worry about her, but he was intrigued by her. He enjoyed her conversation. He was mystified by the fact that she spent time in his kitchens, of all places, with the servants and staff. Cressida gave a shy smile. Thank you, she said softly. I would very much like for you to accompany me. He held an arm out, allowing her to precede him. And as they fell into step alongside one another, Wakefield discovered his questions about Miss Cressida Smith remained, but on top of the hundreds he'd had yesterday. He had 1,001 more today. And not just why she'd been at the Devil's Den, but instead about the lady herself. Chapter 21. Cressida would give credit where credit was due. Benedict hadn't so much as batted an eye when she directed his driver to Red Cross Street, nor had he batted an eye when they'd reached the Mint Street workhouse. In the end, it was Borough High Street that had pulled a reaction from Benedict. Marshalsea Prison, to be exact. With him walking close at her side, she stole yet another peek from the corner of her eye to gauge his reaction. He wore a frown. She wagered Marshalsea prison had been something he'd only known of by word, or perhaps he'd read about the men who'd been sent there in his copy of the Times while he'd been seated at his respectable, comfortable London townhouse. Cressida, however, had not only crossed beside this notorious establishment nearly every day. She thought about it often too. With Stanley's spending, she'd been left to wonder at which point a gentleman might actually land himself behind bars in that place. If not Stanley, then who? "You've been here before," Benedict observed. "Yes." "Earl. Because of your friend?" he ventured. "Young Weinstyle." "Because of Cressida's circumstances would be more apt." "Yes," she said, equally taciturn. That way he might be discouraged from asking any further questions. She should have known better. "What manner of business does she have here?" She felt a wry smile tug at her lips. A man such as he would have no idea. Cressida turned an innocent look up at him. "Why, what all servants do here, Benedict." "Oh, yes, of course." The slight stain of red on his cheeks indicated he had absolutely no idea. But he didn't want to reveal how out of touch he was in terms of his household staff. That said, it wasn't truly fair of her to let him believe this was where his servants went. All around them, peddlers shouted what wares they had for sale. Pickpockets angled in between the men and women shopping here, be it the peddler, the shopper, or the thief. One was as desperate as the next. "This is just one of the markets," she explained. "There are other fine ones where other servants go." A muscle twitched in his jaw. "The family that employs your old nursemaid is anything but noble." Cressida glanced at the cobblestones they crossed over. "No, they are not," she murmured. She knew her family was the terrible, low-class sort, but knowing how he'd look at her were he to know, how he'd revile Cressida. Anger lit his eyes. The squalor of that place. He shook his head in disgust. That residence isn't fit for a stray dog. No decent person would ever live so. Not unless said person had absolutely no choice, as happened to be the case for Cressida. His features pulled with distaste. Furthermore, no respectable gentleman or lady would ever live on this side of London. Benedict shook his head. "Oh, what a horrid lot your friend finds herself with." Cressida's stomach knotted up. Every word he spoke was true. Every word he spoke also sent a pinprick of shame poking at her breast. She hardly needed Benedict to remind her that she wasn't an actual lady. Her life had become a farce of Shakespearean proportions. Cressida's gaze caught on a young child squeezing through a throng of people. His eyes, ancient for a child, squared on an unsuspecting Benedict. Benedict continued speaking, oblivious to the impending threat to his purse. "How long has Trudy been employed by this family?" "Too long?" Cressida said. Having reached a point well beyond working years where she'd be seen of any value to a respectable family, she's had no other options but the ones that see her living here. "I've been looking after her since." Cressida grimaced. "Or trying to," she added. Trying and failing. All the while she spoke, she kept her eyes on the boy who'd grown closer. "And what exactly does she come here for?" "To purchase stock for the kitchen." They reached an uneven cobblestone with a divot and a deep puddle. Benedict lightly caught her elbow before she could herself step over it, squeezed as they were on the cobblestones. He waited until a path became available and ushered her around it. Her heart danced in the same breeze that sent the folds of her borrowed cloak fluttering and her hood whipping slightly back before it could go flying from her head and reveal her identity. Benedict took the sides lightly and drew them closer. The tenderness with which he protected her and the gentleness with which he handled her cloak ushered such a beautiful warmth within her. They remained like that face to face, but her identity concealed, and his gaze squarely upon her. It was as though, even though her face remained concealed, he saw all the way through Cressida, past her exterior, and all the way deep inside her. At some point, a tendril slipped free and fluttered about her face like a brownish-blonde flag. With an aching tenderness, Benedict reached inside, collected the strand, and carefully tucked the lock back behind her ear. The pad of his thumb brushed against the sensitive shell of her ear. Cressida trembled. The world ceased to exist. The market dissolved into a muffled hum belonging to some other plane she and Benedict were no longer part of. For here, with the earth and the people on it continuing around them, Only she and Benedict existed. The world, however, proved as ruthless, cold, and unfeeling as it always was, and Cressida found them snatched back to the reality that was Borough High Street and Borough's Market. Cressida opened her mouth to alert Benedict to the pickpocket, with a hand half stretched up, about to disappear inside his jacket, when Benedict lightly rested his hand upon the boy's shoulder. Just like that, the moment between Cressida and Benedict ended as another player slipped into their stolen interlude. "Gore, I didn't take anything," the lad cried out, trembling. Even as he shook, his eyes radiated a belligerence that came only to those who'd known life's greatest cruelties. He'd been about to take something, but Benedict did not point out as much. Another gentleman, certainly any other lord, would have berated the boy. The Earl, however, did neither of those things. He sank onto his haunches. Just as the child would have scrambled off, Benedict tightened his hold enough so the boy couldn't go, but he did so with a clear gentleness to his hold. "Ah, but I believe you did," he said, with a grave solemnity that sent the boy further shaking. Benedict reached up and swept his hand along the outside of the soot-covered pickpocket's ear. The boy curled up into himself in a clear bid to avoid the blow he knew was coming, because that's what he'd expect. But he didn't know Benedict, not in the way Cressida had come to know him. With a flick of his hand, Benedict brandished a gold coin and presented it before the child's eyes. Had Benedict handed over an entire pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, the lad couldn't have been more transfixed. "Gore, sir, you're a wizard." Emotion filled Cressida's throat. He most certainly was. A half-grin tipped Benedict's lips up. "Hardly that, lad." The boy's stunned expression wavered, and the momentary illusion of an innocent childhood vanished under the weight of the 12 or 13 years in which the boy had lived in such squalor. And he considered that coin with a desperation that Cressida knew all too well. If only she'd been a lady who'd inherited a life that was grand, or if she had funds of her own, she'd have been all too happy to give the gift of enough coin to last the boy's life, sparing him from such. Wordlessly, Benedict pressed the coin into the child's fingers. Knuckles that were bruised and swollen, an indication of the battles the child had been forced to fight in these merciless streets, wrapped quickly around the offering as though the Lord had granted him an eternal gift of life and wealth that he sought to protect and guard. Wide-eyed, the pickpocket peeked at the tiny flash of gold exposed underneath his fingertips, and he protected that coveted gift the way he knew it ought to be protected in this part of London. Hell, anywhere. Cressida herself was testament to that. So captivated was she by the fortune bestowed upon the young lad, and so utterly captivated by the play of astonishment upon his features, she stared on. Then, with quiet grace, Benedict reached inside and proffered a velvet purse. The child stared at it warily, his gaze a mix of envy, greed, and longing. "You're free to take it." "What for?" the boy asked with a wary and rightful suspicion for one who lived in these parts. "You're impressively stealthy," Benedict said. The boy grew at least a foot under that praise, and then almost instantly shrunk. He wrinkled a sharp nose that had been broken numerous times, and wore a slight bend. "Not so stealthy that you didn't catch me." "No. Hey." Benedict didn't seek to lie and give the boy false praise. Certainly, not praise the child wouldn't believe anyway, given his life. "But I expect you could have trained a whole army with the experience you've had. You've just merely, with your height, grown to have a disadvantage. You're ready for new work. Your skills and talents would be best put to better use in a different endeavor. One that won't have you swinging for it either." Cressida took in the exchange with wide-eyed fascination, noting how casually and respectfully Benedict spoke to the young boy. He didn't give false platitudes. He gave him honesty and directness. "Here's my address," Benedict said, reaching inside his jacket. "I have someone I'm going to put you in touch with. We can give you good, honest work there." Cressida's ears perked up. He handed over a card, and Cressida leaned in, straining to see the location or details written there. But the thief had it pocketed inside his jacket before Cressida could steal so much as a full look. She strained, waiting for either of them to give a clue or an indication. Benedict hadn't sent him to his residence, she knew, because those he himself owned. Her intrigue doubled. "You don't look like the sort of gent who has dealings with that place and those people." This time Benedict sneaked a look at Cressida, and as the boy followed his pointed stare, she knew that look wasn't for her. It was a reminder for the boy to hold his tongue. She wrinkled her nose, oddly cross at the fact he'd let this stranger in on secrets he held, and yet kept from her. A woman whom he'd made love to dozens of times, and done the most intimate things with. But then, as if you aren't keeping secrets enough from him. The young man gave a slight nod, nearly imperceptible, indicating he'd taken the Earl's cue. With that, Wakefield shot out a hand. The lad eyed it, and without hesitation, took it in a firm grip and shook. After the young man had gone, Cressida and Wakefield continued on through Burroughs Market, and she resumed her search for Trudy, filled with her own questions about Benedict, the Earl of Wakefield. Chapter 22. Wakefield had been carrying so much these past 2 days. He more than half expected the moment he stepped inside his sister and brother-in-law's ballroom, he'd find every set of stairs swing to him, while the music came to a crashing stop and whispers ensued. As such, it felt peculiar to arrive at the Earl and Countess of Stanhope's lively, lavish affair, and barely earn a curious look from a single one of some 200 guests. But then these were the affairs his sister and her husband always hosted. They never put on an event that was anything less than extravagant and well-attended and sought after. After having arrived at a late hour, Wakefield had also spared himself the scrutiny of an agonizing receiving line. Why, he was practically Invisy Benedict. That excited squeal did manage to penetrate the enormous din of the ballroom. So much for remaining unnoticed. His sister, Lady Anne, came tearing past guests, flung her arms around his neck, and hugged him. "Wherever have you been?" she cried. "It's hard to believe you've noticed my absence," he said, after returning her hug and settling her on her feet, "given you probably have 999 of the ton here." With a lilting laugh, she swatted at his shoulder. "I wasn't referring to my ball, silly, and it's hardly that crowded. Why, this one is much smaller than our last." Wakefield opened his mouth to disabuse her of that ridiculous statement. Over the top of her enormous golden hair, his brother-in-law, the Earl of Stanhope, caught Wakefield's eye and gave a slight shake. His meaning was clear. It wouldn't do to argue anything different with Anne when she reached a conclusion. She too had noticed his absence. He had no interest in entertaining her questions. "No, truly, Anne," he said. "How many guests are here?" he asked in a bid to distract her from the clear path she'd been going down. "You have not come by, but I understand you've been visiting Catherine." Her lips formed a pout. "My little ones are most devastated, thinking they are second favorites to Catherine's." Never, he scoffed. "No, I promise I'll make it up to them." Both of his sisters each had 4 children of their own. Throughout the years, Wakefield had made sure to pay each child equal attention. As fact would have it, they were each, in their own way, a delight. There could be no favorites, but then try telling that to them or his sisters. "You can tell them yourself when you come and see them tomorrow, dear brother." Tomorrow. He started to groan and stopped himself, but it was too late. His sister had already heard. She narrowed her eyes. "Did you hear that, Harry?" she asked, not even looking back at her husband. "Most certainly did, love," the glib-tongued, devotedly in love, Earl confirmed. He immediately shot an apologetic look at his brother-in-law. "So much for fellows supporting other fellows. And why is it such a chore for you to come and visit tomorrow?" "It is never a chore to visit," he said placatingly. "Hell, Anne, if I could visit daily I would. I really do love your little ones." Tears misted her eyes. "But they aren't so little anymore, are they?" She sniffled a bit. Even as she turned, her husband was anticipating her move and made to cradle her close. He fished out a handkerchief and held it towards Anne. Anne gave a light blow of her nose. "Yes," Wakefield murmured. How fast it all goes. He'd found his out, or he thought he had. Anne's tears vanished in an instant, and her scowl was firmly back in place. "You are not permitted to speak of it. You don't yet have a wife or family, Benedict," he replied. "You are my family. Your children are like my own." "No, they're my children, and Harry's, of course." "Of course," the old former rogue drawled. "They are your nieces and nephews. And a couple of them are your godchildren, but you don't have children of your own. And you really should. You'd make a great father and husband." "Preferably not in that order," the Earl said dryly. That droll attempt at a jest hit Wakefield square in the gut. "Yes, hopefully not in that order." An image flickered forth of an imagined scene. One that involved Cressida. Why? The spirited, peculiar minx cradling a small babe with her brown blonde curls. He waited for the same wave of horror to hit him that had been a constant in his life for the past 72 hours. Strangely, it didn't come. Benedict, Benedict, Anne said more insistently. He startled back to the present. Did you hear what I said? Hanging on to his sister's nagging hadn't been a skill he'd ever been truly good at. It appeared Henry, the Earl of Stanhope, was the only one who held that power. Catherine indicated that during your visit— Oh, Lord, here they went. The twin sisters. The Adamson twin sisters somehow managed to be both best friends and frequent nemesis, both at the same time. That inherent competitiveness between the two of them had apparently trickled into their adult lives and their relationship with Wakefield. Please, Anne, he said. A servant bearing a silver tray filled with flutes of champagne sidled over. Aye. He helped himself to a glass, as did the pair in his trio. I assure you there is absolutely no favoritism I have, or have deliberately shown towards your children. Or Catherine's. I love them all equally. But faulty decision-making, and my latest foray into dubious business arrangements have occupied much of my time. Please, Benedict, she chided like the elder sister she only sometimes acted as though she was. I'm hardly concerned about that. I know you do love them all equally. Sipping at his champagne, the Earl lifted one spare palm as if to say, That's Anne. And, yes, it was Anne. She flitted about from discussion to discussion the same way a honeybee moved about flowers. Catherine indicated that you took flight during a meeting you'd scheduled to attend with Frost. She was most concerned, which means I am even more concerned because, as you know, I don't take everything to be as life or death as Catherine. Naturally, he said dryly. So, what is it? Where did you rush off to? I'm sorry, chap, his brother-in-law mouthed. Wakefield tossed back half the contents of his champagne, grimaced, and said gravely, I'm afraid I have terrible news for you. Her eyes widened and she leaned in. Yes. He couldn't sort out whether she was eager to be in possession of information that Catherine was not, or whether she was truly concerned. He suspected it was most likely a combination of the two. I am not a lad anymore. I'm not up to mischief with my tutor. I'm in fact a grown man with a great number of business responsibilities and commitments. Anne promptly sank back on her heels and folded her arms at her chest. Welp, he took mercy on her. After all, he loved her, and she was his big sister. She'd always been a friend and did care deeply for him. Anne, he said, this time more gently, I assure you I am fine. I'm just busy. My commitments are great, but I am up to no trouble. I promise you that. He tried to figure out if he'd ever lied to her before this. In his recollection, this would be the first time. His words trailed off as, from across the way he caught sight of a familiar young lady. Her cheeks were fuller than they'd ever been. Her smile shined just as bright. Her figure was fuller, and her infectious smile still managed to reach across the room. Marcia. They'd been friends as children, and she'd been the first and only woman he'd ever loved. Just the sight of her, after she'd wed Wakefield's former best friend, had brought such a physical pain that he'd had to run from it. Anne followed his stare. Oh, Benedict, she said with such sadness. I know you're hurting still. Yes, he was. Or, yes, he had been. He'd become so distracted by his recent circumstances, he'd not thought of Marcia once. Though, in fairness, he'd begun to think of her less and less. This past year, he'd grown resentful and angry, and then felt nothing at all. You should speak to her, Benedict. His sister's words cut across his musings. Are you joking? He scoffed. Yes. Well, you're friends, and you cared very deeply for her. His sisters had long suspected that he'd been in love with Marcia. He'd never sought to deny it. When they'd gently quizzed him following her marriage to Andrew, Viscount Waters, he didn't bother denying it. I'm fine, I really am. And at least where the Viscountess Waters was concerned, he really was fine. It was another darker-haired minx who had him reeling and hungry as he'd never been for anyone, not even Marcia. Harry, please tell him. The Earl of Stanhope gently and also firmly interrupted Anne before she said anything further. Anne, it is not our place to interfere in matters of your brother's heart. The Earl looked back at Wakefield. Unless, that is, he asks for help. I am not in need of help, Wakefield said emphatically, taking his brother-in-law's cue. What need he do to reassure his sister and get her and Catherine off of him? In fact, I can demonstrate just how unaffected I am by visiting and speaking with the Viscount and Viscountess. Would that make you happy? His words and offer had opposite the intended effect. Absolutely not. Benedict, I would never encourage you to go put yourself before someone and bring yourself such pain. Oh, for all that was holy. Wakefield downed the rest of his drink and handed it over to his brother-in-law, who obligingly took it. Benedict, he. Benedict. Where are you going? His sister called urgently after him. Wakefield made his way down the side of the ballroom, circumventing various lords and eager mammas who sought his attention, until he arrived in front of the Viscount and Viscountess. His former friend had been a notorious randy rogue. Viscount Waters noticed Wakefield first. His former favorite chum, and really his only chum from his youth, shot his eyebrows up before quickly regaining his composure. Wakefield, he greeted. There was an almost relief and disbelief warring in the other man's voice. It had been so damn long since he'd talked to Barrett. They'd been inseparable. And then that cord had been severed so quick, a product of two men who'd fallen in love with the same woman. Marcia followed her husband's gaze and turned to look at Wakefield with the same expression her husband wore. Benedict, she greeted happily, and with such warmth he could almost believe there hadn't been a passage of 2 years since they'd all last spoken. So good to see you, old chap. So good, Waters said, shooting a hand out. Wakefield took it automatically, and the two men shook while, all around them, London looked on. It's been too long. And what began as first slightly uncomfortable, casual pleasantries became less stilted and more comfortable as they caught one another up on what had transpired in their own lives, and the couple's marriage, these past years. After he'd escorted Marcia onto the dance floor for a lively country reel, Wakefield welcomed, if even for just a moment, that things were returned to normality and not the chaotic world he had been in since his life collided with Cressida's. Chapter 23. The thing that had always amazed Cressida was the speed with which gossip columns managed to circulate information about town events, even before most of the guests had stumbled in from late-night soirees and balls. She'd often mused that if that same energy was put into improving the lot of those outside their social circle, who lived in squalor, every Londoner's life would be improved overnight. Cressida had never given much attention to gossip columns as a rule, and she didn't read them as a habit. However, she had allowed herself to pore over those sheets for information about the dashing Lord Wakefield. That's what made it so funny, that Cressida should find herself in the kitchen of the very nobleman whom she'd admired from afar, and yet still found herself reading the just-arrived edition of the Times. Her bread had already been baked and now sat cooling. She stared at the front pages. Benedict didn't tend to make the front pages of any gossip sheets. This time, he had. Nor was it because it had been discovered he'd been slumming it with Cressida. Since she'd accepted the pages from the boy who delivered them a short while ago and set it down upon the table, she'd read but not touched the pages. And she'd since memorized the part of about Benedict. The Earl and Countess of S.'s ball proved to be not only the most attended affair of the London season, and extravagantly done by any hostesses of very highest standards, it also featured the surprising reunion between a certain Earl of W. and Viscount W.A. Given their decade-long friendship, it hadn't taken much for society to deduce the timing of the fallout between the two gentlemen stemmed from the Viscount W.'s marriage to the current Viscountess of W.I. Despite years of bad feelings, the Earl of W. appeared unable to stay away for long and exuded charm and, dare this gossip say, adoration for the young Viscountess with her scandalous past, etc., etc. You're awake. Cressida gasped and jumped to her feet so quickly she sent the bench clattering behind her and toppling over. The Earl of Wakefield stood with his jacket removed and his long shirt untucked and sans cravat. And it appears you haven't yet slept, my lord. At the archness in her own tone, Cressida bit the inside of her cheek. He loosened his already loose cravat and tugged it free. Yes, that is the price one pays for being the hostess's brother. He flashed a smile that appeared to be one of the commiserative sort. one that she didn't really understand, given she knew his sister not at all, and his smile was one as if they were sharing some kind of little secret, him and her, which they weren't. She'd never be the woman he shared secrets with. There came an awkward silence. Cressida fisted and unfisted her fingers at her sides, wishing he'd leave, not wanting to see him, yet another first for her. Discomforted, Cressida gave him her back and hurried to the bench. "I have it," he said, quickly rushing over. Before he managed to reach her, Cressida had already seen to the task herself. "I have it," she said firmly. She couldn't bring herself to look at him because the minute he'd walked into the kitchen, all Cressida had been able to see was Benedict and the eminently lovely Viscountess Waters wrapped in his arms as they danced about. "Did you?" They spoke at the same time, and the very same words. They also stopped at the exact same time. Benedict motioned for her to go first. "Please." "You were saying?" Cressida shook her head. "After you, my lord." He frowned. "That's right." "Yeah." Benedict wished for intimacy between them. That left a bitter taste on her tongue. That intimacy had only stemmed from the fact he'd bought her as a whore at the Devil's Den. "Your work again, I take it, given the staff is still abed." "May I?" he asked. She stared dumbly at him. What did he want? Cressida followed his gaze to the table. "You want to try my bread?" He swung a leg over the side of the opposite bench, and reflexively her gaze slid to the ripple of his quadriceps and the way the muscles bunched and tightened, straining the fabric of his jacket. Blushing, Cressida made herself busy. "That is, unless you believe I should abstain in fear of my life." She frowned. "I'm not a horrid baker. I'm actually quite skilled and I was teasing," he said, cutting her off gently. She bit the inside of her cheek hard enough that she tasted the metallic tinge of blood. Just a reminder, yet again, of how different she was from the women he kept company with. Anne, Viscountess Waters, and his sisters. Nearly every woman Cressida had contact with when she'd brushed shoulders in polite society were possessed of a wit and humor that Cressida hadn't been gifted with. Her existence was based on survival, and not a sunny disposition. Cressida hurried and fetched a plate, a knife and butter before she faced him. Benedict riposted, "Never say you don't intend to join me for breakfast." "Why, I should maybe fear after all that there is some intention of poisoning me." Cressida's lips tugged slightly at the corners. "You're jesting," she said, proud of herself for recognizing as much. He flicked his finger at the tip of his nose and winked. The endearing boy-like quality to that gesture sent warmth spiraling through her. Her smile deepened. Cressida hurried and grabbed another dish and took a step to return. When she whirled around this time, she gasped. Benedict rescued the burden from her hands before she dropped them. "Here," he murmured. "I have those." As he hurried over to the table to set the things down, Cressida stared after him unblinking and motionless. "Get my bloody breakfast, you stupid cow." Her throat worked spasmodically. Not once had any gentleman, or any man, for that matter, raised a finger to help her. Certainly not Stanley, nor his goon. Not even her own father. After her mother had passed and Cressida was left, and the staff began to dwindle because of declining finances, she'd served. "What is it?" Benedict's quiet concern jolted her to the present. "I'm not accustomed to gentlemen either visiting the kitchens or helping set their own table." "Well, that would be two of us. I have never known a lady who enjoyed spending time in the kitchens, and at such an early hour at that." "Not like the ladies you keep company with, my lord," she murmured. He stood, clearly waiting for her to join him. When she had taken up a place on the other side of the table across from him and sat, he spoke. "You've alluded to this several times now, Cressida," he said, just as she started to reach for the knife, "and you insist we've met before. Because we have. And I trust at some point, you're going to let me know when those times were." "Well, you didn't ask." He froze with the bread halfway to his mouth, and chuckled. "That's a fair point." "Oh." He took a bite, and went absolutely motionless. His eyes slid closed, and his hard aquiline features went soft, like he'd just partaken of that forbidden apple, the first fruit that had led men to sin. "Holy hell," he breathed. "This is bloody fabulous." His complete reverence could not be feigned, not even by the best stage actor at the Royal Theatre Company. Cressida felt her face warming for entirely different reasons, not embarrassment. When was the last time she'd received such a compliment? One that came from truth, and not pity as she'd often received from her friends at the Mismatched Society. "You still haven't said," he said, after he'd finished his big mouthful. No, she hadn't. She'd rather hoped he'd have forgotten, because you may have courted one of my only friends. Benedict's eyes flared wide. She saw the wheels of his mind, churning, as he sought to place her. "You're wondering which of the women you courted," neither of which had been she, both of whom she'd envied tremendously, so deep to the point of sinning. She took mercy on him. "The Marchioness of Landon," she said, and the fact that confusion continued to prey across his eyes managed to somehow and possibly hurt her even more than she could believe. He still had no clue about her identity. Burning with humiliation and hurt, Cressida quickly set to work, slicing herself a piece of bread, slapping butter on it, and stuffing her mouth even as light as the inside of the loaf. The crispy loaf was as dry as dust in her mouth, and yet thick as clay, so that she struggled to choke and swallow. "I'm sorry," he said, as he didn't even try to deny that he couldn't recall her. She shook her head, grateful that she couldn't finish her swallow. "It was only one occasion," she finally said, after choking down her bite. Benedict peered at her, and it was clear he searched for the truth of her claim. "How could I not recall you?" His question came distant and low, as if he spoke to himself. "How could you?" she asked drawly. Self-deprecation had become a skill to save face instead of laughing with her, as she'd done with her friends. Benedict's expression grew dark. "Do not do that." "Do what?" she asked, truly confounded. "Do not make light of yourself." "My God. Cressida, you're bloody remarkable. Any other woman would have been in tears and reduced to a shadow of herself, were she to have gone through what you've gone through." He flinched. "If they'd been put through what I've put you through." "You didn't put me through anything." It had been her brother. He appeared as uninterested in her defense of him as he did in stopping his praise of her. "You're bloody courageous. You not only set out on your own for the worst streets in London, you didn't ask for help in bloody hell. I both admire that and want to howl and seethe with frustration that you think nothing of going off on your own and facing the harm that you did. And that you could bake a bread the Queen would be honored to feature at her breakfast table." Cressida cringed. "Please don't do that." Genuine befuddlement filled his features. "Do what?" he asked earnestly. "Just stop acting as though I'm this remarkable woman. You and I both know the qualities that are admired in a lady, and it's certainly not baking bread," she said on a hysterical half-laugh, half-sob. Benedict stood and reached for her. "Cressida, do." She wrenched away from him. "No," she said, her voice pitchy. What he was doing was unforgivable, unpardonable. He was making her believe that he could love her and admire her when she knew the truth. He saw her as some kind of circus freak. "I know who you," she caught herself. "I know who you noble men seek as your wives. You want them to be polished on the pianoforte, clever in their speech, possessed of a light, winsome laugh and humor. I possess none of that. So, don't you sit here remarking about me as though I'm somehow special, when you and I both know that not to be true." His blonde eyebrows flared. "Cressida. She took another hasty step away. "Because if it was true," she said as if he hadn't even spoken, "we also know that you bloody well would remember me." As soon as the pitiable lamentation burst from her lips, she hunched into herself, mortified that she'd exposed herself, and her hurt at his indifference of her. Chapter 24. Wakefield was no stranger to the complexities of women's moods. It was a skill honed, not in the ballrooms or boudoirs, but long before born of necessity, shaped by family. As the brother to two sisters, each possessed of wildly different tempers and temperaments, he had learned early the art of reading the unspoken, of knowing when to press and when to retreat. One had been ruled by storms of feeling, the other by cool, cutting calm. And then, there had been his mother. The Countess of Wakefield, widowed far too young, had been a study in elegant, relentless control, a woman with a will as sharp as cut glass, and a grief she wore like a second skin. When fate had seen fit to name him Earl while he was still too young to fill his father's shoes, it had fallen to him to navigate the delicate, treacherous waters of both title and household, a world ruled as much by the Countess's moods as by the demands of the estate. Those years, Those women had made him what he was. And in the years since, he'd carried those lessons with him, applying them with effortless grace to the ladies he courted. It was a natural thing now, as instinctive as breath, to sense the tilt of a mood, the shift of a glance, the words left unsaid. He might have once thought himself a student of politics or estate management, but the truth was far simpler. Wakefield had been trained all his life in a delicate, dangerous art understanding women. Though, given the two women he'd sought to make his wife had chosen another, one could argue easily, and with good reason, that he still had much to learn. But never more had Wakefield been or felt more out of his depth than he did in this instant. Maybe it was because, though he'd been hurt twice before by the sting of rejection, he'd never himself hurt anyone in the way he had Cressida. And so he found himself at a loss. Armed with none of the proper responses, he also found himself utterly gut-punched at the sight of her apparent grief. Grief, which he had caused her. Staring at her as she stared at him, her shoulders heaving, her face crimson red, her eyes angry and hurt all at the same time, it wrought a crippling tightness in his chest. Failing to have any of the right words, he gave her the only ones he had: the truth. "You're right, Cressida," he said quietly. She whipped back like he'd struck her. It was a blow he'd rather have turned on himself gladly than see her visible suffering. "I don't recall you. I don't remember meeting you. I don't even remember if we shared a set." "We did," she whispered so achingly that his heart cracked open. "It's why I thought you'd purchased me, because you knew who I was. I knew the kind of man you are and believed you were saving me." Funny that Wakefield had spent the better part of his life hating his father. "Do you know I?" Certain he could never loathe anyone more than he had the late Earl, he now discovered he was wrong yet again. He despised himself with every fiber of his being, with a vitriolic intensity that burned him up inside. His eyes slid closed. All along, she'd believed he was purchasing her to save her, because he was an honorable, good man. Respectable. A gentleman who both ladies and men alike knew could be trusted, only to have proven himself as vile and corruptible as every last lord who visited the Devil's Den, a club which he now owned. That's what happens when you dabble in sin. You get tangled up with the devil. Evil seeps into your life and blackens your soul, and turns you into someone you don't recognize. I'm at a loss. I don't know what to say. And then she did the unthinkable. She pardoned him. "Benedict, you needn't apologize. As I shared with Lord Dinever that night, I wanted to be there." She'd said that several times now, and yet it didn't make any sense. Why would she have wanted to be there? This woman who clearly carried herself with the grace and dignity of a queen. Had she sought to know a night of passion? That didn't make sense either, though all the same questions resurfaced in his mind, those he'd sort out later. Now, there was this woman whom he'd hurt, and whom he wanted to heal, and whose pain he wished to heal and take away, not out of guilt, but because the sight of her hurting so continued to make him bleed inside. "What I was going to finish saying, Cressida," he murmured, "was that I don't recall you, and yet now that I've met you, I marvel at the fact you escaped my memory. Knowing you now, I could never, ever forget you." Her telling brown eyes went from hurting to soft, and then a rightful wariness flickered in those revealing depths. She didn't believe him. Though, in fairness, what reason had he given her to believe in him? Though this time when Wakefield crossed over and stopped before her, Cressida did not retreat. Encouraged by that lack of recoil, he brought his hand up slowly and cupped Cressida's smooth cheek, stained with flour and his expression darkened as his gaze caught upon the deeper, more pronounceable bruise upon her cheek where some man had struck her. "What is it?" she whispered. She'd sensed his mood shift, and to tell her the truth would bring her and him to a place of darkness that he didn't want to go to in this moment. "You spoke about me being an honorable, good gentleman, but I'm not, Cressida. I'm a very flawed human being, as you can attest to yourself. I bear the stains of guilt for unspeakable crimes against you. A young lady who'd been innocent before I stole your virtue, and you didn't steal it. I freely gave it." He ignored her defense of him. "For all the ways in which I'm flawed and for the mistakes I've made, I am still a man who does believe deeply in the truth. I'm not a liar, nor would ever be one. When I told you I didn't remember you," he grimaced, "that I don't remember you, I gave you the truth." He centered his gaze with hers. Just as when I tell you now that you are special in every way, that you are enchanting and fascinate me endlessly, and that I will never forget you. I mean those words." Her lips trembled, bringing his gaze to that flesh he'd spent the past days longing for with the same intensity he had at the Devil's Den when she'd first walked upon that stage. And maybe he wasn't as honorable as he gave her assurances he was, for Wakefield found himself drawn, unable to resist the pull of her. He wanted to be gentle for her and with her because that's what she deserved all along. What he gave her was all he was capable of, a mad rush of desire. He took her lips in a fury, latching one hand about her waist even as he curled the other into her nape and angled her to receive his violent kiss. He needn't have bothered. She'd already melted against him and lifted her arms up to wind them about his neck. Moaning like a siren, she opened her mouth and let him in. They kissed with a like passion. They made love with their mouths. His tongue tangled with hers and hers in return danced with his. "What is it about you?" he rasped between each frenzied kiss. "I am mad for you, Cressida." He filled his left palm with her buttocks and squeezed the flesh, dragging her even closer to his steel-hard shaft. Her answer was to moan and rub herself against him like a contented cat who decided it needed more attention. He alternately licked and bit a trail of kisses along her nape, sucking lightly at that flesh until Cressida's head fell back, and a torturous moan spilled from her lips. Wakefield guided her so that the edge of her lush buttocks rested upon the edge of the table, and guided her muslin skirts up high enough that he could step easily between them. She instantly wrapped her legs about him, forcing him even closer. A hiss slipped from between his teeth. He'd always considered himself a generous lover. When he bedded women, they always left his bed sated and fully satisfied, but nevermore had he existed with the sole intent of bringing pleasure to someone else, at any and all costs, where he existed as a very secondary afterthought. Wakefield found that hot place between her legs, her curls drenched from her longing. He petted her and stroked her. All the while, his own desire grew to fiery heights. At her very visible, spiraling passion, Wakefield took her lips again feverishly and continued to tease her and stroke her with his fingers. That one night they'd shared at the Devil's Den had led to a complicated, messy morning, and every day thereafter. But from it, he had learned every last way in which Cressida longed to be pleasured, how she liked it, how she wanted it, and he devoted himself to her and her needs. Falling to his knees, he parted her legs wider. Unlike the first time, she didn't ask what he was doing. She parted for him. Wakefield buried his face between her legs and attended her. He licked at her, sucked at her folds, and drove his tongue within her in time to the same rhythm and motion that mimicked the very way he wanted to bury himself bollocks deep inside her. Cressida moaned his name and took his head firmly in hand, tangling her fingers in his hair and forcibly keeping him where she wanted him, as if he had any intention of leaving. Wakefield renewed his efforts. He devoured her like the dessert she was. Sweat beaded it at his brow. He could tell she was close. "I want to taste you," he pressed against her drenched curls. "Come for me." And his naughty words always drove her over. That was something else he discovered about his winsome minx. Cressida's body tensed, and even as he felt her body tighten up, he continued to eat her, and then, knowing it would drive her over the edge, he slid a finger inside and teased that most sensitive place that drove all women wild. Cressida's body went completely stiff, and then, crying out his name, Cressida came violently. She ground herself against his face and wept, screaming his name, pleading, and begging. Wakefield didn't let up until she'd sagged against the table. Her entire body went limp when she was replete, and she laid down like the table was her mattress. He placed a gentle kiss upon the creamy expanse of her slender thigh and guided her skirts down. She continued to lie there, staring up at the ceiling, her hands folded upon her stomach, as if in prayer. Wakefield took up the place next to her, and they remained that way for he knew not how long. Time didn't really seem to exist with Cressida. When he was in her company, the practical things called seconds, minutes, and hours ceased to be. At last, he felt her body shift, and knew before she even looked at him that she was turning her head. This is where the magic ended. This is where the moment merged and shifted and brought them crashing into reality. Reluctantly, Wakefield angled his head towards hers, slowly bracing for the inevitable shame, regret, and sadness she wore so often because of him. Instead, A soft smile played with her lips still swollen from their kiss. Would it be wrong if I said that was far more delicious than any bread I've ever baked? Yeah. Wakefield went still, and then erupted into a full, boisterous laugh. Cressida's like mirth melded like a song with his own. Wakefield angled himself and slid a hand under her head. He drew her about the shoulders and pulled her closer to him. Both their bodies were shaking with laughter. When he'd sought out Markham, he'd gone to the man knowing Cressida Smith was a danger to him. What he'd not anticipated was the very terrifying way she made him feel inside, and long for things he'd long ago given up on believing in. Chapter 25. Cressida had spent most of her life carrying the weight of shame for who she was, for the family she came from, for the choices she'd made just to survive. But when she was with Benedict, that burden lifted, if only a little, if only for a moment. Because when he looked at her, when he touched her, when he spoke of her as though she were remarkable, she could almost believe it. And now, lying beside him in the quiet hush of his kitchen, their limbs tangled, the table beneath them still warm from what they'd done, what she might have once believed should be her greatest source of disgrace. There was no shame. Not this time. Instead, there was a stillness, a peace, a bone-deep rightness. Not just in being with him, but in being her, the woman she had become, the woman her choices had shaped. In his arms she felt safe, wanted, known, taught why. And for the first time in her life, entirely unashamed. "Forgive me," he said. "This isn't comfortable." He shifted, and her heart cried out at the loss. Then, in one fluid motion, Benedict drew her so that she lay draped over him, his chest, and his hard, muscular body. Now, he was her mattress. "Better? Better?" he asked, with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Infinitely," she lied. Being next to him, around him, under him, in whatever way she'd been with him, brought with it an all-consuming warmth. It was the kind of closeness she'd never known before and suspected she might never know again. Not like this. Not with anyone else. But the memory of it of him would live on, vivid and golden-edged, even when she was an old woman lying alone in her bed, her bones aching and her hair silvered with time. The warmth would remain, she was certain of it, as real as it felt now, as whole. In this moment, this quiet, perfect moment, Benedict gently swept a damp curl from her cheek, tucking it behind her ear with a tenderness that turned her insides to velvet. "Oh, why so serious?" he asked, his voice low and teasing. "I'm not," she murmured, her lips curving just faintly. "I'm just happy." His brow furrowed with playful concern. "If this is you happy, love, then I've clearly got work to do. I've yet to see a proper smile from you." "I'm not smiling?" she asked with feigned innocence. He shook his head, their foreheads nearly touching. "If it's any consolation, I am smiling inside." She huffed a breath of laughter, and he leaned in closer, his tone turning soft and solemn. "But I'll not call the job done," he whispered, "until you're smiling inside and out." Her heart gave a treacherous little lurch. Oh, God! She fell in love, deep, hard, fast, and profound. It was not an unfamiliar state where she and Wakefield were concerned. She'd fallen for him before. Then, however, she'd fallen for who he was, and how he treated her and other people. She'd fallen for him because he was good and honorable, and carried a love for his sisters. That fact was talked about amongst polite society, where the majority of lords ultimately were more like Cressida's brother, Stanley, when it came to their female kin. This time, however, Cressida fell in love with him for how he treated her, how he was with her. Now, she was the complete and total recipient of his charm and regard, and nothing would ever be the same. He stretched a finger up and brushed the tip along the right corner of her mouth. "So serious," he murmured. "All the time, you are. I've spent hours and days wondering at the cause of it. Life? It was the easiest answer to offer, the first and most obvious. But she wouldn't say it. She wouldn't court his pity, because if she told him the truth, told him the full measure of what her life had been, it would change everything. Benedict, the Earl of Wakefield, with his open heart and fierce compassion, would see her differently. She was certain of it. and she would rather have him curious, wondering after her in quiet contemplation, than looking at her through the lens of sorrow. "I've noticed your smile doesn't come quite so easily these days," she said softly. The effect was immediate. His expression went still, shuttered, as though she'd pulled aside a curtain and glimpsed too much. He turned from her, sat upright, and in the next breath, placed a careful bit of space between them. So, he didn't like being seen. He didn't care to have someone read him, not the parts he kept hidden, not the shadows behind his charm. And for all the things she hadn't said, hadn't shared, she understood that too well. But still, she didn't regret the words. Not for a second. No. She would have said them again, just the same, even knowing they would shift the air between them. Even knowing he'd retreat. Because in that moment, he had been the one under her gaze. He had been the one studied, the one unsettled. And for once it wasn't her being laid bare. Cressida stood and made a show of adjusting her skirts and her hair. "It doesn't escape me that I've left you uncomfortable with my observation." "I'm not uncomfortable." His piped tones said differently. "I understand, Benedict," she said soothingly. "You're a private man." "What about you, Cressida?" he said. "Nah, you no can," he said. "Tell me, what does your silence mean? What does your unwillingness and inability to speak up about your life and circumstances, and why the hell you ended up at the devil's den say about you?" A coldness invaded her breast. How easily she'd let herself forget his earliest suspicions and response to her. "Is that what this is?" she asked, solemnly trailing her gaze over his face. "This reason for you suddenly being warm and kind and charming? Is it merely an attempt to get me to spill whatever secrets that you think I carry? Whatever dark duplicitous plans I have for you?" Pain struck like a lash against her heart. A gape in his shirt revealed the stark telling heat that climbed the light patch of tight golden curls that covered his chest to his neck, and then the sharp lines of his cheeks. "The fact remains, Cressida, I'm the only one of the two of us who's been honest and upfront about my reason for being at the devil's den. As vile and dishonorable as my actions were that night bidding on you at that auction, lust was what drove me. You, on the other hand," his vicious but undeniably accurate charge ripped a hole square through her heart. Cressida hunched her shoulders in a bid to escape that searing agony. His kindness of before gone, he wouldn't let her. "Why won't you bloody tell me?" he demanded. "There's nothing to tell you," she cried out. "Oh," he scoffed. "You expect me to believe you were just a young virgin, curious about carnal acts and willing to sell yourself to the highest bidder?" Tears blurred her eyes. "Because I don't believe it, Cressida. You stand here knowing information about me, about who I am and my family, while remaining content to be an absolute fucking riddle to me, a mystery." A single tear slipped free. She recoiled as that warm moisture slipped down her cheek. When was the last time she had cried? Her life had become so impossible. She'd ceased to be affected by the lash of cruel words and insults hurled by her brother, or the painful sting of slaps and blows he'd landed upon her skin. Only to now find herself still capable of crying from nothing more than words leveled by Benedict. The fight went swiftly out of him. His gaze went over her face. He balled and unballed his hands at his side. "No doubt you take me for cruel," he said woodenly. Cressida gave her head a small shake. "I don't. Do I have wonderings and questions?" "Absolutely." He didn't deny suspicions even. "But when I ask you about your past and why you were at that club, I don't do that solely for those reasons." He spoke through gritted teeth. "I am bloody intrigued and want to know about you. Do you know how bloody terrifying that is? That I do not likely even know your real name." He waited. She knew what was expected of her here. He wanted that actual identifier. Cressida, however, could not give that to him. She remained tight-lipped. Benedict stared at her for a long moment more, and then released a long, dark curse. Cressida flinched. "My lord?" Caught unawares, Benedict and Cressida both spun to face the doorway. A concerned Burgess alternated a concerned stare back between his master and his master's mistress. "What is it, Burgess?" Benedict asked. Burgess cleared his throat. "My apologies, my lord. Company has arrived." A brief haze of confusion lit a spark in his eyes that had previously been angry and impatient. Then swiftly came understanding. I've shown him to your office, my lord. Very good. When Burgess had gone, Benedict looked back to Cressida. My apologies for earlier, he said. It was unforgivable for me to speak. You needn't apologize, she swiftly interrupted. I do. Cressida inclined her chin. We shall agree to disagree then, my lord. He lingered. Once a gentleman, always a gentleman. It was as much a fabric of the fiber of his layers that made him as Cressida's jaded, pessimistic outlook on life was hers. He bowed and took a step to go. Then his gaze landed on the copy of the Times that stared damningly up at them. He skimmed the front of the page at the very center that contained mention of his name. Benedict appeared as though he wished to say more. But then he dropped another bow and left without another word. Chapter 26. The minute Wakefield walked into his office and found Lord Markham seated at his desk, he knew he'd arrived with answers. Lord Markham stood as a courtesy, for he was brutally direct and as cold as he could be. Markham, he greeted, shutting the door behind them. The investigator looked him up and down and made no attempt to hide his disdain. I'm sorry to have dragged you away from whatever fun you were up to. He knew the look the other man was giving him. He recognized his derisive tones. Wakefield knew because he'd often looked in the very exact way at Viscount Waters. Yes. Well? I had a late night at my sister's and Lord Stanhope's ball, he said evenly. Yes, returned home, what, an hour and a half ago. Unnerved that the other man had been keeping such close tabs on his activities and whereabouts, even as he understood the reason for it. Wakefield had hired Markham to find him in an instant and report back on what it was he'd learned about Cressida. Cressida, with a calm he didn't feel, Wakefield gestured for Markham to reclaim his seat and join him on the other side of his desk. I trust the reason you're here is because you've in fact discovered something about Miss Smith. Miss Smith, whose name is in fact not Smith. Yes, when Wakefield curled his fingers into the mahogany arms of his chair, leaving crescent marks upon the previously immaculate wood. At last, he'd have his answers as satisfied as that should leave him. An emotion that felt deeply like regret, and something else he couldn't name churned in his chest. He had wanted no, expected that truth to come from Cressida's lips, not delivered cold and clinical from the mouth of a man he'd paid to uncover it. But why should he have expected anything else? Why, when he had known her scarcely more than a handful of days? And yet, the sting was there, all the same. Hurt, that's what it was, though he scarcely wished to name it. She had been deliberately vague, artfully elusive, revealing nothing of herself, not one blasted thing. And yes, perhaps he hadn't offered her the whole of himself either. But he had not cloaked his purpose. He had told her, plainly enough, what had drawn him to the devil's den that night. She had told him nothing in return. Not then. Not now. Markham spoke, breaking him from his musings. Her name is Miss Cressida Albee. Something in knowing she'd been honest and forthright in her given name. Knowing that every time they'd spoken, and he'd addressed her, had been real. It brought some relief as he searched his mind, for even though he was now in possession of her actual name, it still didn't ring clear. I don't know any Albees. No, you wouldn't. They're not good stock. Wakefield frowned, and he had to restrain himself from biting off the other man's head over that insult, until he recalled that had been his like response when he discovered the lady was in fact a virgin. Smarting at his own arrogance and condescension, he fought to keep from squirming. Markham looped his right ankle over his left knee. They derived from Somerset. There's a brother and sister. The father died some years back, a country squire. They lived a modest existence until a distant relative turned up his heels and left Stanley Albee a baron. The two of them came to London and lived above their means. He threw the lady a grand season. Wakefield realized at some point he'd leaned forward, hanging on the man's every word. He made himself sit back, even as his pulse raced. The brother lived even richer until he didn't. He's racked up sizable debt from excessive wagering, which, according to the ledgers at Forbidden Pleasures, the Devil's Den and Lucifer's Lair, are bad to poor at best. Her brother is a patron at the Devil's Den? Seeing how Markham had just said as much, it likely accounted for the odd way in which he looked at Wakefield now. Markham didn't bother answering. None of this, however, Was that incriminating? Perhaps the lady knew the places her brother frequented and had been curious for herself. This, however, is where it gets really interesting, Markham said, instantly slashing across that faint hope on Wakefield's part. The Albies are involved with the Cares. The air exhaled from Wakefield's lungs on a violent hiss. The Cares, the brother of whom had sired Marcia out of wedlock and abandoned the lady's mother. Now Viscountess Wessex, and the sister, a baroness herself, who had viciously tried to upend Marcia's life, and from what Wakefield previously learned, had a history of making a mess in other people's lives. And this is the manner of company she kept? These were the people she was involved with. Where there had only been suspicions before, now he had confirmation about just what manner of woman Cressida Albee and her brother in fact were. "What exactly do they want of me?" he asked. His voice was surprisingly calm, though a tumult raged inside. "That I haven't been able to deduce at this point. Well, however, I will. It appears we were both right. However, Wakefield." Markham shook his head. "It would have been simple enough for you to obtain all this information yourself, and without paying the exorbitant fee. But your suspicions proved apt. On the other hand, given the company the lady keeps is the Cares, with a history of bribing, extorting, and in the brother's case, assaulting innocent ladies, there's definitely more at play. None of which indicates anything good or honorable where Miss Albee is concerned." Wakefield took all of that in. He didn't want to feel anything about Markham's report. He'd come to discuss business. The business being Miss Cressida Albee, not Smith. Wakefield finally had meaningful information about the lady. Even as he knew all of that, he, a man of logic, couldn't keep at bay the stinging sense of betrayal, hurt, and the stirrings of resentment and fury. "Thank you, Markham. You've done well." The gentleman stood. "It won't take me long to unentangle all of this. I expect I'll have a complete report to you by the end of the week. In the meantime, I'd advise you to be extra cautious with Miss Albee. Do not let yourself get too close. Too late. Way too late. I've stationed more men outside your townhouse, given the change in circumstances. Only, there wasn't really a change. They both just knew more now about Cressida." That realization hit him square in the solar plexus after Markham had gone. Wakefield stood locked to the spot, staring at the door the other man had just departed through. Now he knew. And yet, at the same time, he knew nothing at all about what Cressida was up to. He clenched and unclenched his jaw, and weighed his options. He could reveal nothing about what he discovered, and keep a careful eye on her, possessed of the knowledge that she was up to something, or he could confront her with the fact of everything he'd learned. In so doing, he'd have an advantage on her, the art of surprise. There was no surer way to get the actual truth out of someone than to disarm them. With a plan in hand, and his heart steeled, Wakefield returned upstairs to his suites. Before he confronted her, he'd need rest, so he was at the top of his game when he spoke to her. And time and distance with which to bury the staggering pain of betrayal. Chapter 27. It appeared the mistresses of lofty noblemen didn't care much for gardening. Shut away from polite society, with free rein to the grandest kitchen she'd ever entered, with ceilings that didn't leak, and hard plaster walls that didn't let in the cold, and walled-in gardens overgrown and in desperate need of cultivating. Kneeling in Benedict's overgrown garden, Cressida rather thought she could become accustomed to becoming a mistress. She paused her efforts to wrench out a particularly stubborn weed, and sat back on her haunches. She dusted the back of her forearm over her perspiring brow. No? Well, being honest with herself, she could readily admit she wasn't interested in being some kept woman for any gentleman. It was only for Benedict she'd be willing to make an exception. With a groan, she arched her back and stretched her aching muscles. Here she'd been attempting to preserve her pride and keep Benedict from knowing the truth about her family, her circumstances, and her impoverished state, only to find here, right now, that she had no pride where Benedict was concerned. Now she could admit the truth. He'd been right in his earlier accusations. He'd called her out for not being forthright with him. It wasn't a matter of pride. She'd made the choice to not tell him, not to protect herself, nor to preserve the little pride she had left, but to protect herself from the inevitable disdain and antipathy that would replace all the warmth he'd shown her. And in failing to disclose her connections, she'd inadvertently put him in harm's way. Were Stanley to discover it had been Wakefield who'd purchased her, and also now brought her into the shelter of his home, he'd most definitely find a way to exploit that to his benefit. She'd let her desire and need for self-preservation come before all else. And if she truly loved Benedict, which she did, she was also selfishly choosing herself over him. Cressida knew what she had to do. Her eyes slid shut. She had to tell him. Not only had she withheld the truth from him, but she'd also even evaded and dodged his questions when he was seeking the truth about her. As he'd reminded her a short while ago, they'd been intimate in every way, and he actually knew nothing about her. That's how she'd lived her life. That's just how it was safest. I have to tell him, she murmured into the quiet, and hearing her voice utter those words aloud gave Cressida the courage to do just that. She opened her eyes. The earlier unrestricted sun of before was now blocked and blacked out. What exactly is it you have to tell? And to whom? Cressida gasped and lost her balance. She would have went toppling on her face, but Benedict caught her by the arm with a firm, commanding but still gentle touch. He guided her up to her feet. Benedict, she greeted warmly. Her earlier cowardice and fears forgotten just being with him. His company alone left her with a buoyant lightness, or it usually did. Her smile wavered in a short while. Knowing him this intimately, she'd come to discover the nuances that made Benedict, well, Benedict. She had learned his warmth and humor was as vast and expressive as his fury and frustration. But this blank, expressionless, unreadable Benedict she had no experience with, and knew not how to be with him. He winged one of those enigmatic blonde eyebrows up. You were saying, Miss Albee? Cressida scoured her mind. What had she said? What had she been intending to say? Everything she had been thinking vanished in the presence of this cold-eyed stranger. And suddenly, what had seemed so easy just moments ago, telling Benedict everything, didn't feel quite as easy. No, it felt truly impossible. Then what he'd said hit her, like the force of one of Stanley's meaty fists. Miss Albee, she repeated blankly. He knew. That is your name, isn't it? The knife-like edge to his low baritone sent her shriveling inside. Somehow, though, Cressida managed to nod. How did you find? She bit her lower lip hard enough to draw blood. How did I find out? He finished for her, almost gleefully. His false humor vanished, and he scoffed. Do you take me for a dolt, Miss Albee? Is that why you, your brother, the Baron and Baroness, set your sights on me? Cressida winced. She'd have preferred a physical blow to this. I was going to tell you. I don't know her. Stanley. I know. Just like that, she found herself transformed into a stuttering, stammering, pitiable, voiceless girl. Which is it? You know them or don't, Cressida? Though I am happy to know that you, in fact, did share your actual name with me. That was a pleasant surprise. The snarl on his lips told a different tale. Everything was happening so fast, spinning out of control. You were right earlier, she said earnestly, willing him to believe her. I should have been completely truthful with you, and I was intending to. You even heard me say as much when you came upon me. Yes, but it begs the question, which him were you referring to? Me or your brother? She deserved his suspicions. Cressida took a deep breath. You are correct. I haven't been forthright with you, but I haven't been dishonest either. Benedict folded his arms across his broad chest, that same wide, expansive blanket of muscle she'd cradled against earlier that morning, but he didn't mock her or call her a liar. He stared mutinously, and she took faith in that. My name is Cressida Albee. She started where she should have begun. Yes, I've gathered as much, he said drawly. This time, she managed to ignore the stinging bite of his sarcasm. Stanley, the Baron of Newhart, is my brother. He is a drunk, a cheat, a wastrel. He married Lady Marianne. The pair of them, to pay off my brother's debts, made arrangements for me to marry. Whether he cared one way or another about the fact she was destined to marry another, he gave no indication. And I take it you disapproved of their selection, and sought to find yourself a different candidate, he said. She wasn't stupid. She knew what he was suggesting, without saying it. Each doubt he leveled Cressida's way came barbed with poison. Who? She asked wistfully. In other words, was I at the devil's den that night, to try and snare you as a husband, Benedict? Her lips trembled at the corners in a heartbroken smile. Did I think you'd marry me? I would have never dared believe that. I know that someone like you wouldn't marry a woman of my family's standing. He didn't even deny it. Misery assailed her. Cressida moved her gaze over his impassive, granite-hard features. You know I wouldn't trap you, Benedict, Cressida said haltingly. His stony silence was as damning as it was agonizing. The breath burned in her lungs. This was also out of control. The iciness in his gaze told her clearer than any words what he could have uttered about his opinion on that statement. How dare you? A healthy rage took hold of her and she fed that emotion. His eyelid twitched. How dare me? Yes, she hissed. Need I point out that you were the one who bid on me? If I were attempting to trap you, don't you think I would have had a way to do it? More specifically, to ensure that I went to you and didn't risk putting myself up for sale in front of a room filled with eager gentlemen, any of whom could have bought me that night. Benedict noticeably tensed. Cressida stilled. The memories of that night trickled in. £200. There'd been a flurry of bidding from patrons. Some of the men ones she knew of from events she'd attended. The others, strangers. There'd been the Duke of Rothesby standing at the back, sipping from his drink. Do I hear 525, gentlemen? Through all of the horror of that degrading night, there'd been but one gentleman whom she'd looked to. The Duke continued to bid, and then, that ungodly sum he'd put on her. £3,000. There hadn't been another amount called out after that. The auction had simply ended. She would have remembered. She'd had eyes for only Benedict. She drew in a breath. You did bid on me, didn't you? The corners of his mouth pulled taut, but he remained stonily silent. You must be able to answer that question, my lord. His unwillingness to explain added to her growing fury. She sneered. I never took you as a coward, but time and time again you continue to prove me wrong about all conclusions I'd drawn about your character. Benedict's mouth pulled into a taut line. He didn't, however, take the bait. I never took you for a coward, my lord, but then I've learned all number of things about you in our time together, few of them admirable. Other than the way his spine snapped erect, Benedict remained a master of restraint and as laconic as a rock. T. Cressida gave him a scathing once-over. From my vantage on the stage, you didn't place a single bid on me. She waited for him to deny it. Cressida wanted him to point out that he'd competed for her that night. Strange how the absence of that confirmation should inflict even greater pain upon her heart. Lord Rothesby, on the other hand, settled a sizable fortune to spend the night with me, she said bitterly. A storm gathered in Benedict's eyes, as black and dangerous as any tempest. Cressida thought for a moment she'd gone too far in her challenge of him. Despite herself, Cressida's courage flagged. Somehow, she managed to find her voice. Someone stopped the action that night, and I found myself with you. And her life would never be the same for it. So perhaps, if you have feelings that you were trapped, then maybe you should look elsewhere to the one who coordinated my transfer over to you. His expression startled, his gaze stunned. Benedict rocked back on his heels. Cressida dusted her dirt-stained palms together. Now, I bid you good day, my lord. In finding pride in herself for going toe-to-toe with the Earl of Wakefield, Cressida lifted her chin, marched right past him, and kept on walking. Only when she reached the end of the graveled path did she look back. Oh, and Benedict? My future betrothed didn't want the burden of betting a virgin. My brother and his wife found additional ways to make coin from my name. That's why I was at the Devil's Den. She continued her escape from the garden, and as she did, she felt his gaze follow her the entire while. Benedict may have broken her heart, but one thing he had taught her was the satisfaction to be had in speaking her mind and not backing down. That would be one of many things she'd leave this place with, that, and a broken heart. Sometime just before midnight, Cressida came to realize Benedict wasn't coming back. Yet again, he'd called into question her character and questioned her motives. As resentful as she felt towards him, she could also accept the reason he'd reached the conclusions he had, and she wasn't stupid, nor was she naive. She understood that after just a few days, no matter how much had come to pass between them, no matter how intimate they'd been, she was still a stranger to him, largely. There was intimacy. They'd shared and done things together most intimate in a physical way. She'd even shared parts about her history and her love of baking. And, Well, Benedict had continued to demonstrate and display the way in which he cared for those who were under his protection, be it his sisters or some woman who he'd only just met under circumstances that were dubious at best. Each were afforded the same care and regard. He might not trust her. No, he did not trust her, but he saw that she was well looked after, and he would do the same for any babe she might conceive. A babe. Seated on the foyer bench, her knees curled up close to her chest, she cradled herself closely and slipped into the dreamlike imagining herself heavy with Benedict's child, of him at her side, of the eventual babe born to them. The boy would have his father's strong chin, with a slight cleft at the center, and long tousled strands of gold blonde hair. Cressida closed her eyes. Back when she'd had her first season and made her debut, she'd partaken in champagne. After but one glass, she'd been filled with this heady warmth and lightness. Not even those fine French spirits could compare to the buoyancy within her now. There came a sharp rap at the front door, and her eyes went flying open. Before Burgess could even step out from wherever it was he kept his post at this hour, Cressida went flying to her feet and tearing over to the door. She caught the door handle to keep herself upright, and then yanked the door open. A grim-faced stranger stared back. His square-set features were too pronounced and strong to lend even a remote handsomeness to him. His hard eyes were a shade of sapphire so dark as to nearly be black. All the guards she'd let down in her time here with Benedict went up, but too late. Dressed all in black, from his trousers to his gleaming boots, to the layered cloak he bore a strong resemblance to the grim reaper, come to claim the soul of whoever answered the door. And unfortunately Cressida had been the wretched one to do so. Oh, of course, it wouldn't be Benedict. Fear left her throat dry. Cressida tried to shut the door quick to save herself, but her savior came in the unlikely form of her temporary butler, Mr. Burgess. May I be of any assistance? The evenness of Burgess's distinguished voice had a calming effect. The servant hurriedly inserted himself between Cressida and the dark stranger at the doorway. She was all too happy to melt back into the shadows. I'm here to see his lordship, Lord Wakefield. He directed only his words at Burgess. All the while, he withdrew a card and handed it over. The stranger's gaze remained locked on Cressida. Her thoughts screamed. What if her brother learned of her connection to Benedict? What if he'd sent someone here? But he'd have to possess the coin to hire someone as refined and elegant as this gentleman, and he certainly didn't have means to do so on his own. But there was the Duke of Harrowden whom her brother planned to sell her to. Burgess studied the card. I'm afraid his lordship is not in for the night. Finally, the stranger flickered his gaze in Burgess's direction. The gentleman is expecting me. He will take my meeting. That may be, Sir Burgess began. Not maybe. Is. There contained a gravelled edge to the enigmatic fellow's baritone, like he'd consumed glass and chewed on the shards while he spoke. But, Burgess said with greater adamance, impressively so, his lordship is not at home. The unknown caller bore his gaze into Burgess, and even behind the servant as she was, she felt that stare drilling all the way into the kindly servant and into her. I'll wait, the gentleman said. Before Burgess could shut the door in the stranger's face, the gentleman shouldered his way inside. Presumptuous as could be, he claimed as his own throne the bench that Cressida had previously made hers. Burgess's mouth moved, but no words came out. She practically saw the other man the kinder, less authoritative one contemplating calling the footman to eject the man. Cressida sized him up, 3 or 4 inches past 6 feet, and all strapping muscle. It would take a near army to do so. It was as if Burgess only just remembered Cressida's presence. Miss, you shouldn't be here, he murmured. Cressida, however, had eyes only for the mystery guest looking for Benedict at this late hour. Are you employed by his lordship? She demanded. From where he sat like the king of the foyer, the gentleman looked up at Cressida like he'd only just seen her for the first time. His stony silence indicated he had no intention of speaking a word to her. For Cressida's part, she'd had enough. She'd grown damn tired of being invisible, and speaking, and not being heard. Benedict had helped her find her voice. I asked you a question, she repeated, hardening her gaze. Unless I'm now speaking with the Earl of Wakefield, I'm not here to take questions about what I'm doing here. Did she imagine the slight glint of amusement in his otherwise opaque gaze? It must have merely been a flick of the light in the sconces, for as quick as a flame fluttered to life, It was gone. Cressida narrowed her eyes further. He wasn't one accustomed to being questioned. She used that to her advantage. Are you here in the matter of a servant named Trudy? A vein pulsed at the side of his right temple. Miss Smith, Burgess said imploringly. They both ignored him. Cressida grabbed the stranger by the lapels of his jacket. Is this about Trudy? She repeated more insistently. His expression revealed nothing. Cursing silently, Cressida set him free. He might not answer her, but she had enough information in his being here and his silence to give her hope. And if he was in fact here regarding her nursemaid, then his waiting for Benedict to arrive only put Trudy in greater peril. Miss Smith. Burgess's voice contained the threat of tears. Ignoring him, Cressida set over to the door with the same urgency of before. And this time, when she threw it open, she let herself out and bolted in search of the nearest hack. With Burgess's cries following after her, she scrambled into a waiting coach. She shouted her directions and then sat tensely on the upholstered bench as the churn of the carriage wheels rolled over first smooth cobblestones and then increasingly rough, uneven ones. She fought to keep her heart from racing. Benedict would be upset and displeased. No, he's going to be furious, she whispered to herself, but that appeared to be the most familiar of the emotions he extended to her. Wow, he already didn't trust her. What reason did she have to sit and pine and wait for him to come and intervene, if intervention was necessary? Something within her, a corner of her soul that knew all too well the evil that existed in this world, and in her brother, however, told her what she would find. Nay, who she would find. She set her jaw stonily. She'd extract Trudy, but she knew in doing so, it would come at a heavy price. Cressida barreled up the steps without breaking stride. She threw the door open and stormed inside her townhouse. Trudy, she shouted, shutting the door behind her. Trudy. Come, girl, you're going to bring the constables down upon us. Gasping, Cressida whipped around, looking as hale and hearty as she did, despite her thinning, stringy gray hair. The old woman smiled, revealing her two front cracked teeth. With a sob, Cressida flung herself into her nursemaid's arms, and it was as though a dam broke loose and all the sorrow, the fear, the misery, and joy she'd known these past days came flooding out. It had been so long since she cried. She'd been but a babe, a small girl of maybe 7 or 8, and only after her mother's passing. Trudy held her the same way now that she had then. She wrapped two thin arms about Cressida and cradled her, stroking her back, whispering nonsensical murmurings against her ear until Cressida cried her very last tear. She gave a watery hiccup. Trudy gave her one final firm pat on the back and then released her. I've been looking everywhere for you, Jell, Trudy said gruffly, using the pads of her thumbs to wipe away Cressida's tears. This time, what emerged from Cressida was a half laugh and a small sob. You've been looking for me? I've been searching a touching reunion. Icy tentacles of dread tripped all along her spine and neck. It was only a matter of time before you both returned to the bosom of your family. Filled with a sickening dread, Cressida looked to where a corpulent Stanley stood like a bulwark, his arms folded over his enormous chest. He was an enormous human obstruction that stood between her and Trudy's freedom. Impregnable walls of terror came closing in, siphoning air from her lungs and simultaneously pressing down on her chest. Cressida caught her nursemaid's hand and turned to lead them towards the kitchen exit. Her brother's goon stood with a snide grin on his fleshy lips. He cracked his knuckles. For years, she'd struggled to find her voice with these two men, and where there'd been an occasion where she'd gone toe-to-toe, she'd otherwise been overly cautious, knowing that Trudy paid the price for her insolence. Move out of the way, Stanley, she said coldly, and with remarkable calm. Cressida positioned herself between Trudy and the two soulless men. Did you hear her? Stanley drawled. Someone lands herself a fine protector, and suddenly thinks she doesn't have to answer to me. I heard her, I did, Fellows said, giving a chuckle of his own. From the corner of her eye, she caught the way Trudy's eyebrows came together at the mention of a fine protector. Questions and answers would come later. First and foremost, Cressida had to get them out of here. I don't have to answer to you, Stanley, and certainly not to your dull-witted lackey over there. Rage sent her brother's nostrils into a full flare. What did you say to me? He whispered. Apparently, There's something as wrong with your ears as there is with your brain and your soul. She felt 10 feet taller for standing up to him. You act as though I'm a child who answers to you. Your child. I'm not, and I'm not your prisoner, so get him out of my way now because I will see you pay a price. Stanley's mouth moved and he sputtered. You are going to regret your behavior, and you're going to see who's really in charge here, Cressida. Cressida steeled herself. Go upstairs and lock the door, Cressida said to her maid. The hell I will, Jill. Please. I cannot do this unless you do, she entreated. Indecision warred in the old woman's eyes. This time, however, she must have seen something different, something that had her listening to Cressida and giving up her place at her side. And maybe if Cressida had asserted herself more and displayed that she didn't need Truddy to be at her side, Cressida would have settled it with Stanley long ago like she was going to settle it now. Chapter 28. Wakefield arrived at the Devil's Den with one intention only, to meet with his two business partners and get some answers. What he ended up with was a several hours-long visit with his sister, Livian, before Wakefield had his face-to-face with his two business partners in Latimer's private suites. Sprawled like King George IV himself, long known as Prinny, upon the King Louis XIV throne, the Earl of Dynevor stretched his legs out. Do tell us what has brought you here this evening, Wakefield. Given I own a third of the Club Dynevor, I expect my being here shouldn't really be that much of a surprise. That is, unless you were anticipating a silent partner. Latimer shot his two partners a warning glance, his meaning clear. They were still in Latimer's suites, with Livian nearby. To leave, however, would rouse her suspicion and ensure they had an additional participant in their exchange. Wakefield let his full rage shine on through. I've hired a man and found out information about the young woman whose ruin you helped coordinate, he whispered furiously. Dynevor smirked. Or we could just refer to her as the woman you ruined. With a hiss, Wakefield stormed the room and charged at the other man. Latimer barely intervened in time. It's you, goddammit. I know it's you. This has your work all over it, Wakefield barked. This is what I get for involving myself with a man like you. Latimer frowned. Oh yeah, Wakefield, and what manner of man am I? Do you mean from the streets? Like your brother-in-law here. He hitched a chin in Latimer's direction. He knew what they were both thinking. It was the same thing Roxburgh had accused him of. I'm not being a bloody prick, Wakefield gritted out. But you're the one who said it. His brother-in-law spoke quietly, in clearly condemning tones. Wakefield dragged a hand through his hair and cursed. He'd not be made to feel guilty. He wasn't in the wrong here. Getting his temper under control, he put all his focus on Dynevor. How did the lady come to be here? Wakefield demanded. He alternated his focus between Latimer and Dynevor. Which one of you brought her into this club? Latimer put his palms up. That's not my role. How convenient, Wakefield sneered. That way, you can distance yourself from any disaster such as this. It became clear neither of them intended to venture anything for Wakefield. He gave his head a disgusted shake. Are you aware the lady is related to Baron Newhart, who is involved with Lady Marianne Carew? The former Baroness Featherstone is now the Baroness Newhart. Those were two names the two men who dealt in sin were clearly very familiar with. Where both men were irritated before with Wakefield, now all their features went on high alert. Gone was Dynevor's usual swagger. He no more liked being the recipient of this information than Wakefield enjoyed discovering Cressida's familial connections. As I understand it, Wakefield said for his brother-in-law exclusively, this one extended membership to Newhart. He was a patron, Dynevor said bluntly. He isn't any longer. I revoked his membership. He got particularly rough with one of the women, a woman who didn't want it rough. I threatened to send him to Marshalsea if he didn't pay his debts before he went. He did. The young Earl shrugged. That was the last I heard of him. Perhaps Newhart is using the lady to bring down trouble on the club, Latimer suggested. Nah. The Earl of Dynevor rejected that assertion with such speed. Both men looked to him. Ain't that? I've got some experience with that from my younger days. The lad's younger days? But then, with the hard existence this one had eked out, maybe he'd never even been a child. With the lady's family and origins, the Ton wouldn't notice if the lady kicked up her heels, Dynevor said flatly. They certainly ain't going to give 10 shites if she whored herself here. Rage blackened Wakefield's vision. With a venomous hiss, he grabbed the younger man by his jacket and dragged him in until their noses touched. She didn't whore herself. Dynevor remained motionless, expressionless, through Wakefield's tumult. Breathing hard, he released the Earl quick and backed away. He stood rigid, his every muscle strung as tight as a bow. It might still be worth looking into, Latimer proposed. Dynevor nodded. I'll have my brother-in-law Steele look into it. But I'm telling you, that's not what's at play here. After Latimer excused himself, Wakefield and Dynevor were left alone in the private suites. The two earls sized one another up. One warily. For Dynevor, he made no attempt to conceal his disgust. Wakefield edged his chest forward. Do you have something to say? Yea, I have something to say, the street-hardened proprietor said emotionlessly. Since you clapped eyes on Miss Albee, your wit's gone begging after her. A muscle twitched in Wakefield's jaw. Hey, you want to deny it? Dynevor's eyes lit with a mocking glint. Go ahead and try. Say it, Wakefield. The Earl flicked a glance up and down his person. But I was talking business to ye that night, and you couldn't stop staring at her like a lad at a sweet shop window. Wakefield recalled the first time his eyes locked with Cressida's. He'd been lost. Dynevor knew it. Wakefield closed his eyes. He was only just figuring it out for himself. The younger Earl sensed weakness. His stare held nothing but ruthless derision. This ain't the first time ye come in here in a rage, flying off the handle because of Miss Albee. Ye hired Markham to find out what he could about the young lady. Wakefield tried and failed to mask his surprise. Aye, that's right. Dynevor curved a scarred lip. I know about that. I know about everything. You know your problem. The Earl of Dynevor said, each syllable a well-crafted slight. Ah, they were going to do this. Wakefield gave a low, mirthless laugh. I trust you intend to tell you're so worried about trying to be better because why? Your papa pissed away his money and had bastards, he said, without recrimination. But that's the same as a Sunday in England. You're always on your high horse, making everyone else feel like lessers because you yourself feel less. That lady whose secrets you've been hunting down? He gave his head a shake. She doesn't deserve that. The absolute brutality of the truth knocked the wind out of him, and Wakefield took an involuntary step back. His breathing grew thin and reedy. It filled his ears. My God, he'd spent his life trying to be better than his father, trying to be a good and honorable man. He'd become so obsessed with that goal, so lost in it, he'd lost himself. What was it Markham said at their initial meeting? Various circumstances drive every person. Maybe the lady landing in your bed doesn't necessarily have anything to do with you specifically. Perhaps the lady is in some other kind of trouble. Perhaps there's a villainous family member whom she's trying to escape from. Who the hell knows? But again, all you need do is put out discreet feelers, and you'll have every last answer. Wakefield dragged both hands down his haggard face. You want to know why I offered ye the lady, Wakefield? Wakefield let his arms fall. I have wondered. The minute I met the lady, I knew she wasn't like our clientele. I knew she was desperate. I've been desperate, the Earl said bluntly. Desperate people have a way of finding each other. She wasn't leaving. Some fellow was going to get her that night. I knew you'd be good to her. Chuckling, Dynevor fished a cheroot from his jacket pocket and touched it to a nearby sconce. I knew you'd be good to the lady. The young man pulled a long breath through the leaf and loosed a slow curl of smoke on a smooth exhale. I just didn't think you'd treat her like you were too good for her. A sneer lived in the stillness of his smile. That was my mistake. The younger Earl's profession sucked the air from Wakefield lungs like the man had dealt a gut punch. Lord Dynevor indulged in another pull of his cigarette and released a stream of smoke from the corner of his mouth. I should have let Rothesby have her, he said, flicking his ashes aside. Wakefield flinched. I deserve that. With that death blow, Dynevor exited, and Wakefield was left alone. He tortured himself with thoughts of Cressida and another man. Thoughts of Cressida with Rothesby. Cressida, delicate, willowy, lithe and fair in the arms of the strapping, darkly handsome Rothesby. Cressida smiling for the Duke and because of him. Each moment Wakefield spent with Cressida played again in his head, each like they were happening for the first time. Wakefield finding her in the kitchens. The two of them sitting alone together in the dead of night while the house slept. Wakefield taking his first bite of the bread she'd made with her own beautifully real, calloused hands, then making love to her with his mouth. Then, Wakefield twisted each and every wondrous moment. He inserted another gentleman into the narrative. He supplanted himself with Rothesby, so it was Rothesby who'd live those moments with Cressida instead. His open palms reflexively flexed, his hands empty and restless. But there was no escaping. Wakefield had already let the devil inside, and the insidious beast was there to stay, poisoning Wakefield's remembrances, perverting them so that it was Rothesby kneeling between Cressida's legs and worshipping her with his mouth. The visual imagery was so raw, so very real, that Wakefield curled his shoulders in and hunched to erase them. The most soul-crushing of all was the thought of Cressida bestowing her hard-earned smile for Rothesby. Wakefield's throat worked. For Rothesby would be deserving of Cressida, without a single doubt. He'd always possessed a charm Wakefield hadn't. Wakefield wasn't Rothesby. He was his own damned self, and a bloody stupid arse at that. Cressida saw him. He'd made Cressida smile, not because he'd needed to try, just because with her, it had been easy, natural. His heart buckled. He'd not only doubted her today, but he'd also been an absolute bore to her throughout. Unable to return home and face her, Wakefield took the coward's way and found his table at the Devil's Den. With the memory of her as she'd been hurt and wounded, his fingers curled reflexively around his snifter. I haven't been forthright with you, but I haven't been dishonest either. Did I think you'd marry me? I would have never dared believe that. I know that someone like you wouldn't marry a woman of my family's standing. Each question and statement hit Wakefield's heart like a battering ram. His tongue, mouth and throat, suddenly dry as dust. He took a small drink. It didn't help. He'd hurt her. He'd doubted her. And he'd never forgive himself either. What he would do, if she let him, was spend the rest of his life atoning for being such a bloody, crack-brained naughty. Wakefield stared into the golden-brown contents of his drink and saw the flecks that had danced in Cressida's light-colored eyes. God, she'd been magnificent. She'd come alive, blazing to life in her fury. From the ashes of her sadness and despair, she'd sizzled with indignation and disdain for him. As it may be, you, my lord, from my vantage on the stage for that matter, didn't even bid on me. Lord Rothesby settled a sizable fortune to spend the night with me, and yet somehow the action was stopped, and I found myself with you. So, perhaps if you have feelings that you were trapped, then maybe you should look elsewhere to the one who coordinated my transfer over to you. A painful grin eased one corner of his mouth. Here at the Devil's Den, this club where debauchery reigned, all 7 deadly sins corrupted men nightly. In the end, it hadn't been anything nefarious that had brought Cressida into his life. Dynevor, ruthless, merciless, hard-hearted of all people, had played matchmaker between Wakefield and Cressida. Oh, irony was not only alive and well, it was bloody flourishing. Wakefield took another drink. He toyed with the sides of his glass. But he'd come to know Cressida. His doubts about her had cut as any knife. His throat spasmed. Christ. God. He downed a long swallow and set the glass down hard. Hell, an entire bottle wasn't enough to drown his guilt. A shadow fell across his table, and he peeked up at the unwanted intrusion. Wakefield, the gentleman drawled with his usual charm, we meet again. The Lord had teamed up with the universe to rightly punish Wakefield this day. Rothesby, he said stiffly. He'd rather trade 10 years of his life than keep company with the gentleman who'd hungered for Cressida with a ferocity to rival Wakefield's, but he motioned for the Duke to join him anyway. I've sent you several notes, old chap, Rothesby remarked, the moment he'd sat. I'd begun to think you were ignoring me, or that you'd perhaps taken offense to things said at our last visit. No, duet. Wakefield hadn't liked the call-out, but he'd needed it. Determined to punish himself, he pushed his bottle in the other man's direction and further welcomed his company. A serving girl with cat-shaped eyes and a feline smile appeared with a crystal snifter. Her shrewd gaze moved between the two men, and rightly assessing the situation, she left Wakefield and Rothesby. Wakefield tossed back his drink, downing it in a long, slow, painful swallow with a grimace. Wakefield's current rage stemmed from an altogether different reason. In his head, all he could hear while the other man spoke was Cressida, as she'd pointed at the point that it had been Rothesby who'd been willing to put up a fortune for just one night with her. But Wakefield had been too damn terrified of all the out-of-control feelings she made him feel. At every turn, he'd sought to explain her presence in his life, and what had brought her to him, because it had been too fantastical to land on the simplest and ultimately accurate answer. In truth, she was meant for him, just as Wakefield had been meant for her. He'd been searching all these years, Marcia and Miss Kearsley, when all along Wakefield should have been waiting. He and Cressida had been fated for one another, ordained by the stars. Dynevor had been correct in his condemnation of Wakefield, but the other man had been dead wrong about something. It hadn't been her background that made Wakefield fight the pull Cressida had over him. It had been the fact that Wakefield hadn't been able to recognize for himself that love had found him at last. A silly grin formed on his lips. "Wakefield, old fellow," Rothesby said, worriedly. "Are you sure everything is all right?" I... Dazed, he looked to the other man for help. Chuckling, the Duke toasted Wakefield. "This here, chum, is why I do not dabble with respectable ladies," he drawled. "What am I doing here?" When there were so many things to say to Cressida, so many vows, so many apologies, Wakefield tossed back the remainder of his drink and grimaced. "I fear this is where we part ways." Wakefield's stare collided with his brother-in-law, Latimer, in a frantic exchange with Burgess. The Duke turned back to look at the action and followed Wakefield's focus to the pair conversing at the front of the club. An odd whirring filled Wakefield's ears. Latimer said something and pointed the tip of his finger. It landed upon Wakefield. Wakefield jumped up, turning the table over in his haste to get to his butler. Dread fueled his every step. "The miss has run off," Burgess said, struggling to get in air as he gasped and panted. Wakefield grabbed him by the front of his coattails and tugged him closer. "What do you mean?" Fear lent his voice a harsher quality. "The gentleman, Markham's fellow, arrived with a note, and the lady took off after him. He asked that I fetch you immediately. Said you'd know where she was running off to," he gritted out. "To see her brother, or to find Truddy. Either way," Wakefield tore off, thundering for his horse. Cressida.d. He'd be damned if he lost her now. Not when he'd realized he was head over heels, upside down, and inside out, in love with her. Chapter 29. After having been on what seemed like an endless goose chase, Wakefield arrived home, or at least at the place which had begun to feel increasingly like home with the amount of time spent here. Or is it the manner of exchanges and discussions you've had with a woman temporarily living here? Burgess, who'd fetched him at his clubs, had since returned, and was there to greet him the moment he reached the top step of the entryway. "Is she?" Burgess cut him off. "She is, my lord, and I should mention—" He didn't need him to mention anything. "Where?" "Me. In her chambers, but Lord Markham was here a moment ago. He only just left. The gentleman wished to speak with you." "If he'd wanted to speak with me, he could have stayed." "My lord," Burgess called from below stairs. Wakefield at the top. Landing kept on going. The minute he turned the corner that led to Cressida's chambers, he stopped in his tracks. A frowning old woman had positioned a hallway chair, and now sat outside Cressida's rooms. Wakefield walked the rest of the way. Frail of body, but possessed of a seemingly indomitable spirit, the old woman made to rise. Wakefield urged her to remain seated, out of gentlemanly habit. The wizened, weathered woman brushed off that allowance. When she stood, she couldn't be more than an inch past 5 feet, if that. The fire in her eyes, however, sparkled with a fighting spirit, and revealed her to be a woman who'd at one time been stronger and greater than time had left her. She looked him over with critical eyes. Wakefield bowed at the waist. The suspicion in the old woman's roomy gaze deepened. "I take it you're the protector." That assertion knocked him off balance. With the frail figure's bluntness, there could be no doubt she'd raised Cressida. "I take it you are Trudy," he murmured. "The very same. That's why he'd been summoned. That's why Cressida stormed off. Not to meet her brother, but rather because she'd deduced the men Wakefield hired had located Trudy's whereabouts, which also meant she'd most likely gone back to Ratcliffe on her own. A crippling pressure tightened his chest. "Miss Albie?" Fear lent his voice a hoarsened quality. "What business is she of yours?" Trudy said, as her staunch defender. And it surely spoke volumes about the old nursemaid that, despite the treatment Cressida had described, she'd abandoned her post and come here with weight. A sick sensation churned in his belly. Are you employed by the Baron? She narrowed her eyes into thin, icy slits. What's it to you? You work for Miss Albee. Is that a question? Old Trudy scowled. I don't work for anyone. Working suggests I get some kind of payment. I don't. Any sane person would have evinced some level of resentment. Where was this woman's? Wakefield peered more sharply at the colorful woman. Yeah. Despite receiving no salary, you continue to remain with Miss Albee. Why? Why do you think? She riposted with a question of her own. Some of the pieces began to slide together into a form that made shape. I? Out of loyalty, he murmured. Trudy's eyes became tiny slits. Out of love. His gaze slid to the pretty painted panel. What sane person would put up with and endure the abuse this woman clearly had? And why? Unless there had been at least one person in her midst whom she'd felt a loyalty, love, and devotion to. Such a figure would never be Lord Stanley. And the fact was that she stood like one of Markham's fiercest guards outside of Cressida's room now, all of which fit with the woman he had come to know these past handful of days. Voices from within Cressida's room brought his attention back to the doorway. His brows dipped. Who the hell was in Cressida's? Old Trudy grunted. She's in with the doctor. Wakefield stilled. His stomach pitched like he'd been thrown into a storm at sea. The doctor. His voice sounded funny to his own ears. Aye, the nursemaid grunted. My girl said she didn't need to see one. But your fellow Burgess insisted. I myself could have told him there was no need. Wakefield wedged himself around Trudy, and after moving the older woman's hall chair, he let himself in and nearly collided with a handsome, middle-aged doctor carrying his bag. His heart pounding, Wakefield attempted to step around the distinguished, bespectacled fellow. Just as Trudy before, the man blocked Wakefield's access to Cressida. My lord. The gentleman's voice was eminently polite, but for the frosty undertones. Step out of my way, he clipped out. The other man held his ground. The lady requires her rest. The doctor couldn't have looked more disgusted with Wakefield than had he scraped dung from the bottom of his serviceable leather boots. Wakefield's nostrils went into a full flare. Not even God himself could keep Wakefield away from Cressida, and that this man should try? It is fine, doctor. Carlson, Cressida said quietly. Reluctantly, Doctor. Carlson stepped to the side to reveal Cressida in the middle of the bed, pushing herself up from repose. Wakefield stared, and stared, and stared, more than half thinking, no, half believing, hoping the sight before him would change. He stood motionless and stared, and yet no matter how long he did, the sight of her remained the same. Her lips, her beautiful mouth, that he'd once been left swollen and bruised from the passion of their kisses, flesh that he'd lightly sucked and nipped and licked and worshipped the way some men did before an altar were now swollen. The cracks within them hinted at the blood that had existed at some point between Wakefield's departure, his furious departure, and his midnight return. I'm going to be ill. I'm fine, Benedict, she said, waking him from his trance. She was fine. She was fine. How could she be fine when he'd been transformed into an elemental tortured creature, incapable of speaking sentences or any words at all? Wakefield balled and unballed his fists. The bruise upon her left cheek had since begun to fade. Now, the imprint of a large hand had marked her other one. This time, the blow of whichever dead man had landed this one left a ring of purple around her right eye. The blows she had taken had been so violent, they'd already begun to leave her black and blue. Now the doctor's vitriolic rage made sense. The man had assumed that it had been Wakefield who'd left Cressida bruised so. If you'll excuse us, Cressida said as placidly and politely, as if she were ushering a gentlemanly caller from a parlor, and not a bloody doctor who'd come to tend her wounds. Both Dr. Carlson and Trudy honored Cressida's request for a private meeting and stepped out. The moment they'd gone, Cressida lay back down. She rested her hands behind her head and leaned in a relaxed pose against the pillows, knocking them slightly. How was she able to move? How was she able to make so many slight and obvious movements? How, when Wakefield found himself made of concrete stone, immobile, Wakefield couldn't take his gaze from the horrific bruising of her delicate features. The walls of his chest began closing in, even as a weighted pressure settled somewhere in the place where his heart beat. crushing him until his heart pounded and thudded sickeningly, as if it were about to explode. "I really am fine, Benedict," she said comfortingly. As if I am the one in need of consoling, the column of his throat worked painfully as he continued to stare unblinkingly at her. Those bruised and previously bloodied lips tipped up in a wistful smile for his benefit, and the way she relaxed against the pillows. He couldn't tell if she'd adopted an affected air in a bid to ease his worries, or whether she used them to borrow support for herself. He'd wager both. "I've upset you," Cressida said softly, her smile falling. The slight way her body flinched was a testament to how even that subtlest slide to her lips wrought pain. "I expected your men had found Trudy, and I didn't want to wait. I didn't know when you'd be back. And is that what you believe?" he asked incredulously. "That I am upset with you? With you? With," he repeated. He both felt and saw her hesitation. Closing his eyes, Wakefield shook his head. How strange to think not even 3 days earlier, the doctor's assumption would have been what mattered first and foremost. How his reputation had been an obsession. But that had been before Cressida. Now he couldn't see past the evil that had been done to her, and his own murderous intent to hunt down the fiend responsible. "Your brother?" He marveled at his ability to get those 2 words out. Cressida's expression instantly closed up, and lifting her chin, she stared him squarely in the eyes and glared with all the spirited, fiery beauty of a queen. What of him? Did she truly not understand what he was asking? Was she bent on torturing Benedict? "Is he the one who did this to you?" he asked, unable to keep that question from exploding from his lungs. Wakefield thought she might not answer, and then he'd go mad from not knowing and would be forced to kill any and every man until he landed upon the one guilty of the crimes against Cressida this day. She hesitated and then nodded. "Oh God." Wakefield sucked in a shuddery breath. He made himself speak for her benefit. "I see. This is what she endured." Anguish consumed his heart before he smothered his own self-suffering. Cressida. D. It was her pain that mattered. Hers, and only hers. "Oh, Cressida, why didn't you tell me?" "Tell you what?" Cressida said tersely. "Tell you who my brother was?" Wakefield jolted, so dispossessed he'd not even realized he'd spoken aloud. Cressida kept coming. "Or should I have told you where I lived? Or why I was at the Devil's Den?" "Yes," he said quietly. "Any of it?" "Yes." "All of it?" "Something, Cressida." Emotion wrenched that from him. "Let me ask you a question, Benedict. You've continued to put questions to me, all number of them, any of which are deserving of answers. But on what grounds? Why?" she asked intriguingly. "What reason would I have to tell you about my life? So I could what?" She scoffed. "Be humiliated?" "Further humiliated." He shifted closer. "You have nothing to be embarrassed about." "Please," she said, her voice quavering. "Yes. Why didn't I do just that? Why didn't I bare my soul, life, and everything to a man whom I've admired, respected, and dreamed of?" By her own admission, she'd admired him. He squeezed his eyes tight. Not only that, she'd carried a candle for him. How it must have hurt to find out he'd been oblivious as to her existence. "You cared about me for all these years," he said thickly. Cressida shook her head. "No." "Well." Her throat worked. "I loved you." "I didn't know," he whispered. "Yes, well, now you do." Cressida threw her hands up. "And, if it suits you all the same, I'm long past caring." He ached to take her in his arms, but as the one responsible for her suffering, he didn't have that right. "I have absolutely no pride left where you are concerned," she spat. "You've taken the last of it, Benedict Adamson." "Impossible." Her pride was one of the beautiful parts that defined her. She spoke of being humbled, but here and now, no one, certainly not her, could be more ashamed than Benedict was with himself. Then, it was like Cressida was finally freed by her truth and each revelation that came spilling out of her. "Imagine that there was me who's known you as long as I've been in London." A bitter-tinged laugh bubbled from her throat and spilled from her lips like so much pain-filled regret. "You danced with me. You bowed over my hand. You kissed it and inquired about my evening. And then you saved me from being sold like a whore at the Devil's Den. You are no different than all the other gentlemen there. You were there to buy me like a whore. No! Yes, she cried, confirming again his words and thoughts were all twisted up, and he couldn't sort them out from one another. You weren't there to save me, or help me. But because you thought I was some light skirt, and for you, Benedict, that's the truth. It's all I've ever been to you. His heart buckled. She was no whore. He'd never seen her that way. I didn't, but it had been her first time, and he'd certainly treated her like one. What other opinion would Cressida have reached? Shame consumed him. His throat grew impossibly thick, narrowing off his airflow. Never, he said hoarsely. That is never how I saw you, he repeated. A thread of desperation lent his voice a pitchy quality he didn't even recognize. Cressida lifted her tired, bruised eyes to his. She gave him the saddest smile, and it broke every corner of his now broken heart into even smaller, more brutal shards. Then, it was as if the light within Cressida went out. I'm not sure if you're lying for my benefit or whether you do so, in an attempt to make yourself feel better about the fact that you took my virginity. Worry not, you took nothing that I didn't freely give. Either way, she said, shaking her head, it doesn't matter. You offered me little to no reason at all to feel comfortable confiding in you. A sharp, stabbing ache bloomed in his chest, fierce as a wound, though no blade had touched him. How did she have all these words when he couldn't muster a one? Her words would have been easier to bear had they contained the vitriol she was entitled to. But this calm, quiet, solemn, matter-of-factness of her reasoning for having withheld and never sharing the truth of her circumstances was like the cruelest, most vicious lash upon his skin. She was right in so many ways. No, tu, fool. She was right in every way, about everything. With every charge she leveled at him, with every obvious assumption she'd drawn, the respect he'd already developed and come to hold for her, only magnified under her staunch, unwavering spirit and frankness. Not once have you said anything about why you, a good, honorable, respectable gentleman, should come to have been at the devil's den. She said, almost wistfully. But then there's nothing to say there either. Cressida's lips curved in the saddest, most faraway smile, breaking him completely. You are no different than everyone else in my life who disappointed me. His entire body jerked. He'd been wrong. That regretful utterance proved there was still some parts within his aching body and soul left to shatter. Her gaze found his, and it was like she just remembered he was standing there. He flinched. I'm not saying this, Benedict, to hurt you or to insult you, she hurried to say. He briefly closed his eyes. There she went, always reassuring him. It's just the simple truth, Benedict. Wakefield didn't realize he was shaking his head. She'd taken his jerky movements as some kind of contribution in this agony-laced, one-sided discussion. I had stars in my eyes. Romantic illusions that you were some great hero on a white steed charging to my rescue. Tears glittered in her eyes. That isn't your fault. Cressida shrugged. That is mine. A chill sluiced through him. The matter-of-factness with which she now spoke terrified him more than the hate he'd detected in her eyes. Or maybe that is my own self-loathing reflected back. It's not your fault how naive I've been, how foolish, how stupid, she continued on, in that same pragmatic way, like she were ticking off items on a list and not enumerating her own perceived failings. There are no heroes. Yes? Me. Let me be that hero. Let me prove myself. Cressida took in a soft but audible breath. I know that now. She added that last part like Benedict were gone from her life, and she spoke the reminder to herself so as to never forget. All the revelations she'd made seemed to take the last of her energy. I am the one who hurt her. Me. And that sin he'd be guilty of for the entirety of his miserable existence, and one he'd spend his life atoning for. With a shaky, tired sigh, Cressida lay down and remained there. With her knees up, she folded her hands on her stomach. Please go, she silently prayed. She closed her eyes, scrunching them tightly. Just leave me alone. He nodded, before he remembered she couldn't see him. But he could see her, and all those marks she wore upon her beautiful face. Overtaken by a black, all-encompassing rage with the fiend who'd hurt her, Wakefield somehow managed to walk out. And as he did, Wakefield knew one thing with absolute certainty. I'm the real fiend. Chapter 30. She'd prayed for Benedict to leave, and he'd done just that. How funny that for all the prayers she'd put to God, this should be the only one he'd ever answered. The one she hadn't meant. Seated at the gilded vanity, with Trudy gently brushing her hair, Cressida stared miserably at her equally miserable reflection. For as long as she lived, she'd remember Benedict's expression as he caught sight of her face. Horror. Shock. Disgust. And pain. So much of it. That eclectic swirl of so many emotions. She'd gone dizzy from deciphering each one as his handsome features spasmed. No one had ever looked upon Cressida so as though her suffering had become their suffering, and the same feelings of rage at her lot had been absorbed within them. Trudy's life had been even harder than Cressida's, and had left the older woman jaded. Though angered at Stanley's violence, she viewed it more as a woman's lot. But Benedict had seemed to feel, in that instant, everything Cressida had carried for years, and that he, another soul, not only understood, but raged with her, railed with her, mourned and hurt, made her feel seen. Cressida stared vacantly at the silver brush in Trudy's gnarled fingers. Sightlessly, Cressida followed its slow drag through her hair. He hadn't needed to speak a single thought. She and Benedict had lived on a previously single plane that Cressida had inhabited alone. Until he'd asked if she'd met with Stanley, and upon confirmation from Cressida, Benedict had walked out. A fresh wave of tears filled her throat. Trudy grunted. "Why do you look like that fancy fellow kicked your pup?" "I don't have a pup, Trudy. You know that." She hadn't had one since she'd been a girl of 11. Her brother had released the beloved hound, who'd never returned. Trudy snorted. "You also don't have any skill hiding in your misery either, girl. You are the one who ran the boy off." Cressida's heart squeezed. She had. I know what's going on in that head. Her nursemaid couldn't even begin to imagine. "Maybe I'm just sore from Stanley's latest work," Cressida suggested. Trudy stopped gliding those bristles through Cressida's hair, and jabbed the brush at her reflection. "That pillock's gone hurt, you heaps worse than your current condition." Trudy scowled. "The bloody bastard," she spat. "But this wouldn't be the strike to take you down, girl." That was the problem that came from living with someone who knew Cressida's existence inside and out. What an outsider might see and judge to be the greatest horror, Trudy knew was, in fact, only a glimpse. A mild inconvenience of one, in comparison to the other horrid abuse she'd suffered at her brother's hands. Trudy resumed brushing Cressida's hair. The fellow was angry. "Which? Dr. Carlson or the nursemaid?" jabbed the brush again at Cressida. "Don't you dare start with me again, Jell. You're not wiggling out of this one. You know exactly who I'm talking about. The fine, fancy gentleman who looked like he was going to dismember your corpulent brother." Cressida angled her head back, and in so doing, she caused her hair to tangle in the bristles of Trudy's brush. It bought Cressida some time. Trudy proceeded to gently disentangle Cressida's hair. "I'll allow you the Earl was angry with Stanley for his treatment of me, but only because Lord Wakefield is noble and gallant and charitable. Benedict might be angry with a person of which he decidedly was with Cressida, but he'd never countenance mistreatment against any woman. I saw the way that lad looked at you, Cressy. He wasn't angry at you. He was angry with himself." Hope briefly crept into Cressida's heart. Trudy's lips cracked a rare smile. "Never saw a man more ready to kill than the Earl seeing you hurt. That wasn't just anger, girl. That was the look of a man protecting what is his." Her old friend's words continued to fan the flames of that hope. Cressida lifted her gaze to Trudy's. "He believes we're one and the same, Trudy." Trudy frowned and set aside the brush. "On what do you base that, my girl?" Cressida went on to explain the 1,000,001 things that had transpired since they had been apart from one another. When she'd finished, Trudy wore the darkest frown she had that day. "That isn't a man who's mad at you, Gell. That's a man who's furious and about ready to kill the Baron, as he should have been killed long ago. He can be angry with me and want to kill Stanley too, Trudy. Both of those things can be true." "You're his mistress," Trudy said unexpectedly. Heat filled her cheeks. "No, as I mentioned. Yes, you said he purchased you at that debauched club. But I take it you are here now, because you warm his bed." Cressida tried to make out whether there was disapproval, or whether she sought to understand the entirety of Cressida's relationship with Benedict. "No. He won't have me as his mistress." "Then why are you here, girl?" He was Cressida caught the twinkle in the older woman's eyes. She realized what she was suggesting. It isn't because he cares about me, Trudy, she said, setting the other woman straight. He was worried that I'm with... She abruptly stopped herself. Cressida already knew what conclusion Trudy would reach when she heard the rest of that. What was that, girl? Trudy prodded unrelentingly. He's concerned I might be with child. Ah, I see then, Trudy said. Ah, he's such a terrible gentleman. The kind who'd be angry with you and not the fat baron at this moment, but is also one who... What is it? Worry about the possibility that you're with child? Trudy let out another snort. Child, do you know how many noblemen would have walked away from you that night, without another backwards glance or thought? How many of those immoral bollocks go about planting their seed in the bellies of their mistresses and whores, and never even think about whether they sowed a child? He's not like those men. I know that, girl, Trudy said. But are you sure you do? Cressida exploded to her feet. Her heart pounded. He believes I'm in cahoots with my brother. He stormed off earlier today, and he stated blankly and boldly, numerous times now, that he doesn't trust me. Cressida's voice shook with the force of her emotion. Trudy, God love her, remained stone-faced through Cressida's display of emotion. And I'm sure you were about as honest discussing your actual lot in life as you were with those good friends of yours. One of whom even went toe-to-toe with the fat Baron Emma, the Countess of Scarsdale. Now, even the Earl of Scarsdale had roughed Stanley up. But you didn't tell them, did you, Cressida? You didn't let any of them in. Not really. If the Countess hadn't come herself looking for you, you'd have hidden in obscurity, and been in an even sorrier state, without any of the reprieve you got when you went to those mismatched society meetings. But that's what you do, girl, Trudy said, her tones gentler, her words just as piercing for the truth contained within them. You suffer in silence. You refuse to share anything with anyone. What's your pride got you? Trudy asked bluntly. I know, Cressida said tiredly. Trudy drew back. She gave a little guffaw. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting that. Figured it out yourself, did you? Cressida nodded. I'm going to venture sometime during your short stay here with his lordship. Closing her eyes, Cressida nodded. Trudy made a gentle clucking noise, and drew Cressida into her arms, holding her in the gentle way she always did. After a sparing beating, you gone and fell in love with the fella, did you? Sniffling, Cressida nodded miserably against her nursemaid's bony shoulder. Her words emerged muffled by the thin patched wool fabric of her serviceable dress, the only dress she owned. He courted Anwen. Ah, Trudy said in understanding. Trudy knew all the names of everyone whom Cressida had met, called a friend, acquaintance, or spoken about. Well, that doesn't mean he and before her, he was desperately in love with the Viscountess Waters. I see, her old nursemaid said. And by her tones, this time, her loyal friend and nursemaid did see. Well, just stop, Trudy, Cressida said, all the life drained from her. The day had been entirely too much, even for someone such as she. He'll give you a job. That startled Trudy into dropping the topic. Her gray eyebrows went shooting to her high, receding hairline. Come again, girl. He'll give you work. One that will not break your back. One that will see you well fed and safe and secure into mind. And what about you, Cressida? Trudy interjected sharply. That, Cressida still hadn't figured out. Come, Trudy said. She guided a hand around Cressida's waist and tenderly guided her towards the bed. Here's what I'll tell you, Cressida, and you take with it what you will. You've gone through life all on your own, never confiding in anyone, never taking help, always giving of yourself. And finally, you've met a good man, and you're just so afraid to trust he can give of himself to you, and be there for you, that you've gone and tried to run him away. Cressida stared emptily off at the opposite wall. The truth of her old nursemaid's words landed square, and didn't bring with them any manner of shock. You need to rest, Jell. Just trust me when I say whatever you think or don't think about the old girl. The fellow cares for you. If he didn't, he certainly wouldn't go about offering work for an old biddy like me. Cressida managed a wan smile. She allowed Trudy to believe the matter settled, and also that she was fit for sleep, just so she could have time to be alone with herself and think about how it could have been with Benedict, instead of how it was. Chapter 31. Somehow, Wakefield found the will and restraint to not run off more than half mad and hunt down Cressida's brother. Instead, he'd set out and gone to find Lord Markham, not charging off half-cocked, since he credited himself and had also earned a public reputation for being a master of restraint. Yet not charging off after Cressida's brother had proven his greatest feat of strength. But the Baroness and her new husband, Cressida's brother, had wrought enough hell over society. They'd hurt people time and time again, and would continue to do so. Markham would deal with them and their just means, so that Wakefield could put his entire self on the one who mattered most to him. The sight of her visage, bruised and swollen and fisting his hands so tight, his knuckles blanched, Wakefield willed the memory of her injuries away. He needed his head about him. Seated upon the carriage bench of Lord Markham's conveyance for the past 5 minutes since they'd arrived at the Baron's residence, Wakefield remained staring at the file he'd read along the way here. He stared dumbly at the words he'd read enough times in their short journey as to have memorized them. The address. He was fixed on the address of where the Baron called home, because it also meant it was where Cressida had called home. Not had did. His throat worked painfully. This hellhole was what Cressida called home. The falling down structure was as bereft inside as it was out. These ruthless streets not even a rat should live in was where she lay her head, where she took her meals, and where, he'd guarantee, she never took company. She'd withheld the truth of this place from him. She'd indicated Trudy had been her nursemaid, and now lived in this structure where she worked for a cruel master. The part she'd left out was that cruel master was Cressida's brother, and that she and Trudy lived together. She'd confided in him about Trudy being abused by her employer, but she'd neglected to point out that she herself was a recipient of that same violence. Taking in a shuddery breath, he scrubbed both of his hands over his face. Yes, if she had not proffered that information to him, her pride being too great to have allowed it, she'd have never ever allowed any lady of polite society to visit her in this place. How bloody alone she'd been, how much she'd endured, how much she'd let herself to take on in caring for her old nursemaid. How bloody remarkable she was. I'll confess, Markham said through Wakefield's tumultuous thoughts. Were I any other man, had I not seen the things I've seen, I'd be shaken to see what the lady has endured. Wakefield managed nothing more than a taut nod. The fear she must live with was no more. Regardless of whether she'd known or not known about her brother's duplicity, if there had been duplicity, no longer mattered. It had only been a handful of days, but he knew her. She was a proud woman of integrity and strength. Anything she'd done with the Baron would have only ever been coerced or forced. A memory intruded of Cressida as she'd been, her face bruised and battered. His eyes drifted shut, and he squeezed them tightly. Even as he knew it was futile, that sight would live emblazoned on his brain until he died. The bloody Baron would never lay a hand upon her again. Wakefield intended to see to it. Without a word, he opened the carriage door and jumped down. Markham followed close at his heels. They strode side by side, along the uneven, grimy cobblestones. How many times had Cressida walked this same path? Hundreds? Thousands? That also meant hundreds and thousands of times she'd been in peril. One breath away from being raped, robbed, or worse. Fury blackened his vision and left him nearly blind. Propelled by rage, Wakefield didn't bother knocking. He let himself and Markham inside, and unlike the previous times when he'd come here in search of Cressida, and there had been an eerie silence within these halls, now there came an ominous, screeching caterwauling from above stairs. Instantly, Wakefield recognized those animalistic sounds for what they were. Wakefield took the stairs 2 at a time, intent on using the element of surprise for his benefit. The minute he breached the main landing, he headed towards the grotesque cacophony, only to discover they weren't alone. A tall, hulking figure slouched against the doorway. No doubt a servant who'd been made into a pitiable, pathetic guard. Even 5 paces away, the fellow reeked of sweat. Too busy frigging himself off to the sounds of his employer in the throes of passion, he failed to hear Wakefield's and Markham's approach until it was too late. His already beady, buggy eyes bulged the minute he finally did register their presence. Markham already had a hand around his neck and touched a point somewhere that sent the man's eyes rolling back in his head and crumpling. Markham easily had him before he hit the ground with his big body and dragged him aside silently. While he tended to the disposal of the wretched fellow, Wakefield entered the bedroom. Without the glow of a candle, a flickering sconce, or even the faintest ember in the hearth, the room lay submerged in utter blackness. He paused, letting his eyes adjust to the gloom, and as they did, the space slowly took shape around him. It was a curious contrast to the rest of the townhouse, where the halls beyond were stripped bare, absent of tables and chairs, their walls marred by gaping holes and torn, curling wallpaper. These rooms held a certain quiet respectability, though no one would mistake them for royal quarters. Modest, yes. Worn, perhaps, but orderly, and far better suited to receiving a gentleman than the wreckage beyond the threshold. It felt like a moment of irony that Wakefield himself should have been discovered the same way by his now brother-in-law when Latimer made the wrongest assumption possible about his relationship with Livian. Now, to find himself on the other side of such a situation, being interrupted while having sex with a lover. Though where Wakefield had still possessed the wherewithal to be aware that his room had been invaded, Cressida's brother remained wholly oblivious. His enormous and saggy arse flapped while he sawed away at his lover. That same absorption, however, eluded the Baron's partner. Even as she responded with the appropriate moans and cries and keening, her bored gaze remained fixed on the ceiling above. That painted, now aging face from years of treachery and debauchery had since faded from the bloom of life. She only bore a marked resemblance to the sought-after creature she'd once been, a former diamond in her age, now a scrap of coal. But there bore a hint of who she'd once been, enough so that Wakefield recognized her all too easily. His former best friend's lover, Lady Marianne, also the Viscountess Waters' tormentor, who'd destroyed Marcia's name and saw her stranded at the altar by the man she loved first before Andrew, Viscount Waters. When the Baroness came to destroy Marcia, an entire army existed behind the young lady. Cressida had been forced to brave it all alone. God, he'd never admired a woman, loved a woman, more than he did her. There came no shock at the revelation. From the moment his eyes found her center stage of the Devil's Den, his soul became twined with hers. How many lives had the Baroness destroyed before the black threads of her evil had become entangled in the fabric of Cressida's life? He tasted the bitterness of Cressida's helplessness, and vowed it would end here. The Baroness noticed Wakefield's presence first. His blood, already chilled all the way through, or so he believed, went glacial, ice freezing in his veins. She smiled coyly, and the previous boredom dissipated from her glassy gaze, no doubt from too much opium and spirits. A fire sparked to life, revealing a lust that could not be feigned at the thought of Wakefield as a voyeur to her bodily display of carnality. These were the people Cressida's brother kept company with. Not that he should be surprised. The report Markham provided revealed a dissolute man whose genitals would likely no doubt be rotting off soon from all the whoring he'd done. And that's if his liver didn't fail him from the cheap spirits he'd consumed. One thing remained certain, something that existed beyond the shadow of a doubt. The question about why Cressida, an innocent virgin, had been sold off at the Devil's Den was directly a product and direct result of these two and their consummate evil. A vicious knot tightened his stomach, and he wanted to throw his head back and rail. But even more than that, he wanted vengeance against the Baron on behalf of Cressida. Oh! A blistering rage fueled his footsteps. The Baroness's already hot gaze grew even hotter. All the while, she lifted her hips up, driving them hard to meet her lover's violent thrust. This time, her efforts were not feigned. She dug her long talon-like fingernails into the sweaty back of the pig, grunting like a swine, biting them into his flesh with such ferocity she left trails of blood along the hairy expanse. My God, it occurred to him. The black-hearted doxy actually believed Wakefield was coming forth to join in their vile performance. Moving with deliberate steps, Wakefield headed for the bed. The moment he reached Cressida's brother, Wakefield hauled the knave up and hurled the bastard's body against the opposite wall. The cry that emerged from the bastard's mouth came devoid of all sound and only a raspy, gasping swift inhalation and exhalation. His small member jutted out, already wilting from the suddenness of the attack. The Baron's eyes went wide, and Wakefield relished the terror glittering in the man's eyes. Wakefield wasted no time at all. Straddling Cressida's brother, Wakefield brought his arm back and delivered a violent right hook that drove the Baron's head hard against the wood floor. Wakefield followed that with a swift left hook. This sent blood spurting from the wretch's fleshy lips. Why? How many times had Cressida been made to cry, so at this bastard's hands? Wakefield punched him again solidly, this time in the nose. He shattered the bulbous appendage and crimson sprayed everywhere, spattering Wakefield's face like flecks of raindrops splashing as they fell from the sky. Wakefield hauled off on Cressida's brother. He continued to wail on him, careful to beat him violently enough, but not so much so as to render the blighter unconscious. When he'd pulverized him enough that his face was riddled with bruises and scrapes, black and blues already, Wakefield was out of breath from his exertions, but far from satisfied. The other man's death would be the only welcome outcome. And even then, it wouldn't be anywhere near enough for a sense of satisfaction, not with what Cressida's brother had done to her. The vile acts he would never ever again carry out, not so long as Wakefield lived. "Here is a word of warning," Wakefield said evenly, while he trembled inside with rage. "You are never again to go near Cressida Albee. If you touch her, I'll kill you. If you breathe her air, I'll kill you. If you so much as walk in her shadow, I'll end you before you even take a full step near her. You, Baron," he snarled, "are a walking dead man. One wrong move, if you so much as utter her name even, I will make what happened to you here a bloody picnic. Are we clear?" Moaning miserably, the Baron couldn't manage a word. Not good enough," Wakefield taunted. Catching him by his neck, he forced his head forward and then slammed it hard against the oak planks of the floor. "Yes," Cressida's brother cried out, weeping like a babe. "Say it. Say all of it," Wakefield insisted. Won't touch her. Won't. Towering over the man as he lay on the floor, Wakefield slapped him in the face. "Say her goddamn name," he shouted. This time his rage overwhelmed the calm he'd somehow managed. "I won't touch Cressida." Wakefield backhanded him on the other cheek. "Her entire name, Baron." "I won't touch Cressida Everly Albee." "Cressida Everly Albee?" "Cressida Everly Albee." He hadn't even known her full name before now. Now, he'd never forget it. Wakefield drew back and delivered a final knockout blow. The Baron's form went limp, and then his eyes rolled back as he collapsed, sprawled on the floor. Wakefield reared back and spit in his face. And then, with Markham standing sentry at the door, Wakefield left. Chapter 32. Cressida remained precisely where she'd been since Trudy took her leave. Now Benedict knew exactly the manner of woman he'd let into his life, though unintentionally, of course. The memories of what they'd shared, of him sitting beside her, just talking with her in the servants' kitchens, as casually as if they were any happy wedded couple who'd stolen that early morning time for themselves to talk about their life. Cressida's throat worked. For a brief moment in time, she'd had a glimpse of what life might have been like, and what it certainly was like for the fortunate people. People like the friends she'd made at the Mismatch Society, most of whom were now happily married and desperately in love with their husbands, and whose dashing husbands were in love with them in return. The hardest part of it all was now that Cressida had known that glorious, heartfelt intimacy, she could never forget it, and now she'd live the rest of her life remembering what it had been like, if even for just a brief moment in time. Now came the next hardest part, trying to forget what it had been like for that very short while, because retaining those memories were an impossibility. Cressida wouldn't be able to survive the reality of her circumstances and her actual fate, not as long as she held on to those times she'd had here with Benedict. Oh, God. It was too much. Curling up onto her side, Cressida brought herself into a tight ball and folded her arms up about her knees, simultaneously rocking and shaking. She stared emptily at the cheerful fire dancing in the hearth, those ebullient flames so at odds with the misery threatening to tear her asunder. Cressida absently noted the damp tracks left by her own tears. There came a slight click. Silently cursing, Cressida hurried to wipe away the remnants and signs of her misery, but she wiped too hard. She winced, recalling her brother's attack all over again. She didn't want to speak to Trudy now. She didn't want Trudy to sit next to her and force her to open up her heart about Benedict. She didn't want to hear any further about Trudy's uncharacteristically optimistic outlook on Benedict's interest in Cressida. Not as long as she'd known the woman, not in all her 25 years, did Cressida recall her nursemaid being the hopeful sort who hung her hat on hope and shiny stars. Cressida felt Trudy searching her gaze around the room. Maybe all the nursemaid's instincts failed her lately, for she always knew where to look for Cressida. The floor was where she slept. The floor was where they both slept, too many times. Cressida took in a shaky sigh. I really don't want to talk about it anymore, she said exhaustedly. Well, considering we haven't spoken about it at all, I thought you might spare a moment if you are awake. Cressida gasped and sat up, straightening from repose. Her heart thumped unsteadily. Benedict, she said, her voice quavering, and her hands shaking frantically. She dusted and wiped at her cheeks, this time ignoring the pain. Self-preservation was all that mattered. You came back. I came back. He didn't join her, however. The gentleman that he was, and always had been, and always would be, remained at the doorway. May I come in? He ventured quietly. No. Why? Yes, she said instead, answering in the affirmative as he deserved. Cressida detected another faint click and knew the moment he'd shut them away together. So soft were his footfalls, she failed to hear him, and stand before it was too late, and he appeared before her. Cressida hastened to rise, but Benedict hurriedly rushed her off and sat down, joining her on the floor. They sat that way, both of them with their knees drawn to their chest, arms looped about their limbs, neither speaking. It occurred to Cressida he was waiting for her, giving her the time she needed to compose herself to answer, to explain what she knew, just that he was affording her the moment with which to speak first. He could keep waiting. Not because she was determined to make him sit in silence, but because she didn't know what to say. There were no words. She had nothing to give him. He must have eventually realized as much. Wakefield had spent a good part of his life hating people. The first most obvious target of his antipathy had been, of course, his father. The wastrel, the philanderer, the faithless Earl. Then, there had been his best friend, Andrew, Viscount Waters, who'd slid in as a new source of Wakefield's loathing. All the years of despising those two other men combined never came anywhere near the abhorrence he now felt for himself. Emotion wadded in his throat. He'd never been deserving of her reverence. In every way that mattered, Cressida had always been far greater than him. He'd spent years lamenting his own life for being difficult. Why? He'd had a dissolute father, who'd fathered another family and betrayed his wife, and forgotten the children whom he'd sired upon the Viscountess. But that was no strife. Not really. He'd railed at the conditions the previous Earl left he and his mother and sisters in, but that had been absolutely nothing compared to the squalor Cressida had known. He'd believed he loved Marcia, and maybe, in part, he had. She'd been his first love, his childhood love, but never had he felt this wave of possessiveness, this all-powerful, unyielding, fiery passion to know a person inside and out the way he longed to with Cressida. She deserved so much. Certainly she deserved so much better than him, but he would be her champion. He would stand beside her if she let him, if she'd give him another chance, if she'd let them start again. Finally, he turned his head to look at her. Cressida lay so still, her dark blonde eyelashes soft against her cheeks, her bruised cheeks. His heart cinched. For a moment, he believed she slept, and he contemplated lifting her into his arms and carrying her over to the bed, so that she might have the rest she both deserved and needed in order to heal. His gaze caught on the rapid rise and fall of her chest that indicated she didn't in fact sleep, but more so was putting on the show of sleep because she wanted nothing to do with him. And why should she? I've never before frequented forbidden pleasures, or the Devil's Den or Lucifer's Lair or any club. He grimaced. That is, any club that wasn't White's or Brooks's. Rather, I haven't visited them with any intention other than to rescue friends of mine who'd gotten themselves into some manner of trouble or other. Cressida opened her eyes but still didn't say anything. Encouraged, Benedict continued. I've always worried overly much about my name and reputation. Too much. He finally admitted to her as much as himself. I was invited to become a partner of the Devil's Den. She went even more still. I haven't shared that with anyone, he confided. Just you. He knew he could trust her. He realized he'd known as much all along. The one he couldn't trust, however, had been himself. He couldn't trust who he was around her and with her. She made him feel things he'd never felt. She'd shaken him to his core, and never before had he felt less in control of himself, or his faculties, or his heart, and it terrified the everlasting hell out of him. At last, she angled her head. You're an owner of that club? He couldn't make out disgust, only more of a curiosity. He nodded. Afraid so. My brother-in-law Latimer invited me to invest, And so I did. And he, along with Dynevor, wished to show me what my capital had gained me. Then I saw you, Cressida. You were up for bid. He relived that night in his head. Dynevor was telling me all about the club and the financial plans for it, and I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't see anything. His throat worked. I only saw you, he said, his voice thick. Her fuller, lower lip trembled ever so slightly, and she caught it between her teeth and bit to still its quaver. Something about you bewitched me. Something about you commanded all my attention, and then the bidding went out of control. And if it had been purely about business, well, then I would have been all too happy to allow those bids to continue. A muscle jumped in his jaw. Rothesby wanted you, and quite badly. The same rush of black, unreasoning jealousy that had besieged Wakefield at the Devil's Den assaulted him all over again this time, with an even more violent force. He reigned in the insidious emotions. You were correct when you pointed out I'd never bid on you, Cressida. I didn't. I called for Dynevor to stop the auction. Wakefield held her gaze with his. All I knew was I couldn't allow him to have you, Cressida. I couldn't allow any man. I would have killed to have you that night, he said gravely. I've never felt that way in my life, Cressida. A rueful chuckle escaped him. Once you mentioned Lady Waters. I would have you know, I never felt for her anything near the way I feel for you. I never have and never will, for any woman other than you. Emotion thickened his voice. From the moment I looked up and saw you on that stage, you captivated me, mind, body, and soul. She stared with an endearing confusion at him, wearing the look of one who sought to process what Wakefield was saying. And to be fair, so did Wakefield. His own startlement was reflected back in her clear brown eyes. My father, he said softly, was terrible with his funds. He wasn't a wastrel in the sense that he cut himself short. In the way my brother is, she supplied for him without inflection. Yes, he said. He gambled, yes, but no more than the average gentleman, and he drank, but he wasn't a drunkard. He provided for his family by the means afforded him as an earl, but he didn't do anything to truly overlook the tenants who were reliant upon him. But nor did he put any or much thought at all into what should happen to his children and wife after he was gone. Maybe he thought he'd be around forever. Maybe he was too busy living to worry about the worst thing happening to him. But the worst thing had happened to him, and in his dying, it had led to the worst thing happening to Wakefield's entire family. My father had another family that he kept, a woman who was his mistress, and who gave him 2 daughters. He felt Cressida's gaze grow more intent upon him. Throughout his years at Eton and then Oxford, there'd been plenty of gentlemen who knew about the previous Earl, about the debts he'd accumulated wagering too much, a steady stream of lovers, and then one mistress whom the wastrel fell for. To society, however, the greatest crime, the reason Wakefield had been treated poorly upon his father's death, was because the financial state he'd left his legitimate family and bastard one in. Those sins, however, hadn't been Wakefield's. They'd alone been his sire's. Unlike his father, Wakefield viewed his word as his bond. Vows had been taken between the late Earl and Wakefield's mother that had merited the Earl's devotion. After his death, I found his journals. In his mind, Wakefield recalled the moment he'd discovered those books. The pain he'd felt reading them had stayed with him all the years after. He loved his other family deeply, he said, staring intently over the top of her blonde brownish loose curls and into the merry fire dancing in the hearth, and I didn't begrudge my sisters for having known that love. His jaw worked. What I did, and do, and will always resent, however, is that he involved himself with another woman, and altered her life, and the lives of their children. He took on that which he couldn't take care of, when he already wasn't sufficiently looking after his own wedded wife and their children together. I was determined not to be him. In the end, Wakefield had proven to be just as blackened. No, even more so. The late Earl of Wakefield had loved outside of his marriage, but he certainly hadn't treated the other woman like some whore or leveled hideous and heinous accusations against her as Wakefield had done to Cressida. Rather, his father had treated his mistress as he had his wife. Through Wakefield's telling, Cressida remained silent. Just as he knew this woman, she knew him so very well to have surmised he needed to speak about his past. Even while he found strength in her support, he struggled to face her. Humbled and shamed, he had to bring himself to look at her. To not be a coward. Cressida, I spent so much damn time worrying I'd become my father. I didn't even realize I'd become someone even worse. A priggish fellow who'd make an honest, good woman feel badly about herself when it was I, all along, who bore the real mark upon my character. An adorable crease of confusion lined her brow. God, she really didn't know. You, Wakefield said gently. I'm talking about you. Me, she repeated back incredulously. She snorted. I'd hardly describe myself as having been honest. As you rightly pointed out, Benedict, you don't really know me. I didn't share any part about myself with you. And yes, I did that deliberately. He reached up and touched a fingertip gently to her mouth, and then promptly regretted that hastiness. She flinched ever so slightly that, had he blinked, he would have missed the telltale mark of her discomfort. But he'd seen it. His gaze went to the bruising upon her face. What manner of woman had the strength and wherewithal to take such a brutal beating and remain as composed as she'd been? When she'd greeted him with Dr. Carlson, she'd remained, poised and calm, even lying in bed. Certainly, she was the only woman he'd ever known who'd conduct herself with such grace and formidability in the face of what she suffered. I'm so sorry, he said thickly, around the emotion clogging his throat. I hurt you. I didn't mean to. You didn't hurt me, Benedict. She's soothing me. She's soothing me? Please, don't do that, he said, his voice hoarsened. He didn't even allow her to draw a full breath before he continued on a rush. You do not need to assure me. You do not need to try and make me feel better. Cressida, you matter. You matter so damned much. And yet, I've come to learn you've spent so much time worrying about others, looking out for Trudy, that you never put yourself first. Something that sounded very much like a sob tore from his chest. Lord knows I am certainly the last of all people who is deserving of your coddling. You deserve to be loved and protected, and cared for, and cherished. Reaching down, he collected her left hand in his, and drew it close to his mouth. He pressed a tender kiss upon her knuckles, and then moved his lips along the top of her hand. Wakefield turned her wrist over and delicately worshipped the delicate seam where her wrist met her hand. Please, let me, Cressida Everly Albee. Let me be the one. Marry me. Marry me. For a minute, Cressida believed her brother had struck her too hard on the head this time. Missed. This time. How else to explain the dream that she had long carried? A dream of Benedict and she together, and now to have him before her, pleading with her, asking that she allow him to be the one to love her and cherish her. Cressida lay motionless, unblinking. If she blinked, if she closed her eyes for so much as the span of a second, she'd awaken and the dream would come to a swift and likely death. Is this real? She whispered, afraid that in speaking aloud she'd shatter the most glorious imagining she'd ever allowed herself, except... A somber, solemn Benedict nodded his head, almost awkwardly, but also in an apparent confirmation. Tears filled Cressida's eyes, blurring his sculpted visage. His pain-filled groan filled the room, and he stretched out his fingers to caress her face, and this time he caught himself. Please don't do that, he said. I'm not unhappy. I despise the sight of any of your tears, Cressida Everly Albee. You deserve to smile. Your entire days ought to be filled with gladness and goodness, and I intend to devote my life to that goal. This time, a sob ripped out of her. Using his shoulder and elbow, Wakefield dragged himself closer to her. If my proposal brings you sadness, what must I do to bring you to smile? He murmured, part wistful, part contemplative. A watery laugh bubbled from her lips. His expression grew serious. Do you know what occurs to me, Cressida Everly Albee? That I've arrogantly made an assumption? You merely asked if this was real, but you did not, more importantly, answer yes to my proposal. There it was. His proposal. Hearing him utter it aloud made it real in ways that it hadn't been. And reality came crashing in. Her happiness withered on the vine with which stupid hope grew. There'd been so much Benedict found out on his own about her, and yet so little she'd truly shared. But this omission hadn't been deliberate. Cold reality intruding, Cressida rolled onto her back and lay there, staring fixedly at the ceiling once more. His head propped on his hand, Benedict angled his head over hers and searched her face concernedly. What is it? He asked gravely. What was it? She thought to herself. It could be everything. It could be absolutely nothing. She knew not what the betrothal her brother arranged entailed or her legal obligations, or how powerful the enemy she'd make. More importantly, the enemy Benedict would make if she defied the agreement that had been reached between the Duke and Stanley. As much as she'd been guarding her pride and circumstances, she'd also kept Benedict from knowing her truths, but she didn't want to do that anymore with him. She wanted to be open and honest in every way that she could because he deserved it. Benedict didn't push her, which made sharing even easier. I mentioned before, my brother made arrangements for me to marry. While she spoke, she directed her explanation up at the ceiling. His body, but a breath apart from hers, went so taut she felt his muscles flex against her. Who? He asked, as rage trembled in his deep baritone. He is a duke. Cressida couldn't bring herself to face him because to do so would require her to confront the impossibility her arrangement with that duke made of any future with Benedict. Who? Who? Benedict repeated, this time in the commanding tones of a gentleman accustomed to being answered in the way he wished. That wasn't, however, the reason Cressida answered him. The desire to be forthright with Benedict still compelled her. He's the Duke of Harrodin. Benedict went silent for so long. Cressida turned and looked at him. The angular planes of his face were arranged in a terrifying mask. The Duke of Harrodin, he repeated. This time, it was Benedict who didn't look at her. Rather, his gaze, sharp and piercing and fury-filled, went all the way through Cressida. You know him, she said tentatively, because she had to say something, but obviously, he did know him. The Earl of Wakefield was connected, well connected, with all the peers of the ton. I do, he bit out. He is a vile, depraved lecher with 1.5 foot in the grave. And this is who your brother would marry you off to? She nodded. You don't know my brother. Oh, I've met him. A vein pulsed at his right temple. You've... Cressida's blank question trailed off, and she recalled what Trudy predicted regarding the source of Benedict's fury. Tonight? Yes, Wakefield confirmed. When he said nothing more on that meeting, she looked over. His hands were balled up tight, drawing her gaze to his bruised and battered knuckles. Oh, Benedict, she whispered, her voice catching, hands shaking. She twined her fingers with his. I didn't kill him, he said tightly, his features strained. He met Cressida's eyes. His glittered with a sheen. I wanted to, Cressida. I almost did. Her heart trembled. Inside, she shriveled with shame in thinking what that exchange between the two men had entailed. How she hated that Stanley was the brother she was Cressida. Look at me. Benedict's statement was an order, but it contained a gentleness and warmth that nearly brought her to tears. She lifted her gaze to his. Your brother is a vile, wretched monster who doesn't deserve a place on God's earth. He slid his gaze over the marks Stanley had left upon her with such an infinite and aching tenderness that it brought tears to her eyes. Benedict lightly stroked the tip of his index finger ever so lightly in a feather-soft caress along the curve of her cheek. You are not your brother, Cressida. You are you. And it is my greatest sin that I automatically assumed you'd be working with him. You didn't know? She said. Please, he implored. I've already asked you to stop trying to assuage my guilt. I have 2 sisters and a mother, all of whom were left either a widow, as my mother was, or my sisters, who were just about to have their come out and had no one to look after them. I was a boy at the time. I couldn't do anything. I was helpless and hopeless to be the steady figure they needed. In that time, I discovered how powerless women truly are. And instead of reflecting on my own life experiences and understanding about this unfair world to women, I lumped you in with the Baron. Cressida listened to him, her awe and admiration for Benedict, the Earl of Wakefield, growing. His life hadn't been easy, not when he'd been a child. The steady presence she'd taken him for, and that he was amidst polite society, had once been a lost little boy at the mercy of the world. Despite that, he'd risen up and become a man of honor, a man who'd observed his late father's mistakes and the strife that had been brought to his mother and sisters, and resolved to be better and do more than his father had ever done. How many other men simply followed in their father's footsteps and continued on a trajectory of accumulating debt and overspending while they lived the grand life? Abruptly, Benedict sat up, and she reflexively followed suit, so they were seated, knees touching, and directly across from one another. Leaning over, he took her hands in his, clasped them, and drew them closer to his chest. Is the only reason you're rejecting my offer because of the Duke? Is that what he thought? She mused silently. He thought she was rejecting him. She'd never rejected him. She had feared they couldn't wed, given her circumstances and connections to the Duke. But rejection had been furthest from her mind, and nowhere near it or in it. Yes, she confided. It is. I may be just an earl, he said with a crooked smile. But I have a good deal of power, and certainly greater connections than Harrowden. He won't be an impediment to us marrying. To us marrying. Her heart skipped a dozen beats, and she was rather certain it had never again relearned the correct tempo. He drew her hands to his mouth one at a time, and kissed the tops of them. I'm going to handle this, Cressida. I'm going to sort this out. You needn't worry. Do you trust me? More than anything, she answered, honesty pulling the response from her lips before the question had fully left his mouth. With a contagious enthusiasm, Benedict jumped to his feet. Cressida made to rise, but he'd already caught Cressida by the hands and drew her to her feet in one swift, gentle motion. Worry not, love. I'll have this settled and sorted out. And the ease with which he'd taken control over the mess that had been her life left her light and buoyant. This feeling of not having to solve her every woe proved heady, potently intoxicating. Benedict lingered. He stared at her mouth, and his gaze darkened, passion turning his sapphire eyes nearer obsidian. He'd awakened her in every way, mind, body, soul, and spirit. As such, she understood the look of longing there, and felt like desire coursing through her, heating her veins. She leaned up and tipped her head back to take that kiss that didn't come. Rest, love. Just rest. I have the doctor coming around later this afternoon to check on you. And this time, the kiss that did come Benedict placed ever so gently upon her forehead. Choked with emotion, Cressida stared as he quit the room. It turned out she'd been wrong all along. Dreams did come true for women like her after all. A fortnight later, over the next fortnight, Cressida achieved something she hadn't known since she'd been a small girl in Somerset Peace. It had been so long since she'd known the simple pleasures of life, helping the staff in the kitchens, tending flowers, playing the pianoforte, embroidering. Embroidering not for the simple reason of darning socks and repairing other families' linens for the pences it brought, but rather for the sheer sake of creating. She'd forgotten how much she loved to create the canvas of a garden landscape. How, like keys on a keyboard that had never been played before into a medley, she'd created colors and images upon the palette of an empty embroidery frame. Bent low for the hydrangea bush that was just beginning to bloom, she paused to wipe sweat from her brow, and then drew her bonnet back into place to shield her face from the relentless sun. In truth, it's not that she'd forgotten all these simple but greatest pleasures of life. It's that she'd made herself forget, because the alternative of living in the hell she'd been left with, after her father's and mother's passing, had made it entirely too painful to think about how life used to be. Life could be good and kind and wonderful. She knew, because that's what her world had become these past 14 days. A shadow fell over her, blotting the too radiant spring sun, and she didn't so much as startle this time, already knowing who had joined her. On cue, Benedict offered Cressida pruning shears, which she accepted. Thank you. You, Lord Wakefield, are late. Yes, my apologies, he said effortlessly, coming down to join her in the garden, as though it was the most natural thing in the world for a powerful earl to kneel in the mud and grass. From out of the corner of her bonnet, she slipped a glance his way. As he always did when joining her, he'd already shed his jacket and wore nothing more than his long white shirt sleeves, brown trousers, and boots. His skin had since developed a golden brown hue to match Cressida's sun-bronzed skin. You may rely on the fact, my future Countess of Wakefield, that I'd far rather be spending the afternoon with you, and not on the various meetings I've had to deal with. Her heart danced. His future Countess of Wakefield. They'd not yet determined the date when their nuptials would take place. Those were some of the details Benedict was seeing to. But it didn't matter. Every day they spent here together, they felt more like a happy husband and wife than had the vows already been performed before the eyes of God and in a church. Perhaps this was why many women were so content to be mistresses. Maybe those gentlemen treated them with the loving regard that Benedict treated Cressida, even though they were not yet wed. Having dug as much as she'd been able to clear this portion of the beds, Benedict, knowing the next part of their goal for this place, collected the axe and began chopping at the roots of a thick birch that had overtaken the garden that Cressida had cleared in his absence. Partaking in the rest he'd given her from her morning work, she sat with her legs stretched out and watched him while he made quick, masterful work of the large roots. He paused periodically and sank on his haunches, using all his strength to pull at the gnarled pieces. Every now and then, he'd pause to wiggle the branch back and forth before then taking the axe to the root. He continued to work in that way, the two of them silent. They weren't always silent. They'd spent so much time here talking about their pasts, their favorite times of year, the seasons, everything down to their favorite desserts and least favorite foods. But with all the moments they'd filled with their chatter, they'd also found they were just as comfortable with the quiet too. There wasn't a discomfort or need to fill a void. There wasn't a void. Benedict finished up his latest task here in the gardens and tossed his axe aside. The moment he sat down to join her, Cressida scrambled over several feet. She carefully withdrew the glass carafe of water and 2 glasses she'd packed early in the morn, after she'd seen to the baking. After providing him with a drink, she fetched a Cornish saffron bun. In their time together, she'd learned that, unlike most of England, he wasn't keen on ices. Interestingly, he could do without fish as an entree and far preferred venison and beef. And she had learned that he'd never before her had a Cornish saffron bun, but he favored them greatly. Even as he took a bite, he closed his eyes and groaned. "Bloody hell," he said around the mouthful of pastry. "This is your best yet," he said. His words slightly jumbled as he spoke around a sizable mouthful. Her lips twitched. "You say that about everything I cook or bake." He opened his eyes. "Because it's all bloody delicious, Cressida." He gave her a wink. That slight sensuous flutter of his golden lashes did the strange things it always did to her heart. Benedict took a long sip of his drink. He didn't finish it, but instead, he handed his over for Cressida to share. She took it and sipped, even though her own glass sat beside them. That was another thing they did. They'd come to share items almost intuitively, offering what they had to the other person. After they had sipped and snacked, they sat back. A quiet breeze wafted around them, stirring the air, and providing a gentle but welcome sough left by the heat of the sun and their hard work. Benedict drew his knees to his chest and looped his arms around the long, muscular limbs. "We can't stay here, Cressida," he grimaced. "You can't stay here, and I certainly am not going to stay here if you're not here." Her heart stilled. "What do you mean?" Benedict bestowed a gentle look upon her. "Cressida, this is where I keep." He paused and grimaced. "This is where I was to keep my mistresses. You are going to be my wife. You are my betrothed. You do not belong here. You cannot be here." She knew as much. As it was, with the way he cared for his reputation and honor, it would have been a great struggle for him to come and meet her here and keep her here, when only questions and scandal would ensue. Granted, his staff were as loyal to Cressida as they would have been to the king himself, but eventually someone would find out. "Mind you," he said gently, scooching over to join her so their shoulders touched. "This is a good thing, you know." "Right?" She managed to nod. "I know." She knew, and yet, at the same time, she did not. She knew no such thing. Here, she and Benedict existed on the fringe of the world, in a universe that included only the two of them. The minute she became officially betrothed to him, and they became husband and wife, the whole world would suck them back in. There'd be balls and soirees and gatherings in which she'd be upon his arm, earning questioning looks as to why the most sought-after bachelor, the Earl of Wakefield, should have married beneath him to an Albie girl. They'd receive invitations to all the most coveted events of the season, only because Benedict's presence would be desired, and she'd come along as more of an afterthought, and only because of who her husband was. "Nothing has to change, Cressida," he said quietly. "Everything is going to have to change. You know that, Benedict." It was funny how it was possible to both love and hate that he should know her innermost thoughts. "We can carry on as we have, just in my official holdings. But I like your staff. They've become like my family. Then we can bring them." Her lower lip trembled. How easily he sought to soothe her and solve whatever problem she brought to him. He'd move an entire staff to another location and find a home for them there, just so that they might be with her. "We can spend time in the country, Cressida." "Ah, yes, But your business is here. Ah, you have a seat in Parliament. The reality awaiting them, more specifically her, sent her careening. And there'll be gossip, and there'll be whispers, and there'll be talk that you've never before encountered. I assure you, Cressida, he said lightly, I faced plenty of gossip. Yes, but never because of anything you've done. Only because of who your father was. Just as you've been treated unfairly and unkindly because of who your brother is. It's really not different, Cressida, he said, so simply she could almost believe him. It's not the same, and you know it. I was born in the country. I wasn't a lady. I've never been a lady. At best, I've been a lady by country standards. He touched a hand to her lips. It's going to be all right, Cressida. I'm not going to lie to you and say it's going to be easy. It's not. I understand that, and I understand the reason for your fears, but I am here. I am with you. I will stand beside you, and we will brave all of that together. And you'll find your way. And the ton are going to see at last who you truly are, Cressida. Who is that? She said almost bitterly, and yet she felt far warmer by the assurances he gave and the confidence with which he spoke. You are a woman who is bloody fearless and courageous, and you're capable in ways that most men are not, let alone women. You are a queen among mere mortals. You are a goddess. And do not let every person who is lesser than you, in every way, make you doubt your self-worth. Do you understand me? Tears filled her eyes, and Cressida nodded. I do, she said, and somehow she did. In the time they'd been together, he'd helped her to see herself and believe in herself in ways she never had, not even before her parents' passing. And we aren't going to be alone in this either, Cressida. Cressida, I have friends. Powerful ones. I have family. Good, kind family, my sisters, their husbands, and their children. They will all stand beside us. Us. She murmured softly to herself. Yes, that's right. Us. You're not alone anymore. You have me. We have each other. They had each other. Just like that. All the fear dissipated. All the dread and horror about what was to come next vanished. And as they settled in to work in the gardens, Cressida found a peace like none other. Epilogue. London, England. One fortnight later, the Countess of Wakefield, now the Dowager Countess of Wakefield, was not taking the news well. Not out. Adixi. Ait. Nutty. Unlear. No. All. Wine. Granted, Wakefield's mother never took anything well. She never had. There'd been horror and outrage when Wakefield's eldest sibling, Aldora, threw over a respectable marquess for the man's scandal-ridden brother. After that, there'd come the Dowager Countess's volatile response to Catherine marrying Bainbridge, because of course, only the Dowager Countess would be angry with a daughter marrying a duke. Not when she'd had her sights on a different bridegroom for Catherine, their toad of a cousin, Mr. Extremdate. Ah. And then there'd been Mother's shameful handling of Anne's feelings for, and eventual marriage to the Earl of Stanhope. It would seem, however, based on the Dowager Countess's reaction to Wakefield's news, his decision happened to be a line too far. Seated next to Cressida on the cushioned window seat that overlooked Mayfair, Wakefield acknowledged he'd never predicted this indecorous display, his mother lambasting him for all London to see and remark upon. After all, he'd deliberately chosen his place here next to Cressida, to shield her from any potential display from her new mother-in-law. With the lecture, the Dowager Countess continued to heap on Wakefield's ears, however. It appeared his offense was the most grievous crime any of her 4 children had committed in their collective years on this earth. Beset by guilt, he slid his fingers into Cressida's. I'm so sorry, he said, soundlessly. Cressida opened her mouth. The Dowager Countess missed nothing. You are sorry? She squawked. Do you truly think an apology will appease me or your sisters? He looked to his elder sisters for help, as did their mother. Alas, by the trio of glowers trained his way, no help was coming from the sibling front. The Dowager Countess raised her voice. Do you? It was on the tip of his tongue to point out his apologies had been to his wife. He thought better of it. Suitable contrition was the way to end this as quick as possible. No, no, you don't. Catherine finished for him. She folded her arms at her chest. That's right. An apology is insufficient. At her side, Anne crossed her arms to match her sister's pose, and responded only with an agreeing nod and glare for Wakefield. Worried lines creased his wife's brow. He leaned down and whispered close to her ear. They're usually better than this. Cressida lifted her hopeful gaze to him. All of them? No, thought T. He spoke out the side of his mouth. Only the twins. Aldora is rarely in London. But my mother. He gave his head a regretful shake. This is a familiar state you can expect to find the Dowager Countess in. Lovely, Cressida said, through lips that barely moved. Are you smiling, Benedict? Anne exclaimed. She spun to Catherine. Is he? He slapped a hand to his heart. I would never. Mother fixed a glare to kill on him. There are many things you would do. Included among them is hurting your mother and sisters. That was not my intention. The rest of his assurances were lost to the Dowager Countess's latest and first diatribe against her only son. Before now, Aldora, Anne, and Catherine were the recipients of Mother's displeasure. The Dowager Countess raised her voice several decibels. Whatever were you thinking, Benedict? A muscle twitched in his jaw. Accustomed though he was to the Dowager Countess's occasional tempers, the same could not be said for Cressida. He glanced at his newly wedded wife. She epitomized calm. Feeling his eyes on her, Cressida peeked up at him. Wakefield gave her fingers a gentle squeeze. I love you, Cressida, he whispered. Her lips trembled. I love you. This is unforgivable, Benedict. Mother cried. Do you hear me? I'm certain all of London heard you, Mother, Wakefield said dryly. Here. This is something he and his irate sisters could unify around, calling out their mother amidst her temper. The Dowager Countess sputtered. Are you making a jest, Benedict? She squawked. After this? She slashed a furious hand in an X formation at Wakefield and Cressida. The more surprising bit of it all? Wakefield's sisters stood shoulder to shoulder in their support of the Dowager Countess. The righteous anger left the Dowager Countess so quickly, Wakefield got a dreadful jolt. Then, something he'd never before seen in his life happened. Tears glittered in his mother's eyes. How could you have married without any of your family present? She whispered, hurt bleeding from her tones. I'm sorry, Mother, he said quietly. I truly am. The reason he'd done so was because he and Cressida both agreed they'd wanted a quiet, hasty affair, with only they two present, and the witness who was responsible for their union, Lord Dynevor. He couldn't have foreseen in 100,000 years his mother would so warmly welcome Cressida and express regret at not having thrown them the wedding of the season. Anne sniffled. Wakefield looked at his sister. I'm sorry, Anne. Catherine. A twinkle in the darker twins' brown eyes stopped him mid-apology. He peered closely. First at Catherine, then Anne, and at last, Mother. He narrowed his eyes. Are you putting all this on to make me feel guilty? The glitter in the three women's eyes deepened. Is it working? His mother asked sweetly. Bloody hell. The tension left him. A moment later, just as he and Cressida took to their feet, they found themselves surrounded by the Adamson women, enfolded in warm hugs, and met with happy tears. Then, like a sudden, extremely violent whirlwind, the jubilant celebration eased, and Catherine, Anne, and Dowager Countess bustled from the room to begin preparations for a proper celebration, leaving Wakefield and Cressida alone. He had her in his arms before the Adamson voices fully faded from the hall. There, he murmured, as she lay her head against his shoulder. That wasn't so bad now, was it? Cressida snorted. Not at all. Rather like being trampled by the ton, in full evening dress. Wakefield chuckled. God, I love you, Lady Wakefield. And I love you, dear husband, she murmured. Lowering his head, Wakefield went to kiss his bride. Just as he made to brush his lips over hers, Cressida spoke. The women of your family are a clever lot, she remarked. I assure you, love, the last thing I care to do right now is speak about my mother and sisters. Wakefield made another attempt to kiss her. Do you believe they'll ascertain the reason we decided it was best not to wait on our nuptials? Cressida murmured. Her eyes sparkled with both mischief and the same joy that had been there since he'd asked to marry her. I do suspect they may do some tabulations. Wakefield ducked his head once more. Do you think? I know I'm going to kiss you, wife, he breathed against her lips. And never stop. Twining her arms about his nape, Cressida stretched up on tiptoes so their mouths were level. Do you promise, dear husband? Not only did Wakefield promise, he showed her. The end